Jack, no. Well, good morning, good morning. So glad to see you today. It is day 14 of our trial. I'm so excited to get back on our trial this morning. I missed you all this weekend. Not going live is so strange because, I enjoy talking to everybody all the time. I was going to hook up this other microphone, but I realized I can't use it today because of the way I have to use my Bluetooth thing. So never mind anyway. So are we all ready for day 14 of the trial? They always come in a little late and all that crap. But anyway, let me get us going over here. I've already connected us, so let's see. All right. I guess while we'll wait, we'll just talk for a few minutes. Hope y'all had a wonderful weekend. I did. Spending time with my son is always fun. Ryan and I have such a good time together. We really do. We really do. So I rescheduled my live from last night to another day this week because I was just too tired. I was like, oh, Lord, I wanted to do Scott Peterson's appeal, but I was like, oh, my gosh. I knew it was going to take me longer than maybe an hour to do it. So I thought, well, I'll just reschedule it for sometime this week. We'll just do it another day. I hope you can hear me okay. I need to hook up my other microphone, but I just started with my earbud. Let me look at my microphone. Hang on. We'll be ready to go, though. Someday, I'm going to get an all new setup. Someday, when I start making a little bit of money off this channel, so I can get some more equipment. That might be a while, but that's okay. We'll get there someday. I just need to get this little microphone hooked up so we can hear better. Sometimes I notice with my earbud, it sounds like it skips or something. It's real weird what happens. But anyway, let me get this hooked up, and we will be ready to go. Oh, come on. Okay. So apparently all the little kitties have started back to school today. It's over. Summer is over. So even in other cities, we noticed that people were this weekend over. I went to College Station, and oh my gosh, Texas A&M. That it was so bad over there. I could not maneuver around. There was cars everywhere. I was like, geez, I picked the wrong weekend to go to town. I know I did. It was move-in weekend, so yeah. Anyway, let's get this hooked up. Sound. Here we go. So we can be ready to go. There we go. We are ready. Let me turn it up all the way. Okay. Just want to turn it up and get the quality right. Okay. Okay, we're good. Yeah. We can put this away. All right. Now we're using our real microphone. Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me okay before I get rid of my earbud. So anyway, yeah. I'll put that back over there. So we'll do a little test run here. Put that over there. Okay. All right. Let's check the trial. Come on, y'all. Let's go to trial. We're ready. So we're going to start today with, let me figure out what our first witness number is. So we can get back to the trial. Hang on a minute. Oops. 61, 65. It was 66. I believe it's number 67 we're going to start with today. Make sure. No, it's going to be number 68. So our first witness today will be number 68. I don't know who it's going to be yet, but we will find out. I've heard rumors, and I don't know if this is true or not. Hey, Kale, so good to see you, girl. How you doing? Thank you for coming in this morning. We always appreciate it. Good seeing you. I think that I've heard rumors that the prosecution is going to rest this week or soon, but I don't understand that because I know they had a witness list of 161 witnesses. We are on witness number 68. What happened to all the rest of those witnesses? Where are they? Why aren't we going to hear from them? Is that what part of the stipulations were, so they could cut down on the witness list? I don't know, but I am ready to go. So, that's what I was going to do. Hang on, guys. Let me get you over to Reddit while we wait. There was some very interesting things that came up. Shh, don't do that, Bubby. He wants to start. Okay, here we go. Let's see. It was over here in Duxbury. Okay, hang on. Whoops, Duxbury. Here we go. People are talking over in that little town. Here we go. I'm going to pull this up and we'll just read it real quick as we get ready to start the trial. Okay. Come on. Lots of people getting on Patrick's ass. Okay. My theory on how she went out the window, and now this is directly from Reddit. And what it shows is somebody hanging onto the windowsill, just like we decided, because of the way the blood is on the shingles. Like she slid down. She didn't go out head first. She slid down. Then the next thing that was talked about is thoughts on her actual ability to speak after the fall. And this is kind of interesting. This subreddit has been a breath of fresh air versus what's on TikTok. Theories are insane. One thing I've been pondering on, though, is whether or not she would have been able to speak after falling. Patrick says she told him the kids were in the basement. After hearing about her injuries and taking that big fall, I do find myself questioning whether or not she could have been speaking. My apologies if this has been discussed already or was mentioned in the trial. I've been watching while I was at work. Those are very good questions. I've had some thoughts about that as well. I told myself I wasn't going to follow this case when the news came out, but here I am playing catch up majorly. I've read through this subreddit enough to catch the drift. There is a very little opinions open for speculation regarding Lindsay Clancy. The inquiry portion, I'm sorry, somebody's walking down a road and you're not allowed to walk down our road. Okay, anyway, the injuries portion leaves me questioning the same as OP. Okay. How was it even possible for her to communicate? And why would that be something? Oh, they're ready to start. That PC would make up if, in fact, her injuries were that severe. We'll come back to this at break time. Anyway, we are ready to go to trial. So what I'm going to do again today is once trial starts, I'm going to remove myself so that you only see the courtroom because I don't want to miss any evidence being shown. I want everybody to see everything that's being shown. So just remember that. If you don't see me, that's what it is, but you will be able to hear me. So, and I appreciate everybody coming in today. Thank you so much. As always, I know you can spend your time anywhere because a lot of people are showing this trial, but I appreciate you spending it with me. And I hope that what we talk about you enjoy. I hope you enjoy watching the channel. I don't want to try to interject too much. I want to try to be quiet and just let you watch the trial, and then we can talk about it after the fact. But you know, if I get upset, I got to say what I mean right then. Anyway, so that's what we're going to do today. I don't know what their schedule is going to be today. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same as maybe Thursday was. They went to about 3:15, 3:30 my time, which is about 4:15, 4:30 their time. So anyway, I'm going to take this medicine real quick and get ready. So last night, I had planned on doing the appeal for Scott Peterson. I have the oral argument and all of that ready to go. But I was just too tired. So I'm just going to change and do that some other time this week just to let y'all know it was scheduled and then I just rescheduled it. So, but I like to do the appeals anyway. Here we go. Okay, yeah. Listening while doing morning show. There you go. I know it's really more to listen than watch. That's fine. Thank you so much, though. As always, we appreciate seeing you. I'm sure Sprinkle Donut will join us in a little later. She is in California, so it is all for her on her day off. She does not want to get up at this time of the day. Right. Oh, let's see. Let's check it over here. All right. Okay, not yet. It is only 8:11. We know they are always tardy coming into court. Oh my goodness. Let's see. No, not that one. We're going to use this one. Can I make it bigger right here? I think I can. Oh, there we go. All right, we're ready for trial right like that. All right, here we go. Whenever you see the big circle, the shield, whenever you see that kind of bouncing, that's when they're starting right then because the cameraman is grabbing the camera. So there you go. I guess we'll go back and read some more of this because not ready now. This is something that was very interesting about this case. Let's see comments. did it go? Communities, here we go. Okay. This is from 9 hours ago, right here. Okay. I genuinely don't understand why Lindsay Clancy's parents need a $2 million GoFundMe. Okay, I don't either. That's ridiculous. And I'm real tired of the GoFundMes. Every time something happens, all of a sudden, a GoFundMe is thrown up there because people are expected to support these people. Why should I support your bad behavior? Huh? Why? I would rather donate my money to a shelter, to a fund for children, but I don't want to donate my money to somebody's bad behavior because they have an attorney bill. That's not my problem. You knew what you were doing. Anyway, here we go. Maybe I'm missing something, but this has never made sense to me. The fundraisers already raised around $700,000, and the goal is $2 million. I keep seeing these people say Lindsay's parents didn't start the fundraiser, but they accepted it. They're benefiting from it, and they're still active. It's not like money was just forced on them against their will, right? Okay. But from what I've read, they've already made major sacrifices to support Lindsay, including relocating. If that's true, then why are strangers expected to contribute towards a $2 million fundraiser? Thank you. Lots of families make sacrifices for loved ones without receiving life-changing amounts of public donations. They sure do. And that's what a $2 million is, a life-changing money. It is life-changing money. Because are you paying taxes on it? No, I don't believe they pay taxes on it. They go fund them. Okay, it's fixing to start. Here we go. We'll come back to that. All right, let's go to court. You turn it up so y'all can hear.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth President Lindsay Clancy. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we bring the jury in, could I see everybody just for a few seconds?
Oh, here we go. All right. I'm going to finish reading this while they do that. Before anyone comes at me, I understand the arguments about postpartum depression and mental illness. I'm not denying that she may have been seriously unwell, but it's a hard pill for me to swallow because the damage is already done. 3 innocent children lost their lives, and no explanation changes the fact for me. If there were surviving children who needed lifelong care, therapy, medical treatment, or a trust fund, I could completely understand a fundraiser. But that's not what happens here. What I also don't understand is how $2 million is being justified as support for travel, lodging, lost income, and helping the accounting for all of that. It seems like an extraordinary amount of money. And if the parents used their own savings, sold assets, or changed their lives to support Lindsay, aren't donors essentially being asked to replace those resources? At what point does supporting the family become financially rewarding decisions they voluntarily made? I'm not saying people can't donate if they want to. It's their money. I just generally don't understand where the $2 million figure came from or why it's considered reasonable in this situation, right? Somebody please explain it for me because I can't wrap my head around it. Well, I tend to agree with this person on that. Yes, people are allowed to donate money wherever they want to. That's their business. But why in the world is general public expected to support the parents of Lindsay Clancy when Lindsay Clancy made the decisions to do what she did? Because I'm going to tell you something. I've read a lot of information this weekend. I've looked at a lot of different things this weekend, and I come right back to the same situation. She's already told us she did this and that she knows she did this. That is guilt right there. The problem is, does she need to be in a mental hospital or does she need to be in prison? She don't want to go to prison for what she did, so she's trying to stay at that Tewksbury Mental Hospital, I guess. Here's the thing. She needs to go to prison. Just because she was not successful in committing suicide, if that's what she was truly trying to do, does not mean that she just doesn't deserve to have punishment for what she did. She was sane at the moment she did this, and this is why I believe that she was sane. When you have forethought enough to go upstairs and crush a bunch of benzos, swallow them. I mean, this takes a few minutes, right? Crush a bunch of benzos, swallow them, and then go move the bed out of the way to crawl out the window. You know what the hell you're doing. Lindsay Clancy, you should have accepted taking your guilt, going on to prison, and stopped the bullshit. Because You're another Andrea Yates, really, is what you are. You are no different than any other sociopath that we've seen in action. You're a family annihilator. Are you different than Chris Watts? No, you're not. You're not. Every mother of a young child lacks sleep. That's the way it goes. Our mommy ears turn on and they don't turn off. I am tired of hearing her selfishness about, I need sleep, I need sleep. We all need sleep, honey. But you chose to have that baby. You chose your life. You made choices. And then you made choices to take their life. So no, I don't believe she was insane at the time she did this. All of this is because she doesn't want to spend the rest of her life in the prison where she belongs. Sorry, but that's the way I see it this morning. After all that I've read and all the testimony that I've heard, that's just where I am. And I know people are going to disagree with me, and that's okay. Because, over here at this channel, it is a safe space. You are allowed to feel however you feel and speak whatever you speak about these cases. It's okay if we agree to disagree respectfully. It is safe for everybody to say whatever they want to say. We do not allow trolls, and we do not allow people to make derogatory statements about other creators or the people in our chat. That is why it is a safe space for everyone. So come on in, get ready, get your popcorn, get your breakfast, get your coffee, get whatever it is you need for trial to begin. So, okay, Bubby. Jack's like, Mommy, pick me up. Oh, come on, big boy. Oh, I know. Hang on. Come here. Got your hands. I have got to get like a 2-people chair in here or a little Tampa sofa or something because these dogs just think they've got to be right here with me while I'm talking to you guys. They got to be part of the action. It's going to hurt your back, puppy. All right. Let's go outside and play. Oh, it's cool. They should go outside and play. Yeah. I know, and listen, it's okay. Anybody in this chat, whether you're on Kick or you're over here on YouTube, whichever one you're on, if you think that she is insane, that's okay. Tell me why you think she's insane. Please do. It's okay. I'm not going to say anything negative about it. We all have our feelings, and we all have the right to say what we feel about it. It's okay. I know not all of my moderators and friends agree with me. I know some of them think it was a psychosis. I know some of them think it was not. There isn't such a thing as pure evil in this world. There is. Hang on, let me see. Make sure they're not going to, I don't want to miss the start. All right, there we go. There is pure evil. I don't think this is pure evil. I'm not sure what it was. But I really do believe she's always had an underlying bipolar that was never really diagnosed before. And I think whatever this was just brought that out. I brought it to the forefront here, and I think it was bipolar. I do. All right, baby, can you get down? You're too big. Jack is not a small Frenchie. He's not one of the little mini Frenchies. He is a 26-pound large dog. He's not what I expected. I was sold. The lady said, "Oh, he's one of those mini Frenchies. The smallest ones. They're going to get about 18 pounds." Right. Okay. All right. Mom's going to put you down. Daddy's got to get the chair. Daddy's got to get the chair. We might just order one. Wait a minute. Okay, trick pass it out. There we go. Let me check. Let me make sure we're not missing. Okay, hang on, guys. Thank you for coming in. As always, I appreciate you this morning. I know it. All right. I know it's early. Oh, let me say this. What am I supposed to say? Okay, let's like, share, and subscribe, please. We appreciate it. We are working hard to get our watch hours in so we can get this channel monetized so we can get better equipment. So just think about that. Thank you for spending your time with us. It's nice. Thank you. I missed all the lives this weekend. I went, but then I didn't stay at so many different lives this weekend. I got sidetracked, I was visiting with my son. We had such a good time. We went to this thing on Saturday morning. We went to this brunch. Girls, let me tell you something. It was a ladies' brunch. And it was out at this little restaurant in north of Bryan, Texas. It's called Joe's Place, I think is the name of it. And it was they were having mimosas and those kind of things. Let me tell you something. I have these funny. I'm going to put them on YouTube. I have these funny recordings of these ladies. It's 11:36 a.m. on a Sunday morning. This event started at 10:30. These women are drunk already. You are not going to believe what I'm going to put on. I'm going to upload it in a little bit. I told my son, "Oh my God, look at these people." They were like twerking on each other and all. I was like, "It's only 11:36 a.m. They're drunk as hell." And and they were just drinking mimosas. I thought, "My God, it was crazy. Just crazy." Oh Lord. Let's see. What else is going to go on? Well, I guess we'll just keep reading because apparently they're going to have a long discussion this morning about their timing, I guess. Let me see. All right. And I do want to switch over my feed to the other news channel at some point because I do not like AP, okay? Because Associated Press is trying to claim part of if there was monetization, part of the funds from this, because we're using the feed that they're Skyping off of somebody else, which is ridiculous. So let me pull this up over here and see if we can switch the feed. All right. Let me make sure this is, okay, check it over here. I want to get back over to the news station's feed. Okay, here we go. Okay. As soon as I can find all right. Make sure. All right, here we go. Dude, he's going to have to stop. Okay. Okay, day 14. Hang on. Here. Okay. We're gonna switch our feed to this other one. Thank God the other one came live. Hang on a minute. We're just gonna switch the feed to this other news station. Okay. There we go. There we go. All right. They've not started yet. Thank goodness. We gotta share. Share my screen. Here. Get rid of this. And we're ready. We're ready. So now we're going to give credit to ABC Chicago. There you go. Get rid of that. Get big. Okay, we're ready. Yeah, I noticed it was this weird thing that was happening, and I couldn't figure out what it was. And then I went back and looked, and it was because AP Associates. Yeah, my aide will be here. Oh, that's fine. Thank you, Pam. I understand. That's fine. It's fine to go in and out. I mean, it is a lot of just listening instead of a lot of things to see, because it's not like we're watching a video. Now, unless they have evidence to show, but a lot of them are just, talking. We've seen some evidence, but a lot of the evidence we haven't gotten to see, which that's okay because I never want to see autopsies and things like that. I don't want to see that, especially not children. That will stick in your mind forever. It will mess you up. So it's okay. My coffee got cold. It's all right, though. Come on, let's go to trial. We're ready. We've been waiting all weekend, people. Oh, Lord. Yeah. Kale. Yeah, amazing. I agree with everything you say about this case so far. It's a hard. Oh, thank you, Kale. Appreciate that. I know a lot of people don't, but I mean, it is what it is. And she. Oh, they're ready. Here we go. Sure, everybody can hear. Switch this around. Put this back over here. Okay, we are starting with witness number 68. Wonder how Stompy's going to be today. Why can't she look forward? She always looks out. She doesn't look forward. Oh my God, they've got baby picture books out, y'all. Look at that. Look at the evidence right there. See all that right there? Uh-oh. Is he going to start today? has crazy eyes. Her eyes look crazy.
All rise, please. Having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Jim Ham.
Well, good morning, everyone. Nice to see everyone. I hope everybody had a chance to kind of rest up a little bit and come back here, and we're going to get right back to the trial. So I'm going to do first, ask you those questions since we had a long break, and then talk a little bit about the schedule and kind of today's schedule and kind of where we go from here. So first question, as you know, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. Today's schedule is that it may be kind of a little bit stop and start. Okay, so kind of bear with us on that. Might be a couple times you got to take a just after a short amount of time, and then we'll bring you back in. It's just the nature of cases at this point. It's anticipated that the Commonwealth will close their portion of the evidence today. All right. Then at that point, the defendant has the opportunity, if they want to present witnesses and evidence if they want to. But remember, they don't have to. The burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth. All right. If the defendant offers evidence, then the Commonwealth is then given the opportunity to offer rebuttal evidence. All right. And so that's kind of the next phase that we're about to go into after the Commonwealth rests. And I'll go into a little bit more kind of how that goes. But I just kind of wanted you to kind of see where we are and where everything's going to fit procedurally as we go forward from here. So with that, we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case. And Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Ian Whiffen.
Gotta get his name. I hope that helped.
I would rather I do. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Ian Whiffen. IANWHIFFIN.
Where do you work?
Celebrite.
What is Celebrite?
Celebrite is a digital intelligence company working in digital forensics.
And how long have you worked there?
Since 2020.
What is your role at Celebrite?
I'm currently a customer engagement manager.
What does that mean?
I work with customers, helping users of our tools to understand the digital evidence that they're finding and presenting.
And what does digital evidence consist of?
Any information which is extracted from a cell phone, primarily or from a computer, which can be interpreted by the examiner and presented as evidence. It could be call history, messages, location data, media, anything that you can find from a digital device.
And could you just briefly describe your educational and training background that qualifies you to do this work?
Yeah, I've worked in IT for many years. In 2013, I began my career within Calgary Police Service in Canada as a digital forensics examiner. That was after spending approximately 9 or 10 years working as a patrol officer in the UK and in Canada. As part of my role as a digital forensics examiner within the Calgary Police, I went on numerous training courses. The Canadian Police College, they did an introductory course into digital forensics, and then further courses focusing on mobile data provided by some vendors, such as Blacklight or Cellbrite at the time, as well as further courses presented by the Canadian Police College, specifically about cell phones.
And Cellbrite, the software produced by Cellbrite, is that software used to extract and analyze data from cell phones and computers?
Yes, there are several tools within our catalog. One of them is designed to extract as much data as possible from a cell phone. And then one of the other tools is designed to take that extracted data, decode it, decrypt it, make sense of it, and provide it to the user in a way which can be searched, filtered, organized, reported, and presented.
Does Cellbrite's ability to access cell phone data continually change based on improvements that are done to the phones themselves?
Yes, there's constantly changes being made to devices which make it difficult to extract the data. There are changes being made to the software that means that the data that we extract is now different to the data that we extracted previously. A new feature, for example, or a change that's made by the software developer. So we're constantly changing our software to be able to extract that data and to decode more data.
Were you asked to locate Apple Health data and other information that could be relevant to the investigation of an incident that occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th, 2023?
I was, yeah.
And what is Apple Health data?
Apple Health is a component of the iOS operating system, which logs sensor data from multiple locations. So there's sensors built within an iPhone that monitor steps taken, flights climbed, for example, as well as third-party devices, Apple Watches, Fitbits, any other device like that. All the information is brought into the Apple Health application, aggregated, and made available for the user to see.
Roughly how many phone extractions have you done?
Since 2013, well over 1,000 phones.
And how many times have you done analysis on phone extractions?
The analysis is part and parcel. So of those 1,000 phones or so which I've extracted, I've done analysis on all of those phones as well.
And then you've also done analysis on extractions, like in this case where someone else did the extraction and provided the information to you and you did the analysis?
Correct, yeah. Whenever I'm helping customers or users of our tools, they may provide me with the extracted data. So the data which I'm analyzing is more than the devices I've extracted.
And have you testified previously in courts about what you've done in terms of extracting and analyzing information?
Yes, I've testified in multiple courts around the world, approximately 28 times.
Now, you received a copy of the extraction for Lindsay Clancy's iPhone 13, correct?
Correct.
And when you received that extraction, did you also want to know all the specific information about the case and the investigation?
Typically, when I'm working a case, I don't want to know a lot of detail. I'd rather come to my own conclusions based on the data that I'm viewing rather than know the intricacies of the case. All I require is an outline, the date something happened, the time, who was involved, basic information.
And in terms of the extraction that was done on Clancy's iPhone, that extraction, what type of extraction was it?
That's what's called a full file system extraction. It's essentially all of the data which is being extracted from the device that is still live.
And did you use specific tools to conduct your analysis?
Yes, there's the Cellbrite physical analyzer tool created by Cellbrite, and also my own tooling applications that I've been working on for several years.
So you've actually made your own tools that allow you to examine phone extractions?
Correct. There's some tools that I've been working on since prior to joining Cellbrite, tools that as an examiner I decided that I needed to create for myself and make available to others. And I still use those tools to this day.
And these tools that you used, are those the tools that allow you to examine and categorize the information, the data that you find in the extraction?
Yes, the primary point of the tool is to go into the data, decode it, provide it in a way which is easy to filter and search, but also additional tools there that allow you to dig into the data and look at the raw information, the databases, the files, all of the raw information, which is what our tools initially decode.
And did you focus in on a particular time frame when looking at the data on the defendant's iPhone?
Primarily, I knew that the date of the incident was 24th of January 2023, so that was the main focus of my analysis. But some of the data I was aware could be from further afield than that, so I took a look of, I think it was around 3 weeks before that, so early January to late January.
Were you able to look at the health data on January 24th, 2023 that was in the defendant's phone extraction?
Yes.
And what is health data? And how does it show up on a phone?
The user of the phone would be able to access the health data via the health application, where the information is broken down to explain how many steps have been taken over a particular period of time, the approximate distance that was traveled, the number of stair flights that were climbed. That data is stored on the device itself in a database. So as a forensic examiner, I can take a look at that database in its raw form, understand exactly where that information is coming from, and present it to the user of our forensic tools in a slightly more forensic-friendly method than the user of the application on the phone would see.
Showing you on the screen here, page 4 of your report. Looking here, we have a section here, heart rate data, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're able to see here, what can you tell about the heart rate data from the extraction?
So heart rate data comes from wearing an Apple Watch or a similar device, not from the phone itself. In the case of this phone, there was an Apple Watch paired to the device, and all of the heart rate data, which is recorded periodically throughout the day,
Interesting.
is stored within the health database.
And what was the name associated with the Apple Watch?
So as it says in the third paragraph down, the Apple Watch itself was called Lindsay's Apple Watch.
And here in the report, you're able to show the recorded heart rates throughout the day. How is the heart rate recorded and sent to the phone?
There are sensors on the Apple Watch itself on the rear, which periodically check the heart rate at any given time, and that information is sent to the phone via Bluetooth.
And are you aware of how often an iWatch will record the data and report it to an iPhone?
The actual cadence at which the watch is checking would depend on what the user's doing. So if you were in the middle of a workout, it would be a lot more consistent than just periodically throughout the day. And I actually don't know how often it is throughout the day. If you're not doing any particular workout, there doesn't seem to be a set cadence. Every device I've looked at, it's slightly different.
I'm showing you page 5 of your report, this database of the heart rates. For example, in several locations, there'll be a heart rate report, maybe a few seconds in between them, and others there's 7 or 8 minutes in between the heart rate report. Is that what you're talking about, how it varies depending on what you're doing at that point in time?
Yes, this is typical from what you see when you look at the database. The timestamps are never consistently at a recognizable cadence.
And the highlights in green, what do those represent?
So I actually tried to just highlight some of the high points for the day. I realized a few days ago while reviewing this, there was records there that show a high of 123 and 122, which I had not highlighted.
And that's right there, below,
correct.
Around 1146.
Yes.
And what was the last time a heart rate was reported from the watch to the defendant's phone?
So the last heart rate recorded was at 17:23:52, 23 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, with a heart rate of 57 beats per minute.
What was the average heart rate for the day for the defendant's phone?
There was a range of heart rates going between as low as, I believe, around 50 and as high as around 122, on around high 80s, early 90s.
And so at 5:23 p.m., the last recording of our heart rate was 57?
Correct.
And there aren't any further heart rates reported to the phone after that point, correct?
That's correct.
And what are some of the reasons why a watch would no longer be reporting a heart rate to the phone?
If the watch was taken off, if the watch was turned off.
If the battery died?
The battery was dead, yes.
You also mentioned flight climb data. What is that?
Flight climb is information which the Apple Health application stores every time it detects that you walk up a flight of stairs. So a flight of stairs would be considered either a 3-meter or 10-foot incline over 16 steps. So the device has detected that both the altitude has changed by 10 feet and there were steps being walked at the same time.
So there's two factors being considered there: the steps that your watch monitors as you walk, and then the altitude. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is it? Is it GPS or something that's keeping track of your altitude?
The altitude is being monitored by a barometer or an altimeter, which is inside the device, just measuring for differences in air pressure.
And this information, the flight climb data, can that be monitored by both a watch and your phone if you have it on you?
It is. Both devices have got the barometers built in. Both devices can monitor a flight climb event.
Can anything simulate or kind of fake out the watch or the phone into thinking that a flight of stairs is being climbed when it's not?
There are some circumstances where that can happen. They're typically quite rare, but it can happen.
Is an example of that being in a car and going up a hill?
Correct, yes. If there is movement which the device can mistake for steps at the same time as the incline is being driven, then that could accidentally record a flight climb.
But if a person's not in a car and is in their home, then it would be flights climbed, not hills being driven, correct?
Correct. If the person is in a house and there are flight climbs being recorded, then the only rational explanation is that the person was climbing the stairs.
How is the data in terms of flight climb data, how is that data displayed? Or in the health data itself?
Within the application or within the forensic tool?
Within the forensic tool.
Okay. So within the forensic tool, we break down, or within Physical Analyzer, we break down the health data into hour segments. So for an hour, we may say that there are 3 flight climbs. And then it's up to the user to dig in a little further. They can select that 1 hour and then see how that activity breaks down over the hour. So you would see that there were 2 flight climbs that occurred 10 minutes after the hour, and then another flight climb occurred later on.
So showing you page 6 of your report here. Top box here, is that showing the general hour data where 3 flights have been climbed?
Correct. So in this case, the user's looking at a time period between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. And the health data that's been pulled from the database has been aggregated. And it tells you that there's 98 samples being considered. The maximum heart rate during that hour-long period was 108. The distance traveled was approximately 759 meters. And there were 5 flights climbed within that hour.
And then below that,
Wow.
you break that down a little further, correct?
Correct. So further down the screen in the interface, where we can see an actual time of 10:17:27, where there's 2 flights climbed. And again, another record at 10:17:28, where there were 2 flights climbed, and then a further flight climb at 10:49.
And then going down to the bottom here, this table, what do we see here in this table?
So you may have realized in the slide above where there was 2 flight climbs at 17 seconds past and 2 flight climbs at 18 seconds past. That's an unrealistic measurement. It's because one of those measurements comes from the phone and one comes from the watch. This table breaks it down to say which of these records came from the watch and which came from the phone, because there are some which overlap.
So what you're saying is the prior table, it showed 4 flights of stairs being climbed at the same time within seconds, which isn't rational. But this breaks it down to show some of that data is coming from the watch and some of it's coming from the phone, correct?
Correct. So if we look at records at 4 and 5 here, for example, we can see a start time of 10:17:27 and an end time of 10:27:06, where the watch recorded 2 flight climbs. And then 1 second later, a start time, and 2 seconds later for the end time, we see the watch also detected 2 flight climbs. This is just the same 2 flight climb events that happened, but both devices recorded those flight climbs with slightly different timestamps.
And that will happen if I'm wearing my watch and I have my phone in my pocket and I go up the stairs?
That's correct.
Did you do something to compare these times and make a table where the where you ignored or disregarded the double entries?
I did. I tried to correlate and discard all of the duplicate information. So where there was an event of a flight climb that was recorded on the watch and the phone, rather than provide information that said there was 2 flight climbs, I would ignore one of them and limit it to just the ones which we could prove happened.
And that's displayed here in this chart at the bottom of page 7 of your report. Going to page 8 of your report, we have here at the top of page 8, does that show the last flight climb recorded on either the defendant's phone or watch?
It does. It shows that there was additional flight climb events logged by the phone, which were not logged by the watch, at 17:03 and 17:33.
So these records indicate that at 5:03 p.m., the defendant's iPhone was with the person as it went up the stairs, and then at 5:33 p.m., the iPhone was with the person as it went up the 2 flights of stairs.
Correct.
And there's a time difference there. The start time is 5:33 p.m. and the end time is 5:38 p.m. For 2 flights of stairs. So that's roughly 5 minutes in between the 2 flights. Is there a way to explain that length of time?
The way the Apple Health data records this information, aggregates it, it tries to group events together. So in this case, it would have recognized that there was a flight climb on the phone at around 17:33:34, and a second one at around 17:38:33, and it just grouped them both into one event. It doesn't mean that it took 5 minutes to walk up 2 flights of stairs. It's just within that 5-minute period, there were 2 flight climbs.
So if I have my phone in my pocket and I climb up a flight of stairs and then I spend a few minutes on that floor, and then still with my phone in my pocket go up another flight of stairs, that's representative of what we're seeing here at 5:33?
Correct. There tends to be around a 10-minute window where it tries to check every 10, but it can reduce that window in a case like this where it sees that there's group data within a smaller time period.
And then further down on page 8, we have another table here, which seems to have combined data of heart rate and flight climb data. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you also look at web usage on the extraction of the defendant's phone?
I did, yes.
And what did you do to look at the web usage on the phone, and what time frame did you look at?
For web usage, I expanded the time of interest to early January to the 4th of January, and just took a look at any web history over that time. There was over 1,300 records recovered. I took a cursory look down that list and highlighted some which potentially were relevant to the case, and then provided the 1,300 actual records as a appendix report.
And going to page 12 of your report, looks like you start here on January 10th, 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And basically here you list various searches that occurred on each day between January 10th and January 24th from the extraction. Is that correct?
That's correct. Broken down by day with the time of the search, the website that was visited, the title of the page, and then the identifier in the database.
And looking at these searches, on January 12th, 2023, at 19:48, so that would be 7:48 p.m., is that correct?
Correct.
There was a search. In the title it says, "How quickly does Wellbutrin work for depression?" Is that the title? Is that what the user is putting into the search?
If you could see the search, please.
I'll zoom in on that.
Yeah. So the top entry here we can see starts with https www.google.com/search $Q. The text after the Q, how quickly does Wellbutrin work, is what the user searched. Typically that is exactly as the user typed it, assuming that there are no auto-completions in place. In this particular case, it appears it was searched using Safari. So there's no auto-completion. That is essentially what the user typed in. And then the title, how quickly does Wellbutrin, I can't say that word, I'm afraid. Wellbutrin, thank you. Work for depression, Google search is the title of the page which Google assigns.
So where it says after the Q, how plus, quickly plus, does plus, the user's not putting in those pluses, correct? Is that, what were you calling those?
So that's part of the attribute. It's how the data is coded in a URL or in a web search. You can't have spaces within this address string. So they replace the spaces with the plus symbol.
So I type in how quickly does, and the computer adds the pluses in the space marks?
Yes, it's URL encoding to make it safe for the browser.
And then at 7:49, there's a search for Lamictal for depression.
Yes, and depression spelled with a B at the end instead of an N, which demonstrates that this is what the user typed in rather than a page that was being visited.
And then a few minutes later at 7:55 p.m., the user typed in Ellaville for depression, correct?
Correct.
And then on page 16, on January 18th, 2023, at 10:25, we have a search there, ketamine for suicidal ideation, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, that's the user typing that in?
Yeah, again, those words were typed in by the user.
And then on January 19th, 2023, on page 17 of your report, we have symptoms of postpartum psychosis searched on January 19th.
Correct.
And again, so we're looking at, this is AM, correct? 9:24 AM that was searched?
Yes, the morning.
And then 9:30 AM, there's another search for psychosis symptoms?
Yes.
Going back to that same page, page 17, at the bottom for January 24th, we have here searches for kids Miralax at 4:02 p.m. and Takeout 3V at 4:13 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then CVS Pharmacy at 4:47 p.m. Correct?
Correct.
There was also an Apple note that you found in the records, correct?
That was.
The Apple note, in your report, it says it was created on December 22nd, 2022 at 10:23 a.m. Strike that, and then modified at 10:23 a.m. on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And are you able to tell what in the note was modified?
No, there's no real auditable log to look back and see how many times it's been modified over the course of its life. I was able to do some amount of recovery to see that on the day it was created, it started in a very similar way to as it's written on the 24th or 23rd of January, but the exact changes between when it first was created and the last time it was modified, we don't know.
And then you also looked at messages, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to compile the messages that were sent and received between the defendant and her mother and the defendant and her husband on January 24th, 2023?
I did, yes.
And were you able to arrange it using the tools that you use in a way that looks like you might see it on your phone?
Yeah, I tried to prepare it in a report which would be easy for any viewer to understand based on their own usage of text messaging.
So showing you page 19 of your report, what we have here is an enlarged version of what you might see on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so is this in blue, is this Lindsay's phone?
It is. The messages in blue on the right would be outgoing. Messages in grey on the left would be incoming.
And so we have a photo being sent out from Lindsay's phone to her mother, and then a reply coming back, and that pattern goes on and on, correct?
Correct.
And then looking at page 22, you were able to do the same in terms of her contact with Patrick Clancy that day, correct?
I did, yes.
So in gray, we have Patrick Clancy sending a message to Lindsay Clancy, and in blue is the response, correct?
Correct.
Were you, excuse me, were you also able to look at the phone calls that occurred either incoming or outgoing to the defendant's phone on January 24th, 2023?
I did, yes.
And looking at page 27 and 28 of your report, first on page 27, just looking closely at the phone. Here in the report, it says 2024. Is that a typo? Is that supposed to be 2023?
That's meant to be 2023, yes, I apologize.
Okay. And so what we see here, can you just tell us what these columns are?
Yeah, the start time of the call, typically when it is answered by the recipient, the end time when the call's ended. The metadata is information including who the call was or from, how long the call lasted, and then the reason that the call disconnected, and then a record ID. So if you had the database, you could go in and find this record based on the ID number.
And looking at page 28, this is the continuation of that table regarding the phone calls, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what we're seeing here is at 17:33, which would be 5:33 p.m., there's an incoming call from Patrick to Lindsay's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
And it says duration 8 seconds, is that, I'm sorry, 0 seconds. Does that mean it was not answered?
In this case, it was an unanswered call.
And then at 5:34 p.m., roughly a minute later, there's an outgoing call from Lindsay's phone to Patrick's, correct?
Correct.
And that call was approximately 14 seconds?
Correct.
And then at 6:09 p.m., another incoming call from Patrick to Lindsay that went unanswered?
That's correct.
Now, you also, in a section you called media, you have some photographs that were taken from the phone with some metadata included, correct?
Correct.
What is metadata?
Metadata is information about that photograph. It could be the device that captured it, the time that it was captured, the location, information about the lens, the lighting, etc.
And so looking at page 29 of your report, just for an example, what we have here are 3 photographs, correct?
Correct.
And the metadata for the first one shows California Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
How are you able to determine that's where that photograph was taken?
The metadata of the photo included latitude and longitude where the image was captured. I took that latitude and longitude and looked on Google Maps to see a physical address. In this case, it came down to the South Shore Medical Center.
And then the third photo here, that shows captured at the home address on Summer Street, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you looked at device usage. What is device usage?
Device usage would relate to how the user is operating the device. So when they have it unlocked, locked, what applications being used at any particular time. Essentially anything which is not a message or a phone call or results in additional data like that.
I'm looking at page 32 of your, in that device usage log, it shows that the last time the device usage was logged was at 5:13 p.m., correct?
So this table relates just to the locking and the unlocking of the device. So the last time the device was unlocked was at 17:13:16. The device was locked again around 2 minutes later at 17:15:12, and the device was not unlocked again.
And so where the device was not unlocked again after 5:16 p.m., but we have a phone call being made at 5:34 p.m., how does that happen?
There is a setting within iPhones that allow you to use a locked device to call back numbers for missed calls. So in this case, Lindsay had the missed phone call that would have shown on screen as a notification as a missed call. And without unlocking the device, you're able to call that person back.
You just press on the icon that shows up, you have a missed call, you press on that, and you can call the person back without unlocking the phone?
Correct.
And then what is application focus?
Application focus is literally the application which is visible on screen at any given time.
And at 4:13 p.m., 16:13, on January 24th, you've highlighted it in green here. What are we seeing there?
At 16:13:23 until 16:14:50, the Apple Maps application was being used, visible on screen.
Is it then used again at 5:13 and 5:14 p.m.? Or is that a different application?
So at 5:13 until 5:14, it was mobile Safari. So the mobile version of Safari, the internet browser, was on screen. And at 17:14:47 until 17:15:08, it was the mobile SMS or messaging application, which was on screen.
So do you just look at the part that's in parentheses to see what application was open or being used at the time?
Correct. What application was on screen at the time?
So for example, where it says 17:34, which would be 5:34 p.m., and in parentheses is in-call service, does that represent a phone call?
It does. That's the screen that indicates you are in a phone call.
And staying with the same page, page 34, you've made some notes here. Let's go out a little bit. Regarding Apple Maps, Safari, and messaging. So can you just explain what you pulled from the data for Apple Maps?
Yeah, Apple Maps was used to plan a route from the current location, the home address, to a restaurant called 3V.
And that was at 4:13 p.m.?
It was.
And then in terms of Safari, you have the last unlock at 5:13 p.m.?
Yes, so the last unlock of the device was used for the purposes of viewing Safari, where PDLX was searched using Google.
And then in terms of messaging, what did you pull from the data there?
At the same time, or in that same device usage, so the device was unlocked, Safari was used to search PDLX, and then the messaging application was opened to send a message to Patrick saying PDLX liquid stool softener.
And that was at 5:15 p.m.?
It was.
And then did you create a timeline combining all the data that we've talked about into one timeline?
I did, yes.
I'm going to the last page of your report, page 43. Is this the last page of the timeline?
It is, yes.
There's going to be something good.
Can you explain what we're seeing here?
Yes, so the very first column is the timestamp. The next few columns, which show typically color, is related to the activity, which will become a little bit clearer in a moment. The row or the column in the center explains what the record is. So if, for example, we look at the 17/13/16 record, we can see a U, which means the device was unlocked in pink. That unlock event lasted until 17/15/12. So hence that entire column is in pink and shows the relevant lock event.
So here we have 513 device unlock.
Yes.
515 device lock, and there's this column connecting them, correct?
Correct. And then any activity that happened during that unlock time is then shown within the rows between. So again, we see Safari open at 17/13/16. Safari was closed at 17/14/47. Messaging was opened at 17/14/47. While messages were open, there was an outgoing message sent for PDLX. Then messaging was closed. Messaging was opened again, and messaging was closed prior to the device locking. So everything in the columns tries to show all of the events that happened at the same time or during that parent event.
And what we have here at 5:33 p.m., we have the flight climb started, is that correct?
Correct.
And flight climb ended at 5:38, so
yes.
That line again connecting them?
Correct. So 2 flight climbs occurred during that time period.
And in between when the flight climb started and the flight climb ended, you have the 2 calls, the incoming call that was missed from Patrick and then the outgoing call to Patrick, correct?
Correct.
So the first flight climb had already been started. Someone had already started climbing up a flight of stairs when that first unanswered call happened, correct?
So flight climb started is how it's listed within the database and within the software. But it actually, the flight climb time is when the flight climb has been recognized by the device as the device has already climbed up those stairs. So even though it says flight climb started, that's technically the time that the flight climb or the first flight climb had ended.
So where it says 5:33:34 flight climb started, that actually indicates the person has gone up that first flight of stairs already.
Yes, that indicates the phone has now realized I'm 3 meters higher than I was the last time I checked. Therefore, a flight climb has already been completed at that point.
And then the calls happen, and then the phone realizes at 5:38 that another flight has been climbed.
Correct.
I would move to submit the report as the next exhibit.
No objection. All right, that report may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
All right. All right. Members of the jury, remember I said it might be a little stop and start here today. This is one of those stops. All right, so we're going to take a short break, and then we'll come right back and return for the cross-examination of this witness. Okay?
All right, please, Your Excellency.
Oh, damn. Listen to the hot mic. Y'all hear that? There's.
All right.
Hang on.
The court will be in a short recess at this time.
Hang on, guys. I just want to get her face. We can watch her. If he'll move out of the way, that'd be great, wouldn't it? Let's see. Well, I guess he's all right. That's great. So, good morning, Cheryl. Good morning. So good to see you. I just don't know if you know this, but Cheryl, okay, showing up is anyway. It doesn't matter. So Cheryl and I have known each other for a long, long time. In fact, when my dad was very ill and beginning his illness before he passed away, she helped us take care of him, which I will always appreciate that from her. She's a great person. Anyway, so good to see you this morning. And I understand my other friends are watching, but they don't chat, which is my best friend that I have had for almost 50 years. So good morning to you two as well. Thank you so much. Now, let's talk about this for a minute. So what I'm understanding is the last testimony we just heard explained from 533 to 538, and it talked about the stairs. Are you telling me it took 5 minutes per child to take the life of these children? Because it wasn't 5 minutes for all three of them, because they only talked about going up and down the stairs twice. Are they saying it was 5 minutes for all of them, that they were all three already downstairs? I'm a little bit confused about that, but I think that maybe we will find out on cross, and maybe Stompy over here can lay it out a little better than the prosecutor did. Now, let's talk about this case right now, whether we think that she's going to be found sane or insane. What do you guys think so far? If you think she's going to be found sane, just put a 1 in chat. If you think she's going to be found insane, just put a 2 in chat. Come on, don't be shy. I want to know what you all think, right? Yeah. Yeah. Hello, all. Thank you so much, Sprinkle. Appreciate it. Yeah. And there's Cheryl and Pam. All right. Yeah. Yes, Cheryl. Hey, what are you doing, girl? Whoop. Hang on a minute, guys. Hang on a minute. Whoops. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Playing with the fur baby. Oh, good. Yeah. All right. Hang on a second, guys. There. Yeah. Yeah, on this channel, everybody here, we all love dogs and cats, and we all have, they know that Jack's gonna bark when he comes in and out. Don't let me scream at you guys, because I know I had to turn it up to 100, because the courtroom does not have a good audio system, because there's no microphones on the attorneys. So I'm having to turn it way up so that y'all can all hear them speaking, and I don't want to be yelling at y'all when they're not speaking. So just let me know if it gets too loud while we're speaking to each other. Yeah. So anyway, good. So glad to see everybody. But I am thinking, a lot of people think that the prosecution is not going to win their case. They just don't think they are. That they think that what's going to happen is not that they're allowed to do this, but we know how people are. A lot of people think that the jury is going to find her insane. They're going to believe the jack crap about, psychosis. I don't believe it was psychosis, period, at all, and will never believe that. Yeah. Let's see. Pam said, what does Pam say? 3 of my Furbies are all beside me, but the other cat is hiding. We can't have cats. Well, we couldn't have cats because Tristan was allergic to cats. And we figured that out when the child was only 8 months old, which was kind of weird, right? But as soon as we got rid of that cat, he stopped being sick all the time. So that's when we only just have dogs. But anyway, I was so fortunate. I got to see both of my children this weekend. I was so happy. Both of them. I got to hug both of them this weekend. I was so happy about that. So let's go back and we'll read a little bit more while we wait on them. Okay, hang on a minute. Let's go back out to Reddit and continue our discussion we were having while we wait on them to come back. I want to make sure we don't miss a bit of this trial today. Not a bit. It's going to be good. I am hoping that we hear from a lot of the defense witnesses trying to tell us a lie. Anyway, hang on a minute. Let me go over here and pull this back up and we'll start reading again. Okay. Let's see. This lady goes, this is from 18 hours ago. I put together a detailed Lindsay Clancy master timeline to keep the facts, dates, and testimony organized. I'll continue updating it. Let me pull it up. Let me see what it says. All right. Oh, this is good. Hang on a second. So she has, here's what she has. October 20th, 2022. Lindsay reported worsening anxiety, racing thoughts overnight, and fear that she could develop suicidal thoughts. Dr. Jennifer Tufts instructed her to stop the Zoloft. Okay. But here's the thing. Remember back in 2000, was it 12? Was it 2012? She took Zoloft for a whole year because she was having problems with public speaking while in nursing school. Can you believe that garbage? Yeah. Nobody takes Zoloft because they're having problems with public speaking. Her mental illness was rearing its ugly head right then and there. That was way before she had children. Way before. Okay. October the 21st, Lindsay followed up with Dr. Tufts. A plan was made for Ativan or lorazepam as needed, and therapy was recommended. October the 25th, 2022, Lindsay wrote the lengthy phone note describing, her depression, parenting concerns, and difficulty feeling connected to Callan. Then we moved to November. This is a great timeline. Thank you to whoever wrote this. Patrick's 2-day Microsoft work trip to New York occurred. So he went to New York for 2 days in November. All right. The exact, okay, hang on, y'all. Let me read this. The exact calendar dates of the New York trip have not been publicly established with enough certainty to assign a specific date. Got it. Patrick testified that after returning from New York, he left the following morning to San Francisco with Cora while Lindsay remained at home with Dawson. It's okay. Hang on a second, guys. Let me answer something real quick. Oops, that's okay. That's okay. I understand. It's fine. And to my other friend, it's okay. Well, look, to my other friend who's trying to join us, she goes, I don't even know how to comment. I'm like, it's okay. You can just listen if you want to. It's fine. But yes, we appreciate seeing you so much. But it's easy, really. You just get on your phone and start talking. Okay, great. Thank you. Let me finish reading this. Okay, guys, got them all straight. Let's go back over here and read this. It's a great timeline. So then he goes to, let's see, where does he go? San Francisco, and he takes Cora with him, and Lindsay stays home with Dawson and Callan. November the 16th, Lindsay went to South Shore Hospital after prolonged insomnia. Well, see, that's the thing I don't understand. Why is she so concerned about the sleep? New mothers don't sleep. When you have little babies, you don't sleep. It's normal. To me, that's completely normal. So I don't understand this on and on and on about not sleeping. Does anybody else understand why she's so caught up in the sleep thing? I don't get that. Then the next thing that happens is, okay, let's see. Lindsay goes, okay, December 29th, Lindsay's phone contained searches concerning bipolar disorder. So she's thinking already about the bipolar because the other doctor said, hey, I think this is bipolar. But remember, Patrick's like, no, it's not bipolar. Why did they want it to be postpartum so bad? What is going on between those two that they need the diagnosis to be postpartum? That's something I don't understand. January rolls around. January the 1st through the 5th, Lindsay was hospitalized at McLean Hospital. January the 13th, Lindsay's phone contained another bipolar-related search. All right. January the 19th, Lindsay's phone was used to search hallucinations. January the 20th, Lindsay's phone was used to search psychosis and can you treat a sociopath? Now, you have to think that if she's looking up all these things, she's thinking in her mind, which one of these best fits what I want to say, right? Now, we know that you cannot treat a sociopath. That there is no treatment for that. So, do you think that she thought she was a sociopath? I don't know. Anyway, January the 23rd rolls around. Lindsay had her final appointment with Dr. Tufts. Trial testimony addressed Lindsay feeling numb, hopeless around this period. And Tufts testified that she did not observe a psychosis and that Lindsay denied suicidal or homicidal thoughts. Then January 24th, we know what happened. Here is the whole day. This is a detailed time sequence of January the 24th. Now, during the day, Lindsay took Cora to a medical appointment, spent time outside with Cora and Dawson, and built a snowman. Patrick was working from the home. This is where it gets really confusing for me, right? Patrick left the house to pick up the medications and dinner. Patrick called Lindsay from CBS at 5:33. She did not answer, in which Cellbrite just told us that's what happened. 5:54, the surveillance showed Patrick at the restaurant. He picked up the food and left approximately after about a couple of minutes. 6:09 p.m., after returning home and noticing the usual silence or the unusual silence, Patrick called Lindsay. She didn't answer. So he's calling her phone and she's not answering when he doesn't see her in the house. So that's weird. That makes no sense. Did you not just go downstairs before you started calling her phone? What's going on, Patrick? Okay, then it says Patrick went upstairs, encountered the locked bedroom door, and entered, saw blood on the open window, and found Lindsay injured outside. Then Patrick called 911. Now, during the 911 call, Patrick asked Lindsay where the children were. She indicated that they were in the basement. After the emergency responders arrived to tend to Lindsay, Patrick went back inside while still connected to the dispatcher and found the children in the basement. The killings and Lindsay's fall occurred while Patrick was away, but not an exact minute should be assigned unless forensic evidence is established. Now, remember, this is just something I'm reading from Reddit that somebody wrote as their timeline and how they understood it. Okay. The phone records establish the calls and their timing. They should not be used to claim which physical Apple device was used unless forensic testimony specifically establishes that fact. Okay. Let me check this over here. Let me see. Let me say hello to everybody. Hello, Queen T. Love you. Okay. Well, wait a minute. Is my other friend in here now? Did she finally figure this out? Hang on a minute. Let's see. Is that my other friend? Is that her? I hope that's her name. Okay, driving me crazy. Oh, girl, we know they're just babies. Thank you for coming in, Cheryl. We always appreciate that. Let's see. Hello, Queen T. Love you. That must be my other friend's chat name. Okay, me too. For almost 50 years. Anyway, let me check this right quick. Now, hang on a second, guys. All right, now. All right, they still have not come back yet. So then this little timeline comes back down and it says, listen to this. We have a master timeline and then you have a background. Lindsay Marie Musgrove. Okay, hang on, baby. Lindsay Marie Musgrove, born in 1990. She grew up in Wallingford, Connecticut. Her parents are Mike Musgrove, and Paul Musgrove. Friends and neighbors who knew Lindsay grew up having described her as friendly, energetic, kind, and respectful. Well, let me see what Sprinkled Donuts having to say. The first thing she did in the hospital was ask for a lawyer. She never asked about her baby. See, I found that to be very damning. And, she borrowed that doctor's phone, and that we're going to hear about that testimony when the defense starts because he's actually a defense witness. And we're going to hear about that. And I can't wait to hear about it because I am really concerned about her using that phone and not talking about the baby. She only talked about herself once again. Now, who told her to say she was in a psychosis? Who told her to say hallucinations? Who told her to say she heard voices, right? Because you can look up anything you want on the internet, but does that mean you have that? Absolutely not. It does not. Let me fix this real quick. All right. Pam says, my kitten is only I bet that's the cutest little baby. You need to send us pictures of your little kittens. We all need to send pictures in to my email of our babies, our animals, so I can make a little video with everybody's animals in there. That would be so cute. I love doing that. I love animals. I've always loved animals. So yeah, they are so cute at that age. Anyway, let's get back to our timeline and let me check this. It's going to be very, very good testimony today, guys. Get ready. It's going to be fast and furious. And Stompy's going to start screaming and carrying on. He is. All right, here, let me get this over here. I don't want to miss anything. Okay, let me see. Okay, yeah. How do I get back into live? No, I just gave it to her. Can't get back. Yes, you can. Look, here's how you get back into live chat. If you think you lost it, go back to the link that I sent you, sign back in through the link, and then you'll be right there at the chat. It's okay. All right. All right, good. Kristen, okay, so I guess, all right, good. Let me see if I can see. Now, you might be on there's two streams going. One is a vertical and one is a horizontal. And the reason why we do that is because on the horizontal, it comes from your phone, your mobile devices. And the vertical. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, so cute. Oh, good. Thank you, Pam. All right. So I am not seeing Queen T in here, so I don't know why. Let me see if I can find her. Okay, let me tell her to reach out once again. People, they think they're losing chat, but they're not really losing chat. You are there. Okay, what is this? I bet you. Yeah. Okay, please come out and come in and chat during our. Okay, okay. I can't right now. I can't help you with that. Hang on a minute, guys. Let me get back over here where we were. All right, good. Now, all right. Whoops. Let me get back over here. We were and get her started because y'all need. I can't. Here's the thing, guys. Let me let my friends know this. Okay, come on. I can't read. I can't go out and read messages from YouTube like that while it's live because I'm coming through StreamYard. StreamYard is a streaming service, so that's why I'm not chatting back with you through there. Anyway, here we go. Let's see if it's going. You got to come into live chat and speak to me. All right, there. They have not started back yet. Now, let's get back to our timeline over here that we're reading. I'm just trying to reach out and help people because some of my friends are not used to chatting and they don't understand it. Anyway, so here we go. So we're talking about she participated in gymnastics when she was younger. Her parents have continued supporting her and have attended the criminal proceedings. Now, during the 2026 trial, her parents have been staying in Massachusetts to be near her. This is Lindsay's education. Okay. This is Lindsay's education. Okay. Okay, here's the thing, girls. Let me straighten these other two. Hang on a minute, guys. Hang on. Guys, you have to be in the live chat over here. Go to the live show. You have to be over there to chat. I can't read all that. Okay. People are not seeing your chat. So I cannot, if you know, then come back in here so everybody can read it because we'd like to be able to talk with you guys. But we cannot see the chat that you're doing right now because it's showing up someplace else. You're on community tab. You're not really in our live because I'm not seeing you, right? Just letting you know that I can't. All right. All right. I can't. All right. Let's go. I don't understand. Okay. Let's go. Go back to our messages and see if they're ready to start back. No, you're not lost. Oh my God. I can't help you with that. All right, hang on. All right, here we go. Come on, let's go. We're ready to go to trial. Now, let me finish reading this. All right. Hang on. Let me let them know this. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. I need to answer something. No. Okay, here we go. Now, let's finish reading this right quick while we wait. Then she was a member of the National Honor Society. She attended Quinnipiac University. She participated in competitive cheerleading. Of course she did, There you go. She made the dean's list and she graduated in 2012 with a bachelor's degree in biology. She later attended the MGH Institute of Health Professionals and she completed her nursing education and became a registered nurse. This is her career. Now, Lindsay worked in healthcare. She became a labor and delivery registered nurse at the Massachusetts Hospital. Her professional work included caring for pregnant and postpartum. Okay, listen, she knows what postpartum is. She worked with these people. She worked in labor and delivery. She saw these ladies, right? But here we go. Then she meets Patrick because Susan, or Sue, which is Patrick's mother, worked at the same hospital. That's how her and Patrick met right there. Let me see if they've come back yet. Hang on a minute. Yeah, they've not started back yet. Okay, good. Let's see. He studied business. I don't want to talk about him. They began dating in 2015. Lindsay and Patrick moved in together and they lived in Quincy. Subsequently, they bought a home in Weymouth and Lindsay and Patrick married in 2016. 2017, Cora was born. Yeah. Patrick testified that Lindsay experienced anxiety surrounding her return to work following maternity leave. So let's talk about that. Number one, Cora. She has Cora, and immediately when it's time to go back to work, she's starting to struggle. 2019, she has Dawson. Dawson Clancy was born September. Now, Patrick testified again that she experienced anxiety surrounding her return to work after maternity leave. That's with Dawson. That's number 2. Patrick began working for Microsoft in 2020. Now, May of 2022, Callan was born. Now, Patrick testifies that Lindsay's anxiety after Callan's birth eventually became more serious than what they had observed after the births of Cora and Dawson. Lindsay planned to return to nursing for approximately 2 shifts per week, but ultimately did not return. Patrick described the difficulty of managing these young children with different schedules. Now, summer, fall comes along, they have childcare. Cora and Dawson attend the preschool or daycare. By fall of 2022, they were attending approximately 4 days out of the week. Let's get this straight. 4 days out of the week, Cora and Dawson are actually going to preschool during the day or, daycare during the day. So she only has the baby at the home. Then, listen to this. Then the family hires a nanny in August or September. The initial plan was for approximately 12 hours of nanny or care per week. Now, Patrick testified that the nanny was supposed to assist with all of these 3 children, but primarily Callan. She can't take care of one damn child. I am so confused by her ridiculousness. Whoops, get rid of that. Hang on. Here we go. Hang on a second, guys. Let me make sure we don't miss anything. All right, now they haven't started back yet. All right, they're still on break. So she has never been able to take care of one child by her damn self. Is that what you're telling me? That is so ridiculous. So then here's what happened. She gets this, they get rid of the nanny then because it's, she was only supposed to be there 12 hours a week, but it turned into something completely else. And then in September, she starts taking Zoloft again. Now remember, in 2012, she took Zoloft with no side effects at all. Now, during a walk, Lindsay and Patrick decided they could not afford that she would take the Zoloft and that they had to get rid of the nanny. Now, Patrick testified that she later learned she had already had the prescription at that time. So Patrick did not realize that she had the Zoloft before. This is groundbreaking. This is new. Patrick testified he later learned she had already had that prescription at the time. He did not know that she had taken Zoloft while she was in nursing school. Okay. Lindsay subsequently told Patrick that Zoloft was interfering with her sleep. Now, how was Zoloft interfering with her sleep when she was already having problems sleeping? That's all we've heard is sleep out of her. So I don't believe Zoloft was interfering with anything myself. I don't know how y'all feel about that. Come on, man. Let's get back to trial. Let's go back over here. So that's new information. The insomnia became increasingly significant. She began seeing a psychiatrist, Dr. Jennifer Tufts. Now, Zoloft, we're just going to call it Zoloft, was prescribed. Her Zoloft dosage was increased. Lindsay subsequently reported feeling worse after the increase. I don't believe it, guys. I don't believe it. Yeah. Damn, I'm dying of cancer if I believe the internet. I know, Sprinkle. I know. Ain't that right? Oh, my God. Thank you. My God. Then the next thing that happens is Tufts records the indicators of worsening anxiety, insomnia, and depression after the dosage increase. Tufts instructed Lindsay to stop the Zoloft and continue trying other medications. So then it was Ativan was prescribed for the anxiety. See, I think really what's happening here is the whole time is she was having some kind of panic attacks, which is not a psychosis, because she was having to take care of these children all by herself, right? She didn't have somebody over there to direct or tell them how to help her take care of these kids. So, maybe I think that's what it was. I don't think it was something else. Sprinkle says, I just read Patrick is paying for her defense. Wonder if that's true. I don't believe Patrick is. I don't believe he's paying for her defense. I don't think so. Let's look that up. We'll take a look at that. Hang on a minute. Let's see. Who is paying for her defense? Let me see. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a look at that while we wait. Who is paying for Lindsay's defense? Okay. Lindsay Clancy's parents have been funding her defense, though her attorney has noted that she may also use financial help or authorized funds from the court's expert fees. So we've got the parents supporting her. The husband's GoFundMe, the official GoFundMe fundraiser set up for her husband, Patrick, has not been used for Clancy's legal defense. That money is designated for Patrick's medical bills, funeral services, and his own legal help. A judge has authorized unlimited public funds, such as $17,500, to cover expert witness fees for the defense. So there is the answer on the case. Now we can go over here to, this is from the Boston.com. Husband's GoFundMe not being used for Lindsay Clancy's defense, lawyer says. So her lawyer is telling us, no, that money is not being used for her defense. Okay, come on, let's go to court, people. Yeah, all right. So let's go ahead and read what Boston.com has to say about this. And this is from May. Okay. Not 1 cent of the funding for Lindsay Clancy's legal defense has come from the GoFundMe page that raised more than $1 million for her husband. So her husband gets over $1 million. Her parents are collecting $2 million, but they've collected $700,000 so far. Off the death of 3 children. What the God dang hell is going on here? Why are people coming up in this world off the backs of 3 dead children? Because that's the way I see it. None of these people had that kind of money before these babies died. Now I'm getting pissed off. I know you can tell because I'm getting a little bit loud. I'm sorry. But I don't understand this, and it makes me so mad when I see this shit happen. You get, something happens in the family, there's a GoFundMe. Just like Nolan Wells. Look at Nolan Wells. His parents have a $1 million GoFundMe. For what? What for? Nolan Wells passed away from a drowning. They went out and started a bunch of garbage before they even ever got an official report of what happened. The autopsy was not complete. They did not have the toxicology back, and that has still never been released to the public. But what did they do? They ran out and got a GoFundMe. They ran out and got Al Sharpton involved. They ran out and got some rage baiting going on with racism. It's always something, it's some agitation that happens in this. And now we have 3 people over here with $3 million going to happen off the backs of these babies. It makes me sick. Be right back. Okay, Leslie, that's fine. It makes me sick to watch that. Oh my God. But I guess you have people that feel sorry for them. You feeling sorry for somebody who who she chose to go do what she did. I don't think there's no amount of voices in my head that could ever make me take the life of anything. I don't even want to kill a scorpion that's on my floor, right? I don't. Look at the Rusnecks and oh yeah, how much money have they made? You're right, Sprinkle Donut. How much money have they made? It's like something happens and all of a sudden the whole world is supposed to support these people. I mean, if they were using the money to fund a charity, okay, I'm cool with that. But when you're using the money to support yourself, you're going out and buying a home you could never afford until you got this money. I don't support that at all. And we've seen that happen as well. Look what happened with Gannon Stouch, right? Remember little Gannon Stouch's case? Hey, Cheryl, we're good to see you. You're right there, Cheryl. You're fine. Do not get out. You're fine. We can see you right now. Okay, you're perfect. Got it. But look at Gannon Stouch's case. So the GoFundMe happens. The money starts pouring in. What does she do? His mother goes and buys a condo with the money. She could have never afforded to buy a house, but she got the money from the GoFundMe off of his death, and she bought a place to live. Okay, she bought a place to live. That's fine. But the thing is, she came up off the death of her child, and that's where I have the problem. If you are getting money donated to you to help you bury your child, or you have to hire an attorney because you're getting something happens to you, but you're not the reason why. Like you didn't cause the death of your child. Okay, that's different. But when you cause the death of your child, no, you don't need a GoFundMe. Absolutely not. Here we go. Like Gabby Petito's family, they started the programs for debate. Yes, I agree 100% with what they did. I actually did. Yes, they did the right thing. They absolutely did the right thing. Let's see if they're coming back yet. Come on, it's time to go. I mean, I guess everybody had to take a potty break. I don't know. But yeah, I'm fine with that. But all this other stuff, I'm not fine with. I'm just not fine. Look at Carmelo Anthony's family. Look what they did. They started a GoFundMe, started getting a bunch of money in there. What did they do? They moved to, yes, they rented the house, but they moved to a neighborhood they could not afford prior. They moved up in the world off the death of their son. Why? Why do people do that? I just disagree with it 100%. Okay, come on. How long has it been, guys? Do you think that Oh my gosh, come on, come on. Let's go to court. I really want the state to rest because I'm ready to hear the prosecution side. I'm ready to hear them start telling us what the damn excuse was for her behavior. Okay, so I'm going to go back and finish reading this. So, not 1 cent of that money is being paid toward her defense. Accused of killing her 3 young children in January, the Duxbury woman is now in the care of the State Department of Mental Health at Tewksbury Hospital, which is where she wants to remain. Now, attorney Kevin J. Reddington said this in an interview. Clancy, 32, allegedly strangled. Well, we know she did it. Okay, let's see. I don't want to read that right there. She will be forever. It says something about she suffered a severe spinal cord injury in this fall and remains paralyzed from the waist down. Reddington has confirmed, and she will be forever, he told the Globe, citing medical records and discussions with doctors. Now, during Clancy's arraignment, this was way back in February of 23, I believe, it described her client's worsening mental state in the months following the birth of her youngest child.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
Shh, quiet in the court.
Yeah. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
All right. Yeah.
There we go. Come on, let's go. Stumpy.
All rise, please. You're entering.
Ready. Oh, look at her. She's lost a lot of weight. You can see it. But I guess when you're paralyzed, terrible of me, right?
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Reddy?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Whiffen, just a couple of things. One of the takeaways or question that I had is that you were talking about, in reference to the Apple Health data, I'm going to say that there's an issue as to the accuracy or reliability of the Apple Health data. You've actually done research on that.
I've done research on it, yes.
Okay, and one of the things that you did is about a year ago, June 28th of 2025, you did a blog article on Apple Health accuracy and reliability, and it talked about using a pitch, which I think is, you guys refer to like a football field.
It was a rugby field, but yes.
And then you had somebody put the watch in their right pocket, somebody with the left pocket, and then someone else held it in their hand, you measured it, and things of that nature, right?
Correct, it was 3 phones.
Some of the things were off a little bit, but basically you put that in your report and you were able to draw your conclusion as to the accuracy and reliability, as you say, of the Apple Health data, right?
Correct.
Now, if someone is wearing an Apple Watch, is that what heart rate?
As the heart rate is on the watch, yes.
It is on the watch,
yes.
Okay. And the steps that the person takes, things of that nature, the movement, is that on the phone or would that be on the watch?
That's on both the watch and the phone.
Okay. Now, if you have an Apple Watch and you test it or you examine it, would you be able to determine what information was actually recorded by the watch while the person was wearing it?
Yes, the information that's recorded within the Apple Health database does specify whether the information comes from the watch, the phone, or from a different device.
Okay. And in this case, if I understand correctly, the Apple Watch stopped recording data is it 5:23?
It was around that time.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to give you your report. Feel free to just refresh your memory or look at it or whatever helps you out.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. I just want to get the times down. I think you indicated that the watch stopped recording information at 5:23 p.m.
Yes, the last heart rate was 5:23:52.
52, okay. 5:23, 52 seconds. And then I believe the phone and watch stopped recording at 5:38, was it?
The last usage of the, let me double check this. I believe the last usage of the phone to record flight climb data was at 5:38, yes.
All right, and after 5:38, it's pretty much blackout. There's no further information or recording, right?
Yes, not until like the phone was seized by police, I believe.
By the police.
There's other activity, but appeared to be after the incident.
So the further activity would have been the following morning on the 25th of January, say around 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning?
I ended my analysis on the 24th.
Okay. Well, so 5:23 p.m., the watch stopped recording information. 5:38 p.m., both the watch and the phone stopped recording any information until the police picked up the phone apparently the following day, right?
Again, there would have been activity later on, but it wasn't usage, it wasn't health data. It would have been things like incoming calls, if
Okay,
there
so
were any.
when you went through the stair climbing and talked about the steps that were taken, the distance that was taken, that stopped at 5:38 p.m., right?
Correct.
Now, you don't know, when I say you, I mean as a witness, but also the police, whoever was wearing the watch, for example, if Lindsay's wearing the watch or carrying the phone after 5:38, you don't know what was happening at 5:39.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening at 5:40, 5:45, right?
Correct.
Right up till 5:58, 6 o'clock p.m., right?
Purely the data on the device.
So it could have been, the phone could have been put down, the watch could have been put down, battery died, whatever those issues could be, and the person would still be going on the stairs, going up the stairs, going in the backyard, doing push-ups, whatever.
Correct.
You just don't know, right?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things, you're familiar with the concept of location data, right?
Correct.
And location data, one of the things you looked at or you're aware of would be from Lindsay's phone on August 23rd of 2022. Is that correct?
Apologies, August 23rd, 2022?
Yeah.
I didn't go back
Okay.
anywhere near that date.
You have tested and written blogs, though, on location information, right?
Correct.
You actually testified in the case of Commonwealth versus Victor Arrington in Suffolk Superior Court in Boston in support of the accuracy of this particular artifact or information, right?
Correct.
You're a true believer that the phone does, in fact, record accurately significant locations on the iPhone, right?
It certainly can, yes.
All right. And are you aware, or if I was to approach you in your expertise, it's just a doctor. That's all. You were talking earlier about latitude, longitude, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Okay. So just to, you're familiar with, for example, significant location visits on Lindsay's phone, August 23rd, 2022 at 9:34. Do you know what that says or what that means?
The created time?
Yeah.
Of 9:34. That'd be when the device decided that the device had visited this location enough to consider it a visit.
Okay. Do you know what that location is? If I suggest to you it's a doctor's office, would you be aware of that?
I don't recognize it from the coordinates.
Okay.
Ooh. Okay, Cheryl. Okay.
This here you're familiar with too as well, right? The geodata with the latitude and the longitude?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the fact that you can take the metadata off of the information on the cell phone, one of which would be latitude and longitude. You'd be able to determine, for example, that this would be the Lindsay Clancy home, correct?
Yes, correct.
You've seen this before, right?
It rings a bell, yes.
Okay. I'd offer this.
Any objection?
No objections.
Okay, that may be admitted.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Now, you have your report in front of you, right?
Yes.
And that's captioned Digital Forensic Report, and it's in evidence, so the jurors are going to be able to review it in its entirety, right?
Yes.
If I could direct your attention to page 11, I believe. Yeah, page 11. Okay.
Yes.
And just so the jurors are able to acclimate themselves to it, that would be this item here that you went through with the district attorney, right? As far as the searches, Google searches.
I have a different page.
Different page?
That looks like this page 12.
Oh, okay. Well, let me approach you with what is your digital forensic report. Report number 1?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Is this the same?
So this is a revision.
A revision?
The revision submitted a jury that just had a different record highlighted.
Yeah, okay, so basically there's no big deal difference, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we can go by, you have the revised and I have. Can you look at January 10th on the Google search, for example?
I can.
You have it?
Yes, sir.
So looking at January 10th of 2023, just read along with me, and the jurors again would be able to look at this in the jury room. Prescription information at it says 14:55. What does that mean? 12:14 in the morning?
12:14 a.m.
All right. Then 19:11, which would be at 7:11 in the morning.
7:11 p.m.
Oh, p.m. Okay. Trazodone and Benadryl goes on about an hour later. Trazodone headache, Google search goes on. Trazodone and ibuprofen goes on. Trazodone and Tylenol goes on to 20:32, which would be 8:32 p.m. Trazodone and Tylenol interactions, right?
Correct.
Fair to say that these are things that Lindsay Googled on her cell phone. That's what this document refers to, right?
Somebody used the cell phone to Google it, yes.
Oh, you don't know who was actually using it, but this is
Exactly.
Lindsay's cell phone.
Yes.
You're aware of that. If we jump ahead, looking at all of these various Google searches, follow with me on, let's say, randomly, let's say, page 13, 1948, which would be 17:48 p.m., I guess. You with me on that?
Yes, 1948.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
How quickly does Wellbutrin work for depression? That's what was Googled, right?
Correct.
Followed by Lamictal for depression, Elavil for depression, how to tell if you're sleep deprived, ketamine for suicidal ideation, right?
Correct.
These are all searches that were done on Lindsay's cell phone on that particular date, chronologically would have been the 12th of January, right?
Correct.
Now, without boring everybody, it goes on and on and on with searches along those lines, suicidal ideation, drugs, trazodone, mixtures, things of that nature, right?
It does.
Page 17, if you have it, would be the Apple Note counsel asked you about.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I suggest to you, sir, that this is the Apple Note, I believe a previous witness may have read this to the jury, so they will have this in the room to read. But basically, this is the note that says, I was the healthiest, happiest mom. I worked out every morning, meditated, took care of myself, and basically my life has turned to crap, right?
Correct.
So what was modified in this? If you know, council asked if there was modifications and things of that nature, and I'm just asking if you know what was modified in it.
Exactly at the moment, I don't have all of that in front of me. It's possible to see snippets going back over time. I do recall on the 22nd of December when this was created, it started with the same sentence.
Yep.
And there was a few essentially spell check or spelling differences as time went on. But as much as you can recover from the earlier version of the note, the snippet is essentially 2 sentences, basically, and the rest of it is it's essentially the same note.
Okay, thank you, sir. Going forward onto page 18, page 19, and 20, would you agree with me that, well, actually, in 21, they basically contain photographs that were sent Lindsay's phone to, looks like Patrick's phone. Would you agree with that?
Let's write this down.
I believe the first few pages are sent Mommy.
Okay. And this basically is the, there we go. This is the snowman in the backyard being made, right?
Correct.
And then Lindsay's phone is sending the blue.
Yes, the blue messages are outgoing.
The response?
Yes.
And can you tell me what the response is?
The one on screen at the moment is the response sent from Mommy to Lindsay's phone saying that's a big roll of snow. I was wondering if you got enough for the kids to play in, and it's a pretty nice day too. Gives them something to do on a day without school.
Okay. And then your report then goes on with additional photographs of the snowmen. There's a box of Cheerios apparently. And then there's a photograph of a young boy appearing to be very exuberant with his arms up in the air. And then there's
What has this got to do with anything?
with a picture of a little girl with a mask on, right?
Correct. And this is a conversation with Patrick.
Patrick, okay. So are you able to tell what Patrick said, if anything, when he sent the picture of the little boy with his arms up in the air?
So at the very top of that message above the photograph, it says, got himself dressed. And that would be the message that was sent alongside the photograph.
Okay. And then what was her response?
Initially, it was just the photograph.
Did she respond any further in your report or your research?
Sorry?
Did you see any response in your research of the phone?
I don't remember seeing any response.
All right. Can you look at page 22?
Yes.
Okay. And this would be on January 24th, 2023. And it looks, what time is that? 8:19 in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, so you can even look in your report, this is in the same thread with the little girl making the snowman and the text about, it looks like a nice day, hoping you got snow, things of that nature. And there was a reference by the mother or mommy to get the hot chocolate ready, things of that nature, right?
The message at 8:19 a.m. that says cutie was sent by Patrick in a different thread to the snowman photographs.
Okay, but I'm asking you about the one that's underneath the snowman.
Right.
And the mummy text, the last commentary is get the hot chocolate ready.
Oh, yes, that's the one. From...
And that's from the mother, apparently, right?
Correct.
But someone that is in the phone as mummy, right?
And that was at 11:33 a.m.
Now, if you look on page 22, we can get to what you were talking about. It looks like January 24th at 8:19 in the morning, cell phone number 781-375-8564. And what does that say? And that, so just tell us, so is that Patrick's phone?
Yes, that would be the phone stored as Patrick sending a message to Lindsay's phone.
And how did Lindsay respond, or how did her phone respond?
It appears that Lindsay reacted to an image with the love emoji.
Like a little heart thing?
Yes.
And then what did Patrick say?
Patrick asked, how's it going?
What did she say?
Good.
And then did she say anything further?
Yet she also responded, okay, her urine looked good, so nothing going wrong with her kidneys. A few.
So she indicates that her urine looked good, nothing going on with her kidneys, and then phew, like whew, something like that, right?
That's how I read this.
PHEW?
Yeah. Yes.
And then he said good, right?
Yes.
And then as you go forward, there's more pictures of the kids with the snowman, making the snowman. Patrick then says to her at 11, looks like 11:29, am I reading that right, in the morning?
11:29.
What does he say to her?
You're a good mama.
And does she respond?
She runs with an emoji, which is the face covered in hearts.
The face with the hearts? And then they go back and forth with each other up until getting the menu and asking what you want for takeout and things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Page 25, just in case you were looking. All right. Can you look at page 28 for me? And page 29, I can hold them up. They basically are just a continuation of photographs, little thumbnails of the kids doing snowman and sitting in the doctor's office, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that you did is that you actually performed a comprehensive search. Is that a full focus extraction? Is that what you call it?
Full file system extraction.
Okay. And you did that for the phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy, right?
Correct.
That would be what you refer to as your appendix?
The appendix 1 of the Lindsay Clancy phone is 1,300 and some web search visits.
So I'm going to hand you what says report number 1, iPhone belonging to Lindsay Clancy, and ask if you recognize that.
Yes, this appears to be the just the web history from Lindsay's phone.
Okay, so that's pretty much if anybody cares to look at it, that's the entire web history, right?
Correct.
All right, now this, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
268.
Then,
Okay.
Mr. Whiffen, you also have report number 4, which would be the digital report for Patrick Clancy's computer. Is that all right, Your Honor?
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted as well.
269.
All right, thank you.
And finally, report number 5 says Surface Pro laptop belonging to Patrick Clancy.
Yes.
So this would be your search of his laptop as well, correct?
Correct.
What off of this?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
Okay, what's the point? This was already in evidence from the prosecutor.
Approaching you with an item, sir, I'm just going to.
Damn.
Well, I'm just going to ask it. I'm not going to. No problem. This says extraction report, Apple iPhone. Recognize that?
Yes, I didn't create it, but I recognize the report.
Okay, so that is a Celebrate report of the extraction of Lindsay's phone, correct? Yeah, you can look at whatever you want, yeah, of course.
Yes, this is a report generated by Physical Analyzer, a Celebrate tool of the device.
Okay. Now, if you look at the report, for example, just randomly on page, let's say, 9, bottom line, it says web history. I just grabbed that random. January 24th, 23, correct?
Yes.
And then you go to the right, and it says Lindsay's iPhone mobile library.
Yes.
Okay. And then it has the time that it was recorded, right?
Yes.
And what time would that be on that date, which is January 24th?
It would be 9:35 time in the morning.
So if you jump ahead to January 25, 2023, let's say, is that 7 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And that says What is it measuring at 7 o'clock in the morning on January 25?
So this is for the hour of health data. So it's been aggregated and it shows that between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. There was 47 meters traveled.
Okay. And then it goes on and it talks about, again, 7 o'clock in some seconds, it talks about 134 distance traveled.
Yes.
Okay. And, for example, January 25 at 8 o'clock in the morning, it talks about distance traveled, steps counted, and distance would be 47 meters or feet?
Meters.
Okay. So is that information that is coming off the cell phone, the Apple Watch, or what?
That's coming from the watch and the phone and being displayed as one amount of information.
It's coming from the watch, right?
The way that the data is presented there, it's coming from the watch or the phone.
Okay. And the data is coming from Celebrate, right?
Correct.
Celebrate is God's gift to cell phone searches, right?
I like to think so.
I mean, you work for them, and you're also a guy that created all of this stuff, pretty much, right?
I've created some other tools, yes.
If I tell you, sir, that January 25 at 8 o'clock in the morning, Lindsay Clancy was in a coma, laying in a bed with tubes coming out of her body, and certainly not wearing her Apple Watch. How did that happen?
Based purely on the report there, I'd suggest the data came from the phone rather than the watch.
I just told you about the watch. Did you ever look at the watch?
No, we can't actually pull data directly from the watch. We pull it from the phone.
How do you look at a watch?
We extract the data from the phone, which is synchronized to from the watch to the phone.
Okay, so I'm handing you, is that an Apple Watch?
Yeah, it appears to be, yes.
Okay. And if I suggest to you that this was found a number of days later in Lindsay's bedroom in a drawer that the police never seized, have you ever seen this before?
I've never seen this before, no.
How long have you been working on this case for the government?
I started looking at this case in November last year.
Okay, thank you. That's all we have, Judge.
All right, redirect.
Thank you. Sir, from the documents that defense counsel just showed you, the activity on January 25th, was it your testimony that it could have been from the watch or the phone?
It could have been either device.
But what he showed you, did that have enough data on it to tell you specifically whether it was from the watch or the phone?
No, I'd need to take a look at the database itself and see where that information came from.
And you were saying that you cannot pull data from the watch itself, is that correct?
Correct. We don't extract the memory from the watch itself. We extract data from the phone, which is synchronized to the watch. So we ultimately get the watch data from the phone.
And why is it that you don't pull it from the watch itself?
Apple's proprietary connections, the encryption that they use on the device complicates extraction. And essentially, considering we get everything from the watch via the phone, it's just additional work required to pull data from the watch, which would just be a duplicate of what we already have.
And you said that the watch syncs itself to the phone, relaying all data that it's collecting to the phone, correct?
Correct.
And Lindsay's watch was synced to Lindsay's phone, correct?
It was.
And if you were able to look at the data from the dates defense counsel mentioned from the extraction itself, you would be able to tell whether the January 25th data was coming from the watch or the phone, correct?
I would, yes.
But you can't from what he showed you, correct?
From the printout, no. I need the actual data.
And if on January 25th, the police have the phone, and they're bringing it to an evidence room, and then they're bringing it to storage room, is that going to show steps and distance traveled?
Yeah, whenever the device is turned on, or whenever the phone is turned on, it will consistently record steps walked regardless of who's carrying it. It will consistently record flights climbed regardless of who's carrying it. And
so if the watch is turned off in a drawer somewhere, the phone would be what's relaying, or not relaying, but the phone would be what's recording distance traveled and the steps taken, not the watch, correct?
That's the presumption, yeah. If the watch is turned off, it's not doing anything, any data would be from the phone.
And earlier, Defense Counsel just put in some exhibits of your indexes for all the data that you looked at for the phone and the computers, correct?
Correct.
And those indexes, do they contain everything that was on the phone and everything that was on each computer that could be pulled from the phone or the computer?
No, they were focused reports or focused searches. So for my reports, they were focused to essentially the internet history on those devices. The large Cellbrite report, again, I don't know who created that. I don't know what options were selected by that user. There was data on the device which is not covered in that report by virtue of that's how decoding works.
And on the Defense Counsel asked you about the flights climbed and how the last reading was at 5:38 p.m., correct?
Correct.
The last incoming phone call that you registered on your charts was the 6:09 p.m. phone call from Patrick to Lindsay that she did not answer, correct?
Correct.
From 5:38 p.m. to 6:09 p.m., were there any other flights climbed showing from either the watch or the phone?
Don't believe there was, no.
And Your Honor, we'd move to submit the full extraction as the next exhibit. It's being copied now, so we just put a disc envelope in its place.
Yeah, no objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
If I may, Your Honor. So you make reference to 5:38 for her question that there's no flights climbed, recorded, or anything up until 6 o'clock, right? You just answered that question.
Correct.
That's because the phone was either dead, off. We already went through that. She could have been walking all over the house, yard, anywhere.
Yeah, the phone did not detect anything. I don't know why the phone didn't detect anything, whether it was.
So your answer is you don't know what, I don't mean to be rude. Your answer is you don't know why, right?
Exactly. I don't know why it wouldn't record.
And you did not report at all on the steps and distances, did you?
I didn't know.
Okay, thank you.
Anything on that, Como?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You may sit down. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm glad his testimony is over because I don't know if we learned anything new or different from his testimony, guys.
Commonwealth rest.
Oh, Commonwealth rest. Okay.
Some exhibits. I'm sick. I believe they're by agreement,
Yeah, they were by agreement.
All right,
and then we would rest.
all right.
We have the Tewksbury Hospital records, 2 discs.
Okay.
272A, B. Mass General Institute Health Professions transcript.
It's going to get good.
Quinnipiac transcript.
What was that?
Quinnipiac transcript. 74. And then employment records from Mass General Hospital. 275. We rest.
All right, and with that, the Commonwealth rests? All right. All right, so members of the jury, as you heard from Attorney Sprague, the Commonwealth has rested. All right, so at this point, I've got to address some matters with the attorneys. So I'm going to, another one of those stops. We're going to take a stop at this point, have you go back to the jury room, we'll address a few things with the attorneys, then we'll bring you right back in. Okay?
All right, please.
Do you guys think that she thinks that she's just going to go to the hospital? Do you think that she thinks that she's got this all wrapped up? They're never going to send her to prison, really? I wonder if that's what she thinks. She's not getting any Botox, is she? Just joking. I know it's not funny, but.
This court's in session. Please be seated.
Okay, let's hear
Before
it.
we do the motion for required finding, is this a good time to take the morning break?
Do you want to take
Uh,
a short break?
Looking something up, that's what I
All right.
apologize.
So the court will be in a short recess, and we'll come back without the jury. We'll address the motion, then we'll kind of go through. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise.
yes, she does do a great job of looking pathetic. Thank you, Sprinkle Donut. So I am just wondering myself. Well, I mean, they're going to take a little morning. They've already had a morning break. Well, I don't know, whatever. They're taking this little break, and he's got to go look something up because he needs to finish fighting for some motion that he's trying to file. I didn't quite catch what it was, but she does look very pathetic, and that's on purpose. You know it is. In fact, remember, the defense wanted her to arrive to the courtroom every day in an ambulance, and it was all for sympathy. All of it's for sympathy. She probably thinks she's going to get out of all of this. Well, I mean, the thing is, even if she gets sent over to the mental hospital, she gets to stay in the mental hospital where she's at. Once that they find that she's sane, she can be released back out. I mean, that's it. There's no time limit that's set for somebody that to be in a mental institution if they're found insane, because that means they're not legally competent to be tried. I mean, they're not legally competent, right? So I don't. Oh my God! I just hope they don't. I hope that oh God, I hope the jury does not believe the patheticness that they're putting out there. I hope they can see the truth about what really happened here. I just know they're smarter than that. Let me look up something right quick because I want to know. Oh, okay. The case that he was talking about as far as the Cellbrite goes was Victor Arrington. Now, this was a very interesting case. It was a home invasion, a murder, and then a retrial, and the cell phone location evidence and major appellate fight over this digital evidence. So the digital evidence is what placed the person in the home, and that's how he was found guilty the first time. So he's had 3 trials now. Victor Arrington has had 3 trials. The first he was found guilty. He got a retrial. He got a mistrial in 2024. Whoops, hang on a minute. In 2026, he was convicted of first-degree murder. And then on June 30th of 2026, he was sentenced to life with parole plus 45 years. So the first trial was a mistrial. So what happened was March 31st, 2015, Arrington and 2 other men allegedly entered a Dorchester home intending to rob and assault someone. Prosecutors said they entered the wrong apartment. Robert Long, 37, was killed, and Long's fiancee was shot in the head but survived. Their infant was reportedly present. So how about that? So they fight about this Cellbrite stuff a lot. Here we go. Andrea Yates could have been released years ago. It was her decision to stay hospitalized. She knows that she's safe and she's comfortable there, right? But that's what I want to look up is how long. Let's look and see. Let's see what it says. All right, let's go ahead and read what it says right here. The question is, how long would Lindsay Clancy be in a mental hospital if found insane? If Lindsay Clancy was found not guilty by reason of insanity in Massachusetts, she would not simply walk out of court. She would most likely be committed to a secure psychiatric facility, and the commitment could potentially last for the rest of her life. Initial observation after the NGR finding, the court can order a hospitalization for up to 40 days for observation examination. Now, initial commitment during that period, authorities can petition for a longer commitment. A longer commitment can then be extended to 1-year periods, with the court determining whether the continued hospitalization is justified. The automatic release date, there isn't a rule. For example, 10 years in the psychiatric hospital and then you're free. Release depends on whether she continued to meet the legal requirements for confinement. Massachusetts law specifically treats people found not guilty because of insanity differently from ordinary psychiatric patients when it comes to unauthorized absence, reflecting the possibility of long-term confinement. So for her case, let's see. So It's important to note that NGRI is different from being found incompetent to stand trial. Her case is currently about whether she was criminally responsible at the time of the killings, not simply whether she's mentally competent. Current reporting confirms that her defense is arguing postpartum psychosis. We know that. Let's see. No. Okay, so there's really no set time. So the first 40 days for sure. And then they can go in and discuss by year. I mean, why can't they keep her there for the rest of her life? That's what I want to know. She killed 3 children. She said she did it. Here's another question I have. Y'all hear me out while I ask this question because I don't really know the answer. But how can you say you did it? How can you say you did it, but you're insane? I mean, you would think an insane person would not know they did it. Think about that. If you're in a psychosis, would you know you did it? And how would you know to call 911? I don't understand some of this. It's really ridiculous. It really is. So let me look this up. Okay, Jack, and Trick are going to make a little noise. Sorry about that, guys. So let's look at psychosis. All right. Do you know? Let's see. Trick is really getting upset at Jack. All right. Shh. Cut that out. Okay. Psychosis. Do you know if you kill someone? Well, let's read and see. Yes, someone experiencing psychosis can know that they killed someone, but they can also generally not understand what they did or believe that what they did was something completely different. Psychosis does not automatically mean erase of memory or awareness. It is primarily a disturbance in a person's ability to perceive reality, think rationally, or interpret what is happening. See, how does that make sense? If you're in a psychosis, how do you know you need to go upstairs and crush a bunch of benzos and swallow them, then go open the window and crawl out? I mean, just help me understand that right there, because that's exactly what she did. Now, her attorney would like us to believe that she dove out like she was Superman. There's no way that happened because the blood from her wrist was on the shingles outside the window. That can only happen from somebody sliding down, not jumping out like they were Superman. It's ridiculous. What does Sprinkle say? They generally don't know they've done it. She goes, they generally don't know they've done it. That's why they're so upset after the fact. Well, yes, we've heard that too. Yeah. She says if she was truly in a psychosis, she would have been devastated by the fact she killed her children. I've never seen that. No, I have not seen that either. The only thing that we have seen out of her is the fact that they are trying to say, well, she obviously meant to kill herself. She slit her neck, her wrist, and went out the window. Well, she is a registered nurse. She knew the way she cut her wrist would not kill her. She knew that. That is attention grabbing right there. Now, we have heard all kinds of controversy about what was going on between him and her. Was there something they're not telling us? And then we also are hearing, well, did Patrick do it and then blame it on her, but she doesn't know any different because she doesn't remember doing it? No, she remembers doing this. Absolutely, she remembers this. She sure does. So, no, I don't think Patrick, a lot of people go, but the evidence. Well, I don't know, but I don't think Patrick did this. I don't. I think she really did it. But I think it was an attention grabbing thing because I think there was something going on between those two. Could I be wrong? Absolutely, I could be wrong. But it just seems so strange when you go back and listen to, was it day 3 or day 4? They read out of her phone these messages that she wrote to herself, and they read these messages, and she talked about me, and that she felt like she was losing touch with Patrick. Well, how does that happen? Think about that statement right there, and then think about what happened here. Yeah, think about all that, because I really do feel like there's just some part of the story they are not going to tell us, and that was what kind of relationship they were having at that time, right? That's what they're not going to tell us. Let's see what Sprinkle Donut says. Okay, let's read this right quick. Now, this is from, it can happen, but it is not generally the case that someone who commits murder during a psychosis will then try to kill themselves. All right, here we go. A few patterns are important. Suicide attempts can occur after psychosis, after a psychotic homicide, particularly if the person becomes overwhelmed by what happened, feels extreme guilt, or realizes they may be arrested. Well, see, knowing you're going to get arrested and then committing suicide, Um, I don't think that's a psychotic event. That's knowing that you did something wrong, right? Some people experience command hallucinations or persecutory delusions involving both harming others and themselves. Others do not attempt suicide at all. They may flee, surrender, be confused, remain convinced their actions were justified, or be arrested without attempting self harm. The risk can be particularly concerning where severe depression, command hallucinations, substance use, or a history of suicide attempts is also present. So a suicide attempt afterwards isn't evidence by itself that murder was caused by a psychosis, or the absence of suicide attempts doesn't rule psychosis out either. See, that's kind of confusing, isn't it? All right, very good. Thank you. All right, and then let's see. Yeah, what else do we have over here? Okay. Yeah, I can tell you. Okay, friend, I can tell you because you're really not on the live show. You're kind of over there on a different. You're not on the live show, friend. So my good friend Queen Therese or Queen T is like, I'm so confused. I don't know why my comments are not showing up because they're showing up like on my community post area, but they're not really showing up on the screen. So it has something to do with her. She's really not on the live show. Teresa, listen, Queen T, do this. Go out of YouTube and then come back in. Go find my channel and then touch live. When you touch the live, it's going to show you two cars that are the little red car. One is a vertical and one is a horizontal. Okay, so just click on the vertical. I'm sorry, click on the horizontal one. You'll be able to see the difference because the horizontal picture has no black on it. Click onto that, and then you can start chatting with us because we are not seeing your chats. You're right. I'm not seeing that. I don't know any other way to help you because I'm not sitting right next to you to do it for you. Okay. But it's okay. It's okay. All right. So let's see. Let me check and see all messages. Yeah. So, I mean, there's just so many questions about this. I just don't get it. I don't get it at all. No, I don't. Well, I mean, look at Letitia Stout. She tried the same thing. She tried to claim that she was guilty by reason of insanity. So let me ask you a question: if she was because she ended up with life in prison. I know she's getting a new trial, but it's going to result in the same. She's going to get the same sentence. She's not walking out of prison. That's never going to happen. Not Letitia Stouch. Hell no. Now, I know that Letitia Stouch is trying to have the original cell phone information excluded from her second trial. I don't think that's going to work for her. Just like Alex Murdaugh, trying to exclude some of the financials and some of the things that came out in the first trial from the second trial. All the same information is going to be put into the second trial because it is the case. That is the whole case. So that you can't exclude it and put on a case. The only reason why Letitia Stouch is getting a new trial is because the judge made such an error that there is no other way to fix the error other than a new trial. And that is because of the association between one of the jurors and their family member who worked in the same district attorney's office that was prosecuting the case. That was an absolutely ridiculous mistake to make. Everybody knows you cannot allow that to happen. You cannot have a juror like that. So anyway, that's why she's getting a new trial. What do y'all think is going to happen to Alex Murdaugh? You think he's going to get found guilty of killing his wife and his son again? Because I do believe he will. He's never walking out of there. He's not getting off of that. And then they're talking about, testing this stuff under her fingernails. Well, I mean, she might have something under her fingernails from something else that happened that day. Nobody knows if that was from that moment or if that was from something else that happened earlier that day. It's just something under her fingernail. So I don't think that that's going to prove anything about that case. We absolutely know he was there at the kennels when this happened because his son's cell phone picked up his voice. It was absolutely 100% his voice. And the metadata showed that that was him at the kennels. So there you go. Let's see. That video is so damn, it sure is. That is what puts him there. That is what puts him under. There's no way to get around that. That particular evidence I mean, yes, did he have time to go in and wash his hands and all that? Yeah, I believe he did. I don't believe that he realized that cell phone was recording, and that's why he didn't know to, get rid of the cell phone or whatever. I mean, I don't think he realized that's the stupidest mistake that he could have made. But apparently he did go clean up, because remember, the house cleaner says, and I picked up clothes out of the bathroom, blah, 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 blah. Right? So, yeah, he's going to get found guilty again. Letitia Stouch is going to end up back in prison again. Nobody's getting out. No, none of these people are getting out that got new trials. The only one that I would be concerned about getting out is Adam Montgomery, and I'll tell you why. Because the only person that puts him responsible for taking the life of Harmony is his ex-wife. That is the only person that can say anything about what happened to that child. Nobody else saw anything else. Now, the child is just missing, right? They've never recovered her body, and they never will, because that son of a bitch is never going to be a decent human being and let that child have a proper burial. You know, that's never going to happen, because he's a piece of shit, right? I get so tired of seeing these people kill these babies. It makes me so damn mad. I do too. He's guilty. Yeah, Leslie, he's guilty as hell. You know, I'm just worried about the Adam Montgomery one. Let's talk about the Petersons. Now, I'm going to do a live about Lacey Peterson and Scott Peterson's case this week, because the appeal has happened. They've had their oral arguments. Now they're just waiting on the court to make their decision as to whether anything from the oral arguments proved that he deserved a new trial or not. So I'm really looking forward to doing that, but I just can't do it on the same days that I'm doing this. They should be required to tell where the body is. See, I agree too. But if he tells where the body is, then he's guilty, isn't he? If he does that, then there's no way he can get off. But if they exclude the ex-wife's testimony, because if they're able to get that thrown out and not used again, then there's not one piece of evidence that he proves that he killed that baby. The only thing that we'll have at that point is the fact that she's still missing and nobody knows where she's at. But see, I believe that she's been declared dead because of the wrongful death lawsuit. You can't undo that, because, you know, her mother filed that wrongful death lawsuit, and of course that gets settled out of court and she gets paid. So therefore the child is dead. You can't undo that. Okay. I mean, there's just something that happened between the criminal and the civil case. So even if he gets a new trial, that's not going to make a difference at all. And then look at Lindsay Clancy and Patrick Clancy over here filing a wrongful death lawsuit against the doctors and the hospitals. The doctors, the nurses, and the hospitals. Why? Why does she need to file a wrongful death lawsuit after she murdered her children? She knows she did it. She said she did it. But she's just going to try to claim that she was insane. Wow. Let me look at something right quick while we wait on that. Let me look at this. Hang on a minute. Let's see if it can tell us the likelihood. Let's see. Okay. Let me see. Okay, Lindsay will win. Hang on. Her wrongful death. Let's look that up and see what it says. Believe it or not, these AIs can give you information like that. It can do a prediction. Will Lindsay Clancy personally receive the money from the wrongful death lawsuit? No, not automatically. Okay, wrongful death case was filed by Patrick on behalf of the estate of Cora, Dawson, and Callan, and it's against Lindsay's healthcare providers alleging neglect, right? Now, Lindsay is not the plaintiff seeking. Yes, she is. She filed her own lawsuit. Hang on a minute. Lindsay's criminal case and the civil lawsuits are separate. We know that. If Lindsay is found in GRI, that would not necessarily prevent Patrick's wrongful death lawsuit against the medical providers from continuing. The civil case is focused on whether. No, I don't believe that. Hang on a second. This is it. Let me rewrite that. Will Lindsay Clancy, okay. Okay, let's see what it says. No, I don't mean that. Okay. Possibly, it says, could the lawsuit succeed? Possibly, and there's significant factual basis for this claim because it alleges that Lindsay's psychiatric treatment deteriorated dramatically before the death, and the providers failed to recognize adequately or respond to the dangers. Wait a minute, though. The complaint points to multiple medications prescribed in a short period and allegedly auditory hallucinations. Bullshit. Now, this is what makes me so mad. Oh, look, there's my child. He popped up. All right. That makes me so mad because, yes, she was prescribed a lot of medications, but she did not even take enough to get a therapeutic level in her system. When you only take 3 out of 30 or 6 out of 30 or, whatever the amount was, the only thing that she took a substantial amount of was the benzos. She loved the benzos. And I asked y'all this the other day, and I will continue asking this. I wonder if she had been taking benzos on and off periodically before she started seeking mental health help, like when she wasn't pregnant, like maybe she had other prescriptions for benzos besides what she was given by these doctors, because none of these doctors ever gave her enough benzos to actually even get dependent on. I mean, if you are only taking 1 or 2 and you only have a 30-day supply, how are you getting addicted to a benzo? It is not making sense to me. It is like she went out into the DSM-5, just like our friend Letitia Stouch did, and we know she did, looked up whatever she could, and then did whatever fit those symptoms. That is exactly what Letitia Stouch did. That's been proved. Do we need to go back and look at Letitia Stouch case again? I think we did. Oh, that's another thing. Let's look that up real quick. They have not decided about the retrial yet on Letitia Stouch, but they have no other choice. I don't think. Anyway, let's see. Let's see if there's any information about the retrial. Okay. Let's see. Let me look at that really good. There we go. Let's see what it has to say about Letitia Stouch. Come on, I want them to come back to court. I'm ready for the defense to get started. Okay, here we go. Nothing yet. All right. Wait a minute. Here we go. Yes, Letitia Stouch is facing a potential retrial, but there is an important development. The retrial is not happening yet. On April 2nd, the Colorado Court of Appeals overturned her case. We know that. Where the case stands now, the Colorado Department of Law appealed the Court of Appeal. Okay, so the appeals court was appealed by the state. So the Colorado Department of Law appealed the Court of Appeals decision to the Colorado Supreme Court. The appeal was filed on June 29, 2026. As of the latest reporting, the Supreme Court has not yet decided whether it will take the case. Bam, that's great. So she may not even get a retrial. That would be great. Yeah, bingo, yes. Hallelujah. So let me look and says waiting to see whether this is what it says. Waiting to see whether Colorado Supreme Court accepts the state's appeal. If the Supreme Court refuses, the new trial can proceed in El Paso County. But if the Supreme Court accepts the appeal, then they're going to have oral arguments. All right, I guess. So the next big story is the Colorado Supreme Court petition, because that determines whether she actually gets the retrial or whether the 2023 conviction could potentially be restored. I hope it gets restored. And the reason why is because of the victims. I really hate to see Gannon Stouch's family push back on the stand and reliving this nightmare. That's the thing about appeals. And this is what makes me so upset about it. And I like to talk about them because it is basically unfair. It is unfair to the victims. Every time an appeal is filed after conviction, every time an appeal is filed, the victims gets notified. So every time these son of a bitches file something in their case, the victims have to relive what happened to them again and again and again. It's over and over and over. There needs to be something done to stop this BS. You should only have so many appeals. But even the ones we saw last month, was it Socher or one of the old people that got executed? I don't remember, or Duckett. It was Duckett. I think it was Duckett. That guy had filed motion after motion after motion. That should not be allowed. Why should they be allowed to file so many motions? Once you file your appeal and it's been heard, then you get your habeas and it's been heard. I mean, as you go up the line to the Supreme Court of the United States, and then the final is the habeas, that should be it. That should be over. There should not be any other motions allowed to be filed to stop your sentence, because that is what happens to the victims. Every single time something's filed, they get notified, and there they are reliving this again. And it makes me sick, guys. It makes me sick. Here we go. Let's see. Okay, come on. Let's go to trial. Who wants to bet that our fair weather friend, yeah, Letitia will never get out? Nope. Hope not. Nope. Remember, she always lies. Everything Letitia says is a lie. If you've ever listen, if you have not went back and listened to the phone calls from prison on Alex Erickson's channel, Melissa Jade's channel, or the Ward with Jen Lou, you need to go listen to those, because let me tell you something. Listening to that witch talk to people and lie to people, it's almost comical. I mean, there's nothing funny about her. There's nothing funny about her crime. But listening to her lie to these people and all the things she says is just comical. Just like Gypsy Rose Blanchard, it's the same kind of a thing. They're all sociopaths, every single one of them. They have the same behavior. They're all the same people. They just have different color hair, different color eyes, and they're different ages. But they're all the exact same people. That is how. Oh, makes me sick. Hang on, let's see. Nope, still not back yet. Boy, they need to come on. They're wasting time today. What time is it? Okay, it's 10:47. They'll come back, which is 11:47 their time. Then they will come back, let somebody testify for 30 or 40 minutes, and then they'll go to lunch. You see how much time we've wasted already today? It's ridiculous. Well, that's good to know. Let's look at Adam Montgomery and see what's going on with his case. How about that? Talk about all these cases while we're waiting. Okay. There has been a major development. The New Hampshire Supreme Court overturned, okay, we know that, on June 11th. The court did not find him innocent. It ruled that combining the murder charge with an earlier assault charge created an unfair risk that the jury would use evidence from the assault to infer that he committed later the murder. Okay. What was Sprinkle Donut saying? Let's see what she's saying. The only thing good about Letitia is she brought, you know what? You're damn right. I forgot about that. This is where I met Sprinkle Donut, was from the Letitia Stouch trial. We were both chatting in somebody's, I don't remember whose. We were both chatting along, and we got to realize that we kind of had a lot of things in common. We talked to each other quite a bit. And that's why she's my co-host on our channel over here because of that. But anyway, so let's see what it says about him. So his conviction for second-degree assault, falsifying physical evidence, witness tampering, and abuse of a corpse remains in place. You hear that? Sorry, guys. His conviction for second-degree assault, falsifying physical evidence, and witness tampering and abuse of a corpse remain in place. He therefore remains in prison, even though the murder conviction was overturned. Now, the New Hampshire Attorney General's office announced that it intends to retry him for Harmony's murder. Prosecutors subsequently asked the Supreme Court to reconsider its decision, but the court denied that request. Okay, this could be a great show. It will be a great show. We are going to cover it. Absolutely, we're going to cover this. Adam Montgomery, murder conviction overturned, new trial for Harmony. Yeah, that's going to be good. Let me see when they're going to do this. When is it going to happen? When is trial going to start? Let's go see. Oh my God, I wish they would come on. Let's see. As of August 17, 2026, there is no publicly announced start date for Adam Montgomery's retrial for Harmony Montgomery's murder. The New Hampshire Attorney General's office has said it will retry him, but the case still has to go back through the Superior Court for scheduling and pretrial proceedings. All right, that is an important update, guys. That is an important update. Good. Very good. Because we're going to be on top of Letitia Stouch, Adam Montgomery, and Mr. Murdaugh. We're going to be on top of all of those. Whoops, here we go. Let me fix this. Oh, come on. Let's do this. I'm going to look at something else right quick on Lindsay. All right, Lindsay Clancy. Let's see. I know, here we go. Insane. Okay. Let's see what it tells me. Oh, stomping must be stomping around. Yeah, Well, he said he had to go do some research. And I'm thinking to myself, listen, he's been a lawyer for 50 years. He has had some really big cases. Why would he not already know the law he's trying to use? I know he has tried other people under the NGRI. So listen to this. If you're asking, now this is just a question out to ChatGTP, which is so funny. If you're asking for my read on the Lindsay Clancy jury right now, based on what has come out through today, I'll lean toward the jury finding her criminally responsible rather than NGRI. Now that is ChatGPT telling us, well, they think that she's going to be found responsible. The biggest problem for the defense is that the prosecution has now spent roughly 3 weeks building a picture of planning, purposeful behavior, and awareness, right? Prosecutors have presented her internet searches, phone data, Apple Watch activity, communications, and the evidence surrounding what happened immediately before and after the killings. The prosecution has now rested. That is funny that ChatGTP can make an informed decision based on what it has gathered from the internet. That's interesting, isn't it? What does it say? Yeah, he's stalling. You think he's stalling? You think he realizes he's losing this case? I wonder about that too. I do wonder about that. He has to know that a lot of the things that he's presented aren't really as good as he thinks they are. Just like a while ago, well, you do realize she was paralyzed on January the 25th. Right, but here's the thing, just like I said, that Apple Watch was turned off and in a drawer, right? When it was turned back on, all the messages it should have received from the day before pops up. That's where that comes from. I mean, it's not going to show you a message if the watch is turned off. So, I mean, what point did he think he was making with that? To me, that was the stupidest. Well, I shouldn't say word stupid because he's not a stupid attorney. He's actually very smart. But you know what's wild about this is when this first happened, they went out and got Mr. Reddington, Lindsay and Pat together went and found this attorney. So he was already the attorney. As soon as it happened, Patrick had contacted him. Why? How does Mr. Reddington know how does Mr. Reddington know Lindsay and Patrick? Did they have some kind of case with him before? That's the question I want to know is what is the association between them? Let's look it up. Okay. All right. Let's see. Hang on. Reddington. Hang on. And Lindsay and Patrick. Okay, let's see what it says about their association. Yes. Kevin Reddington represents Lindsay. Patrick Clancy, okay, so let's see. Reddington represented Lindsay from the early stages of the case and has built the defense around postpartum. We know that. Patrick has actually been a prosecution. We know that. The interesting connection, this is what we want to know. Reddington has questioned Patrick about specific details of Lindsay's condition, their interaction, her treatment, his movements on the day of the killings, and digital meta evidence. That doesn't mean Reddington is accusing Patrick of killing the children, but it insinuates that he's trying to say, well, part of this must be Patrick's fault. That's what I think. I think that Reddington thinks that part of this is Patrick's fault. I think he does. The defense stated the theory is that Lindsay was criminally irresponsible because of psychosis, not that Patrick committed the murders. There are online theories claiming Reddington and Patrick are somehow working together or that Reddington is trying to implicate Patrick, but I haven't found credible evidence supporting that. Those theories should be kept separate. Well, you're right. They should be kept separate because you can't. Anyway. Reddington is a person connected. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Okay, very good. Let's check. They have to be coming back now. Let's see. All right, come on, let's check. All right, they're still out. Oh my God. Y'all go get some popcorn, get some lunch, make you some coffee, let's get some, go get your snack or whatever. Let me go talk to her for a second. Let me tell her this. Okay. Let me tell her this. I'm going to walk her through this. Okay. All right, Queen T, let me walk you through this right now while we wait. Hang on a second right here, since you're not with somebody to actually show you. Okay. So, this is what you need to do to get onto the trial where we can see you. I'm going to take my phone and I'm going to go sign into my phone. All right, I'm just going to start from the very beginning. I'm going to sign into my phone. All right, so I go over here to, YouTube, and then I'm going to go over here and I'm going to find my channel. Let me go find my channel. So So I'm going to go find my little channel. All right, hang on. I can't spell it right, stupid. So I'm going to go find my channel. And then it says view channel. So I'm going to pick on view channel, right? When you view the channel, you go to the home page and there is the trial right there. All you have to do, Teresa, is click where it says Lindsay Clancy's Mental Health Yo-Yo Day 14. You just click on the picture and bam, there you are, ready for live chat. That's all you have to do to talk to us so that we can see your messages because if you're on your phone, that's all you have to do. If you're on television, you really can't chat. Well, you must be on your phone because you're not doing it from the television. So anyway, that's all you have to do, Queen T. Just go do that, and then you'll be in the same chat that we're in, and we will be able to talk to you. Okay? So that's how you do it. Let me tell you what we're going to do. Myself and my two friends that are on here with me right now have scheduled this trip. We're all going to go on this trip together, and I'm really looking forward to it. Now, it's not till January, but here's what we decided. We're going to go on this trip without any husbands or anything. We're already planning our second trip, right? We decided we just don't need our husbands to travel with us. We can just travel by ourselves. We don't need them. I'm just joking. No, we are traveling together, though. It will be a lot of fun. Can't wait. We're going to get on a boat and we're going to take a little 4-day cruise. If you have never been on a cruise boat, I'm going to suggest that you try the short 4-day cruise first. Because once you're on that boat, if you don't like it, you are stuck on that boat. There's no other place for you to go. That's why I always tell people, on your very first cruise, you take the 4-day cruise. Don't go take the 8 or the 9-day cruise, even though it's a little cheaper. Don't do that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Anyway. I remember the very first cruise I ever took. I was so afraid at first because, like, oh my God, we're on the boat. I mean, see all this water. But the one thing I did notice is I never felt any of the. I know Sprinkled. I wish you lived. When you move to Texas, you'll have to go with us. Someday, Sprinkle Donut's going to move to Texas, and when she does, she can go. She can come with us. It'll be the foursome. But the very first time I was on this boat, I was afraid because I was like, oh my God, you're on the water, blah, blah. But I really never noticed it. Once you're in your room or you're walking around on the boat, you don't even realize you're on the water. It's when you look out the window and you see the water that you realize you're on the water. After the first trip, I was hooked. I was like, I'm cruising. I love cruising. It's so much more fun than having to fly somewhere and then deal with the airport and all of that because the boat's taking you everywhere. You're not having to drive anywhere. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. It was the best time. So let me see. What in the hell? Come on, Mr. Stompy. Oh, I'm just running out of patience with this. I really am. I need him to come on. Let's see who else we can talk about over here. Yeah. It is so much fun. I was talking to another friend and I was like, you know what? I really am having a good time doing this live trial. I kind of didn't think I was going to want to do it, but now that I've started doing it, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's so much more fun because I get to spend all day with you guys and talk to you, everybody, and hear your opinions and just, spend my whole day with my friends, which is this is so crazy. But when I first started watching Alex and Jim Lou and Melissa J, that was my first experiences with YouTube. And it was during the Gannon Stouch trial, really. And I just thought that they got on there and just spent the whole day BS with each other and having fun. I did not realize that this was actually work, okay? That's the misunderstanding that I had. Then I get this channel and I start working on it. I'm like, oh my God, these people really had to work at this. This was not easy. You had to plan. I mean, it just wasn't jumping on and just talking to your friends. So, but I really did enjoy learning from them. And I will tell you, I learned from them by watching them. So thank you to those three. I always will say thank you to those three. Okay, come on. Are y'all fixing to come live? Did I see the little thing move, guys? Are we going live now with Mr. Stompy to tell us what he wants to fight about? So it'll be Mr. Stompy and this motion. And then they'll come back. I wonder what, I think the motion was something. Let me tell you what I think this motion was about. It was a motion to require, hang on. So Reddington filed a motion. Let's see what it is. Okay. To be heard today. Okay. We go look it up. I think it's a motion to require. Hang on. Let's see what it says. Uh-oh. Okay. Here's what it is. The defense requested concerning communications between prosecutors, investigators, and witness advocates, including emails, texts, and memos. So the defense has filed a motion involving the McLean Hospital employee, which the judge is considering, and there's a motion to require that Reddington is asking Judge Sullivan to hear today. So let me see what it says. Tell me what the exact, okay, blah, blah, blah. Let's go to motions filed in the case. I really wish I had their, but if he just filed it today, it's not going to be of record in the courthouse, so I can't really go get it, right? Okay, so they've had motions. This is all the motions that have been filed and heard so far. They had a motion to bifurcate the trial, which that was denied, which is what every murder trial in Texas is bifurcated. They do the guilt or innocence, and then they do the next phase, which is the the sentencing phase. That's a bifurcated. Then there was a motion for motion for reconsideration, which was also denied. Defense motions concerning psychiatric evidence. A major part of the defense litigation has involved what psychiatric evidence and expert testimony can be presented to support not criminally responsible or the insanity defense. The motion involving Dr. Paul Zeisel. Now, this is a good one. Reddington obtained a court order allowing psychologist Paul Zeisel to see Lindsay while she was hospitalized after the killings. Evidence concerning Zeisel's visits and communications have become a significant issue. Yes, they have, because Dr. Zeisel is the one that allowed her to use his cell phone. Yeah. Hurry up, Stompy. Yes, because I'm ready. I want to hear this. I'm tired of finding things to read. I enjoy talking with you guys, but this trial needs to move along. Come on. I'm always going to laugh. Right? And then the next thing was the motion concerning Emily Thorndike. Now, Reddington sought to have Emily Thorndike, a former hospital employee, testify regarding the conditions and staffing at McLean. The Commonwealth opposed the request, arguing that Thorndike's departure from McLean occurred well before Lindsay was treated there. The judge has been considering that motion. And I believe that motion should not be allowed, and I'll tell you why. Because if you worked there prior to Lindsay being there and you were not there during Lindsay's stay, then you don't know what went on during Lindsay's stay. So why would you be allowed to testify? Okay. The next one was motion concerning evidence and witness limitations. Reddington has filed motions seeking to limit or exclude certain prosecution evidence and witnesses. Some of those arguments have been litigated through sidebars and pretrial rulings rather than being fully argued in front of the jury. Prosecution's motion regarding Lindsay's jail or hospital visitors. This was a big, important one, too. Prosecutors sought access to information concerning people visiting Lindsay while she was in court lockup, particularly visits involving Dr. Zeisel. Now, Judge Sullivan allowed prosecutors to obtain the visitation information. Then there was Patrick Clancy's motion about the 911 call. Now, I will never understand why the judge granted the 911 call to not be heard in open court. It's open court. That means open to the public. That's what it means. And here's the thing, that 911 call is not protected. But I think he didn't want to, they let the jury hear it, but they did not let us hear it. The thing is, it's going to come out. Whenever there is an appeal filed in this case, and there will be an appeal filed in this case, that information is going to be part of that appeal. It's going to be in the transcript that we're going to read in the appeal, because we will be getting the transcripts for that. Okay, so that happened. Judge William Sullivan's granted restrictions preventing media from recording, displaying, or reproducing or distributing evidence that was still allowing journalists to report what occurred in the courtroom. Yeah, here. Really wasn't fair. Come on, what is this thing doing? Oh, man. Is my mouse acting up? I've got to replace it. Okay, hang on. All right, there we go. Right, they have not come back yet. Anyway, the next thing that happened was stipulation regarding physical DNA evidence. During the trial, Reddington agreed to stipulation concerning DNA. Oh, here we go. They're here. Let's go to court.
All right. So the Commonwealth having rested Mr. Reddington, does the defendant have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. I passed it up to the court. I don't know if you have it in front of you. It's basically a Rule 25. It doesn't have any memoranda with it, but I would argue And I would cite to the court the case that was decided of Commonwealth versus Brunette Silvera. It's BRUNETTE-SELVEIRA. It was decided towards the end of May of 26 by the appeals court in Massachusetts. It was a case out of the Boston
Okay, hang on,
Municipal
guys.
Court where.
Let me tell you what he's fixing to ask for so that we all understand, okay? He's asking for a Rule 25. It's very important here. We need to all look at this. In Massachusetts, a criminal trial, a Rule 25 motion is essentially a request for required finding of not guilty because the prosecution has not presented enough legally sufficient evidence to support conviction. The defense can make that motion after the Commonwealth rests. The prosecution has now rested, so this is the point at which Kevin Reddington can make a Rule 25 motion. The current reporting confirms that the case has moved into this defense stage. Now, he has filed this Rule 25, and now he's fixing to argue it. I don't want it because if the judge grants it, it affects the charges are dismissed and the jury cannot convict her on those charges. If the judge denies it, then the defense continues presenting its case and the jury ultimately decides the case. The judge could partially grant it and some charges could be removed while others remain. This is a very important motion, so let's all listen carefully. Here we go. I just wanted y'all to know what this was.
Defendant was charged with assault and battery on a police officer. The evidence was presented that the defendant was acting erratically and that there was an awful lot of evidence that indicated that, brought out on cross-examination from witnesses, that the defendant was suffering from some type of a mental illness. Based on that evidence being presented, the government rested their case, just as they've done here. My suggestion to the court is that the evidence that's been presented on this case against Ms. Clancy I would suggest does not rise to the level under Rule 25 of where even if you take the Lattimore standard and determine that the evidence would be decided in the light most favorable to the government at this stage of the case, I think the Brunette Silvera case places, as they describe it, a negative obligation to prove a negative as part of their case in chief on the government. I suggest to Your Honor that the evidence that has been presented in this case is overwhelming, that this young woman was clearly and unequivocally suffering from a mental disease or defect, that it was occupying her waking hours, her life, that she considered all of her avenues. She attempted to go to these healthcare providers, using the term loosely, that she went to these people. She had medication after medication after medication. She was obviously acting, I suggest to the court, in a state that was observed by witnesses that, in fact, that she was suffering from mental disease or defect, and then ultimately this horrific incident. So under that Brunette Silvera case, there's no evidence, I suggest, from the government that would rebut the fact that there is evidence of lack of criminal responsibility. So under Brunette Silvera and the cases that were cited in that opinion, respectfully, I would suggest that a required finding of not guilty should be entered on the case. I also would argue to the court that I think that under the Brunette Silvera standard and the evidence that Your Honor has before you, that the matter should be reduced down, if you will, from premeditated malice, forethought, and cruel atrocity to a second degree. I'm not arguing at this stage Commonwealth versus Gray or any of its progeny as to manslaughter, but I think the court, certainly in its wise exercise of discretion, has the ability and the right to reduce the charge to second-degree murder or enter a required finding.
All right, counsel, thank you. Come on.
Thank you, Your Honor. The case that defense counsel cited, there was a presentation of the Commonwealth's evidence. Commonwealth rested. Defense called an expert who said that the defendant was not criminally responsible, and the Commonwealth relied on a cross-examination of that witness and did not call any further witnesses. So the motion was filed for a required finding at the close of all of the evidence, which is what's required under Commonwealth versus Lawson. Still the cites and is still good law. An SJC case, 475 Mass 806 from 2016, in which the court says that a motion for required finding of not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility may only be brought at the close of all of the evidence, at the close of the Commonwealth case. In this case, as you're aware, defense plans on presenting experts who testified that the defendant was not criminally responsible, and then the Commonwealth will have a rebuttal case with their own experts. So I think the time and place for this for the motion would be at the close of all of the evidence and not now.
All right. Well, I had an opportunity to take a look at Brunette Silvera. Based on that and based on the standard as described that I have to apply at this point, I'm going to deny the defendant's motion.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
I have to object, but I will.
As we say, duly noted.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Your Honor, could I inquire? Emily Thorndike is here and has been here. I'm just wondering, is the government
okay.
ready for us to do the voir dire to see if she can testify? Because she is self-employed, she has patients and has canceled them day after day. I'm just inquiring if we're ready to go on that.
Right, so the question I think that we had put this over was in large part because of the records from McLean's. We know if those are in?
I've been inquiring by the clerk if there's been any status from the clerk's office, and I've told they haven't received anything. We have a call over to McLean's. They've acknowledged the receipt. They were waiting for a call back from somebody at the office. They thought that the records were produced on Friday, but clearly that wasn't the case. So we have a call. We're waiting for a return call. I've provided even in my office the Madam Clerk's email address to get it expedited as quick as possible. So we are working to try to resolve the issue, and the hospital has acknowledged they received the subpoena. We just don't have a response yet. And I would just also remind that we discussed this last week and talked to doing this tomorrow on Tuesday in order to get those records and have time for everybody to get them and review them so that a proper examination of the witness can be done in a voir dire.
All right. Well, let's do this. Let's do this before we start going at each other. We'll see if the records come in. All right. If the records come in, then we got to determine how long it takes for people to review it and get ready. So if we can do that this afternoon, great.
Right.
If we can't, I'll hear from the parties as to why we can't. We may have to do it tomorrow. But if we can do that today, I do understand that witness has been here a number of days. But at this point, it's a question of the records coming in, which really is out of both parties' hands. So if the records are in, parties can get ready. We'll do that voir dire. If not, we may have to do that tomorrow. All right. Ms. Reddington?
Ready? Ready for the jury, Judge?
Yeah.
Okay. Going to witness 69, but it's the defense witness. All right. Okay. Okay, come on. Jesus. Fumbling around. Come on.
All rise, please. Jurors entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Return back to the trial. Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy.
Members of the jury, as I indicated before, the Commonwealth is rested. All right, so at this time, I'm going to inquire of the defendant if she intends or wishes to call any witnesses at this time. Mr. Reddington?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Thank you. Please, I believe she's right outside.
Who are we calling? Yeah, come on, let's go. It's going to be a doctor. I think it's going to be a doctor. What do you think? Or is it going to be Susan Clancy? Is it going to be Patrick's mother? I bet it's Susan Clancy.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm going to ask you if you can keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. Okay? Thank you.
I'm just going to say the same thing, so make sure that all the jurors way down here even can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Tell us your name.
This is Margaret Hamp.
And what
Not
town do you live
Susan.
Stoneham.
in? And what do you do for work?
I'm a labor and delivery nurse
Where?
at Mass General.
And how long have you been working as a labor and delivery nurse?
I started on our labor and delivery unit in 2012.
Okay, so about, what, 24 years? No.
I started for the obstetrics department in 2006.
Okay, so 20 years you've been working for Mass General between obstetrics and delivery, right?
Correct.
Do you know Lindsay?
I do.
How do you know her?
I was working on the labor floor when Lindsay first started with us.
So this would be the labor and delivery floor, and she started as a nurse, correct?
Correct.
You had already been working there?
Correct.
And she was about, what, 24 years old?
Roughly.
And came in as a young woman as a nurse, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us, to your observation, let me ask you this, how many years did you work with her?
She started, I believe, in 2015, and I worked until 2002 when she went out with Callan.
For about 7 years or thereabouts. Did you know that she had a child, Cora?
Yes.
And did you know that she had a child, Dawson?
Yes.
And ultimately that she had a child, a baby that was born very, very recently, Callan.
Mm-hmm.
In the years that you were working with her, were you able to observe, I mean, did she like being a nurse? Did she want to work, or was she a good nurse? What's your opinion?
Lindsay loved being a nurse. She was really good at being a nurse. She was compassionate. She was kind. She was a patient advocate. She was the type of nurse that you wanted taking care of you or your loved one when you walked onto our unit.
Did you observe, for example, that on occasion when she would be involved with the delivery of a baby that she would become emotional?
Lindsay was often emotional during birth of complete strangers. She would cry and she would just say that was so beautiful. You could just tell that she really loved being in that setting.
Over those years, right up to the time of Callan being born, fair to say that you stayed friendly with her?
Yes.
And you're still friendly with her?
Yes.
Can you tell us, did you observe during the time you worked with her how she emoted or felt about her children, all three of them?
Yes.
Tell us anything that you recall.
So Lindsay and I worked the night shift together, and often on the night shift you get to have an opportunity to really get to know your coworkers and celebrate things that are happening in their lives or support them with things that are not going so well. Lindsay asked a lot of questions of her coworkers about parenting. Simple things is she would poll the nursing staff about monogrammed lunch boxes, right down to sleeping habits. What questions do you ask a daycare provider to make sure that you're in the right place? She was often asking her coworkers childcare, parenting tips.
When she had Callan, after Callan was born in the late spring of 22, did you see her after the birth of Callan?
I did not see her after the birth of Callan.
Were you aware that she had taken a leave of absence from Mass General?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with her by phone or text?
I briefly kept in touch through text. After Callan was born, I reached out to her and I asked her for her address and how she was doing so I could send her a gift. And then a few months later, she circled back to me to thank me for the gift that I had sent her.
Do you recall an incident on one occasion where she was looking or monitoring one of the children and the child was crying and you observed what happened after that?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Lindsay often checked in on her kids while they were sleeping at night. Again, we worked the night shift, and she had the ability to look at her phone and see what Cora or Callan were doing in their cribs. And she shared that with a lot of us. There was one particular night that Cora was crying. She was probably about 6 months old, and Lindsay let Cora cry. She wasn't at that point in parenting, and she was very communicative about that. And Cora was crying on the monitor. It was the middle of the night, and maybe after 10 minutes, she started to call Pat, and he wasn't answering. And she got really worried that Cora was crying, but now wasn't answering his phone. So in the middle of the night, she called the police to do a wellness check on her family.
Ridiculous.
And while you were working the night shift, is that pretty much what you both worked together all those years?
Yes.
Would that be through the pandemic?
Yes.
Would you say that was quite a bonding experience, being in labor delivery up close and personal with patients during the pandemic at night?
Of course, it was a very challenging time as a healthcare provider.
Thank you very much. You can inquire.
Okay, that's it?
Right. Como?
Really?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the incident that you just told us about where Ms. Clancy was watching the monitor overnight, you were aware that the police responded and everything was fine, right?
Yes.
And you worked with her through 2022 when she went out with leave on Callan?
Correct.
And you never visited their house after Callan was born, did you?
No.
You don't know what was going on in life, did you?
No.
And she didn't share any of her struggles with you via text or in any other capacity, did she?
No.
And as a labor and delivery nurse, and having been trained in labor and delivery, and you said you worked obstetrics before, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that you often have patients that come to you in both those areas that have some mental illness or are on psychiatric medications, right?
Sometimes.
And working labor and delivery, you have some training on how to handle patients that are on certain types of medications, right?
Limited training, yes.
Well, it affects how you're going to go through a birth plan or do a delivery if a person is on some sort of long-term medication, right?
Right.
And so you're aware that Zoloft is something that's deemed safe for pregnant moms and breastfeeding moms?
Yes.
And you've had patients that have dealt with bipolar issues before?
Yes.
And that they have to remain medication compliant in order to manage those things, right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ms. Briggs?
So
Medication compliant.
patients that have birthed a child, as the district attorney asked, and are on Zoloft and expressing issues of being a parent. Were you aware of any incidents where Lindsay was with you and a woman did in fact express concern that she wanted to hurt herself or her child?
There there was a particular patient that Lindsay was on staff when this patient arrived. It was a patient that arrived to the unit that had plans to harm herself while she was pregnant. And we had a conversation. Lindsay was brand new. It was the summer that she had just started. And we had a conversation about mental health in pregnancy and postpartum. And I asked her if she had ever heard of the Andrea Yates case, and she hadn't. And I explained that to her, and she cried. And she said, how could a mother hurt her children?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay.
All set.
Thank you.
Homo?
No.
All right, let me sit down, thank you.
Oh, she started crying again. Jeez.
Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Orska, please. OSDGA.
Okay. Hang on.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you, speak into that microphone, keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Great, thank you. Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Tell us your name, please, and spell it.
It's Allison Ozga, Allison. Last name is Ozga.
You know Lindsay?
I do.
How do you know her?
Lindsay is my sister.
And can you tell us, are you close to Lindsay? Do you live near each other? Do you socialize? What type of relationship have you had with her?
We're very close. We have not lived in the same state for about 10 years now, but we do communicate, and I do think we're very close.
And do you text with her on a regular basis?
Yes.
And you talk on the phone, do you?
Occasionally.
Directing your attention to the fall of, well, actually heading into like Thanksgiving and Christmas of 2022. Do you remember that time frame?
Yes.
And did you have occasion to see your sister during that period of time?
Yes.
And let's direct our attention to, let's say, Thanksgiving 2022. Had you noticed any change in Lindsay's personality or any observation of how she appeared to you?
I will say on Thanksgiving in particular is when the first time I saw her in person after quite some time. I had known she had not been doing well via text message communication that we had. I think on Thanksgiving, she, her mood did not look good, her energy, she didn't seem very energized. It definitely seemed off from how I've seen her in the past.
And were you aware that that carried through from November into December around the holiday season if you had stayed in touch with her?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you observed about her around the holiday season as it related to her from your observations and your texting and your communications with Lindsay? How did she appear to you at that point?
The beginning of December, it seemed like she very much decompensated. I do remember her saying at one point at the beginning of December, something along the lines of, I'm in a really tough spot. And knowing what she had shared with me previously about mental health had been struggling, I had this gut feeling that something was off and that she was really struggling. And I asked her if she was safe.
What did she say?
She said yes at that point.
And you knew her husband, Pat?
Yes.
And you knew the kids?
Yes.
Obviously. Do you recall around Christmas itself, and perhaps a little bit thereafter, that you spoke with her and that she indicated basically, I'm not doing okay?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you observed about her demeanor or her symptomology when you said she was decompensating around that time? What were the symptoms in your mind of?
Based on communication with Lindsay, and I started communicating with Pat directly at that time, she was reporting her mood was worsening, as she described as depression. She was having more suicidal thoughts. Insomnia continued to be an issue. She was really not feeling like herself.
Did you know that during that period of time where she was telling you about the suicidal thoughts and the issue of depression, that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about seeing the doctors, and if she was on any medication, and if so, what effect did they have on her?
The first thing she said about the doctors was back in October when she said that she saw a doctor for Zoloft and had a very awful reaction to that Zoloft.
Would that be Dr. Tufts?
I don't believe she shared that specific with me.
Share the name? Okay.
No. And then I think throughout our communication over the couple months of October to December, she did share with me that she was going to doctors, she was getting different prescriptions, kind of all the things that they were trying and different treatments they were looking at.
And do you recall when you were talking with her about her symptoms towards the end of December that she had, in your words, decompensated significantly and stated to you that she felt nothing and that she was scared, things of that nature?
Yes.
What else did she tell you, if you recall?
At the end of December, so I think it was more along the same, that she is really not feeling well. Her mood is down. She's feeling numb. She's feeling hopeless. I believe at the very end of the month, she told me she had had suicidal ideation every day for a month.
Do you recall towards the end of the
BS.
month around New Year's that she voluntarily admitted herself somewhere?
Yes.
Do you know where she admitted herself?
McLean Hospital.
And while she was at McLean Hospital, ultimately, do you know how she got out of McLean Hospital?
It was my understanding that she was weaning off of some medication that she was on, and then was eventually discharged 5 days later.
Now, did you see her or talk to her after she left McLean Hospital trying to wean herself off of whatever medication it was? Because you don't know what the medication was, right?
I believe it was Seroquel. Yep.
Did she tell you anything to the effect that when she got out of the hospital that she felt as though this was a step in the right direction? Did she seem as though she was trying to be positive about her life?
Yes.
And tell us about that, because up to this point you had observed her decompensating and having these symptoms and suicidal ideation and depression and feeling nothing and scary. When she got out of McLean, what did she appear to you and what did she say to you?
I believe she said she felt that was a good plan and that she was starting to feel better.
So was your sister, in your opinion, granted she's your sister and you're biased, obviously, but was she a complainer?
No.
And obviously she didn't share with you in detail her doctors and medicines and things of that nature. Is that fair?
No.
You were aware of the struggles and the hurt that she was going through?
Yes.
And then through the month of January, did you have occasion to see her, or were you, because you still live in different states?
Yes. Yes, I did have an occasion to see her in January.
When?
We went to Cora's birthday party.
And that was at the trampoline park?
Yes.
How did she appear at that?
I think she looked like she was going through the motions of putting together a birthday party for her daughter, but she looked tired. She looked like she was still struggling.
So there was a difference in your observation of what you had known your sister to have as a personality?
Yes.
And then, of course, the horrible day, were you aware, or did somebody call you and tell you that the children had been killed?
Yes.
One of them still survived and ultimately passed?
Yes.
And do you recall who told you that?
Yes.
Who was that?
My mother.
And as a result of getting the call from your mother, what did you do?
I jumped in a car, packed a bag, and I sped up to South Shore Hospital, which is where I was told she was.
Did you see her in South Shore Hospital?
No.
Did you know that she was then transferred to another hospital after South Shore?
Yes.
And what hospital was that?
I believe it was Brigham and Women's.
And were you able to visit her in Brigham and Women's?
Yes.
And did it take some time before they would allow you to visit with her?
Yes.
How long, if you know?
I think it was approximately 2 weeks.
Okay. And then you were able to see her pretty much on a regular basis?
Yes.
And where does your mother and father live?
In Connecticut.
And are you close to them?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury, from the time of this incident in January 24th of 2023 up until now, 2026, where has your mother and father been living?
My parents
What has that got to do with
majority
it?
of their time up here in Massachusetts
Why?
so that they could visit Lindsay as much as possible.
Almost on a daily basis?
Yes.
Was that in a bed and breakfast or a bed and bath, or was it a hotel, or where were they staying?
They've been living out of hotels.
Thank you, that's all. You can inquire.
What has that got to do with this? She killed her children. So what? Her parents had to come here? So what?
Afternoon.
Damn it.
Now, when Lindsay was at McLean Hospital and she was discharged, did she tell you she asked to be discharged early to go to Cora's birthday party?
Of course not.
Recall.
And do you recall speaking to the police on January 25th, just a day after this all happened back in 2023?
Yes.
And do you recall telling them that you saw Lindsay 2 weeks prior to the 24th, roughly around the birthday party time, and that she seemed okay?
Yes.
Do you recall telling the police that you spoke to her in phone calls many times after she was discharged to McLean, and that her tone of voice in those calls seemed better?
I did not speak to her on the phone. Most of our communication was via text.
So you don't recall saying that to the police, that the tone of Lindsay's voice in our phone conversations was better the last couple weeks since she had been released from the hospital?
I believe when I said that, I meant her tone via her text messages.
And so her tone in her text messages was better?
A bit.
There's
And
no
do you recall
tone in a
telling
text
police that you
message.
spoke to Lindsay on Thursday, January 19th, 2023, and she seemed okay?
Yes.
And that was a phone call, correct?
That was text message.
Text message, okay.
Yes.
So when you were saying spoke to the police, you were referring to text messages?
Correct.
And so in that text message, she seemed fine?
She seemed okay.
So she had just been released from McLean Hospital at the beginning of January, and all of your communications after the birthday party were text message, is that correct?
I think the date's wrong.
I believe so, yes.
And just so we make sure we have the date correct, after she was discharged from McLean in January of 2023, up until January 24th, 2023, all of your communications were via text.
Yes.
Did you visit her at her home that month?
No.
You didn't reach out or call her at all, correct?
I reached out and called, yes. I did not visit her at her home, no.
When you called, did she respond? Did she answer the phone?
I'm sorry, let me backtrack. I can't recall whether I made a phone call. I can recall the majority of our communication between January 1st and January 24th was via text message.
So there could have been some phone calls.
I cannot recall any phone calls.
You are a licensed social worker, correct?
Correct.
And you're a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time between January 1st, 2023 and January 24th, 2023, did you have enough concern about the safety of the kids or the safety of your sister to file a report as a mandated reporter?
No.
Thank you.
No concerns.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me step
How about that? Okay, witness 71 coming up. Where's Dr. Zeisel? Oh, I bet they break for lunch soon.
Call Paula Musgrove, please.
Oh, Paula Musgrove. Okay. Is this her mummy? It is her mother. You're right about that sprinkled donut.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm going to remind you, like I remind everybody else, just speak into the microphone if you can keep your voice up, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Tell us your name and spell your name, please.
My name is Paula Musgrove, Paula Musgrove.
And this is Musgrove. Fair to say that you are Lindsay's mother.
Yes, I am Lindsay's mother.
And your husband is here, well, in the blue shirt, correct?
Yes.
You've been here for every day for the trial. Is that correct?
Yes.
I just have a few questions for you. Obviously, you tell us about Lindsay when she was a kid. Was she a good kid, good student, that type of thing?
She was a very good kid and an excellent student. Very excellent student all through school, through high school, college. Yes, excellent.
Ever been in trouble, law enforcement or schools or discipline or anything?
No.
Were you aware of her husband, Pat?
Yes.
And obviously, you knew when they got married, when they were dating and things of that nature, right? Went to the wedding, obviously.
Yes.
Fair to say that you were close to your daughter and Pat?
Yes.
And you knew, obviously, the grandchildren?
Yes.
Tell the jury how you interacted and felt about your grandchildren.
I loved my grandchildren with all my heart. And you never know what it's like to love a grandchild until you become a grandmother. And it was the most beautiful thing. I love them with all my heart.
Now, did you have occasion to see how Lindsay reacted and treated her kids as a mother?
Yes.
And granted that you're her mother, so you're obviously biased. Tell the jury what observations you made of Lindsay as a mother through the years after Cora was born, and Dawson, and then, of course, baby Callan.
Lindsay was a very loving mother. She was dedicated to her children. She was a fun mother. She was always doing things for her kids. She always wanted to be a mother, have many children, and I felt it was the best thing that ever happened to her. And she would do anything for her children. She was just a loving mother.
Now, in 2022, Callan was born. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with Lindsay and Pat during that period of time, the spring into the summer of 2022?
Yes.
And how often would you see them or talk to them, or what would you do? You go to cookouts, or you have parties, or how would you socialize?
Myself and my husband would travel from Connecticut to Duxbury at least 2 or 3 times a month, as well as them coming to Connecticut to visit us.
And would you agree that in the summer, for example, of 2022, that Lindsay and Pat were active with the kids and were pretty happy?
Very happy, yes.
Did you observe in the summer of 22 any changes at that point in her personality and the way she was acting with her friends and in society?
In the summer, no.
And they were having a fairly good summer.
Yes.
Did you notice at some point a change in Lindsay's demeanor?
Yes.
Tell the jury when that was.
It was sometime probably around the second week of October.
What happened that you noticed?
I noticed that she had become very anxious. She told me she was anxious about going back to work because Callan was having trouble taking a bottle and she didn't feel right about leaving him.
And as a result of that, did she?
Okay, y'all know when something comes to my mind, I just have to stop. Do you notice this repeating behavior? Anxious when it's time to go back to work. Anxious when it's time to go back to work. Depressed when it's time to go back to work. What in the hell? Right? Here we go.
Tell you that she was going to put off going back to work.
Yes, she told me she was applying for an extension.
Now, did you know at that point that she was going through any issues involving depression or anxiety or having any suicidal ideation? Anything like that?
At that point, no.
At what point, if any, did you become aware that your daughter was suffering from this symptomology?
In late October.
And how did that come about?
She sent me a text message.
And do you recall when that was?
Yes, that was on October 20th.
Now, Your Honor, the government has introduced into evidence the entire of the phone dumps, if you will, and I think they put it on a disc, and it's probably thousands of pages. But I do have the text thread that deals with that time frame in October. I'd like to offer that so that it's apparent what I'm referring to, rather than having to search through thousands of pages of a disc.
Okay. Dude.
No objection.
Okay. They may be admitted.
So approaching, what are we after this thing?
276.
Now, the text message that you're referring to, would that be on October 20th of 2022?
Yes,
And do you have that on your phone right now?
I do.
Can you just pull that up for us?
I can. Just give me a moment. Okay, I have it.
Kelsey, do you have a copy maybe that she could look at?
Oh, I have a copy.
Yeah, that might be easier for the witness.
So I'm going to approach you with this board and ask if this is a copy of the text that you're referring to.
Yes, it is.
Would you read that for the jury?
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
You want to write off this?
Objection. It's already in evidence.
What do we mark it for identification? Is that text within the?
I'd rather have it in the board.
Well, I know you would, but we already have the.
Can I just talk to the board?
No, we're going to mark that for identification. The text that is been referred and read to is within Exhibit 276, which was just off.
I'm sorry, which is what?
I think it was within Exhibit 276, which was within that thread that you just offered.
Okay, so I will then, that would be 276,
Yeah.
so that will be over here. As a result of receiving that text, did you then come up to?
Hold on a second.
Exhibit W for identification.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So as a result of that, did you come up to Duxbury?
Yes, same day.
And tell us about that. What happened that day at the end of October?
Lindsay had been, I believe she went to the emergency room that day, and she had come home. She was feeling a bit better. She told me that she couldn't sleep. She was very anxious, and she was afraid.
And how long did you stay with her?
At that point?
Yes.
I believe at that point I stayed for about a week.
And was your husband with you?
He came later. He didn't come directly with me then because he was still working, so he came later.
I never asked. What did you do for work?
I worked for Weight Watchers.
And you're retired?
Yes.
How about your husband? Is he working now?
He recently retired.
And what was the nature of his work?
He was in photography.
What kind of photography?
School picture photography.
Yearbooks and things like that?
Yeah, and school pictures, and you had your kids' pictures taken.
And he just recently retired?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that during the month of October into November into the holidays in December that you and your husband would stay with Lindsay and the kids?
Yes, I stayed more than my husband because he needed to go back home to work.
Sure. While you were staying with Lindsay, can you tell us your opinion as to her condition? Was it decompensating? Was she getting better as time went on through November, December into the holidays?
Through November into December, it was not getting better into the holidays.
And you knew she was on medication at that point?
Yes.
You knew she was seeing doctors at that point?
Yes.
So tell us, is there an incident that came to your mind that you recall that occurred on one evening that indicated to you how seriously she was suffering?
There were many. One particular evening that was disturbing to me was that, she was afraid. She was afraid to be alone. And she actually asked if she could sleep with me.
When was that?
That was late November, early December.
And did she indeed sleep with you on that occasion?
She did.
Continuing on through the holidays, did you guys get together for the holidays, Christmas or Thanksgiving, if you recall?
Yes, I was down there probably most of December through Christmas Eve, and then I left on Christmas Eve to come home to see my other daughter and her family, and then Lindsay actually came to my house later the day on Christmas Day.
Was she with Pat?
Yes.
Okay, and the kids?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you make further observation as time went into January? Oh, back it up. At some point, she voluntarily went into McLean Hospital?
Yes.
You knew that?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I was there.
What do you mean you were there?
I was at Lindsay's house staying with them.
You take care of the kids?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that Pat's parents, mom and dad, also stepped up, taking care of the kids, helping out during this period of time?
They were there, that's when we weren't there. I didn't really see them, but.
Right, because you guys would be different time frames.
Right.
But you all were pulling together as a family, is that
Right.
correct? January, leading up to January 24th. Do you recall, and can you tell the jurors what, if any, observations you made of Lindsay and her condition?
Lindsay had lost a lot of weight. She had become, during this whole time, paranoid about different things that really she shouldn't have, really weren't logical to become paranoid about. She would mention that this wasn't her mind. She would say to me, this isn't me. I've never been like this before. And I would agree because she wasn't. She was attempting to go through the motions of her day, take care of the kids as best she could. She didn't want to drive. So at times when Pat didn't go pick the kids up at school, I would drive Lindsay to pick the kids up at school because she was afraid to drive.
Did she express to you concern that in this time frame that people at the school, teachers and other people would be able to know what she was thinking and would think that she wasn't a good mother because she was sick?
Yes, she said the school knows something's going on because I'm not driving my car. They see that I'm not driving my car to pick the kids up.
Do you recall the end of January that she made a statement to you about the medication, in her opinion, what it was doing to her mind?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she couldn't remember anything. The medication was pretty much just...
I have a question. Which medication? You've taken so many of them. Which medication is causing her not to be able to think? Come on. Let's get down to the details. Come on.
It's destroying her mind.
God.
It wasn't her. She said, this isn't me. I just want to feel better and enjoy my kids again.
Now, I know that this is difficult. In December of 2022, do you recall the time that you were in the kitchen with Lindsay and Patrick and she made a statement about her state of mind to her husband, Pat, and you were there.
Yes.
I know it's difficult. Just tell us what you remember.
I remember her being very nervous. I remember her saying, I just have to tell you guys something. And then she told us.
What did she tell you?
She told us that she had thoughts of harming the children.
Thank you very much.
Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this time? We'll come
Going to lunch.
For cross-examination. All right. So, ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So, members of the jury, we're going to take the break at this time. We expect to have you back about 2 o'clock. Okay?
All right.
Which is 1 o'clock our time.
All right. Counsel, can I see you just for a second, just kind of time-wise?
We'll just leave that right there. We'll just get to watch her while we're at lunch today. So she's already telling Patrick and her mother she just had to tell him something that she felt like she was going to harm the kids. Okay. So if somebody said she had never made a statement like that before, they would not be telling the truth, would they? Right? Now, if somebody is telling you that they're thinking about harming your children, would you leave them at home with your children and nobody else there? I mean, I think it's a question that we would all ask. I mean, would you? No. I would be like, well, let me tell you something. You need to go because if you are thinking it, you will do it. Okay? That's how I see people. What do y'all think? I mean, it's very, yeah. Yeah, Kel, I'm Central Standard Time. I'm over in Texas. Yeah, I'm over just north of Austin. Yeah, so I'm CST, so it'll be 1 o'clock for me. Kel, are you in Texas? Are you on Central Standard Time? You know, I guess what I have a hard time wrapping my head around is if you knew that somebody was dangerous to your children and you left, and I'm not blaming Patrick. I am not blaming Patrick because I understand people have to work. But see, Patrick is working from home. He's downstairs in the basement working from home. So it's not like she's there all alone with these kids most of the time. Nope, never. Yeah. Oh, hell no, Leslie says. Oh, hell no, right. But she really wasn't alone if he's down there in the basement working. And if he had to go like out of town for something, because we know he did, well, then would you leave her there by herself? No, you would get one of the grandparents to come and help. But here's the thing. And let me ask y'all this, guys. Just agree. Thank you. All right, Kim. Let me just ask you this. I'm going to throw this out there. I'm not ever going to blame Patrick. No, I'm not going to blame Patrick because I understand people have to work. And if she's not going to go back to work because she's always had problems going back to work after having children, this has been discussed. What was Patrick supposed to do? I mean, really? What? Yeah. Louisiana. You're on CST. Okay, great. Thank you, Kel. Yeah. What was Patrick supposed to do? Do you think that there's any thoughts in Patrick's mind? How do I put this nicely? Where he's like, you know what? I'm just sick and tired of hearing this. Do you think that there was any kind of resentment starting to form by Pat about having to constantly listen to this? I don't know, because I understand you love your spouse. You do. You love the parent. You love your child's mother. I know you do. You do. But I can see where somebody would just be so, for months and months and months of this going on, somebody being so tired of hearing, well, if you're not getting help, what do we need to do to get you the right help? And I think because she wanted to, here's the thing that bothers me so much about this. She could have left that hospital, went to that birthday party, and then went back to that hospital to finish getting help. She chose voluntarily to check herself out and not go back. Is that the hospital's fault? No, that's her choice. She made that choice to not go back and finish getting the help. So how is it the hospital's fault? It's not. How is it the doctor's fault? It's not. How is it the medication's fault when you don't even take enough of it to get to a therapeutic level because you don't like the way you feel as you work up to getting the therapeutic level? Or was it that she did not need the medication, so her body just said hell no and made her have these bad reactions to it because it was not something she needed? I don't know. I'm just throwing things out there because I have so many questions about how in the world this could happen. There is certain responsibility of the patient. There's certain responsibility of the patient's family. But ultimately, when you decide to take the life of your children, who's responsible for that? You are. You are responsible for that no matter what. You are. So here's what we're going to do. I might just play something from last week. Maybe we'll just replay part of the trial from last week while we go do some things. I need to feed my dogs and do a couple of things around here during the lunchtime so we can be ready to go at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock it's 1 o'clock here, but 2 o'clock there when the trial starts back. So I'll come back about 15 minutes before. I don't want to shut off the live because I don't want to have to restart it. So I'm just going to play one of the days from one of the old days during the lunchtime. Let's see what we can do. Hang on. Let me see. Let's see what's over here. YouTube. Hang on a minute. Maybe we'll find, hang on. All right. Let me see if something else is over there that we might want to look at during the lunchtime. Oh, wait a minute. Let me see. Well, how many of y'all are into the Gypsy Rose Blanchard calls? Kel says she agrees. Yeah. I mean, how many of y'all want to hear the Gypsy Rose Blanchard calls? You want to just let them play while we do lunch and do a couple of things, and then we'll come back and do the trial, because some of those Gypsy Rose Blanchard calls are quite shocking, to be honest with you. Yeah. Goes with my statement I made earlier. Don't want to pick right, but couldn't understand why she was left. You're right. You're exactly right, Kel. You did make that statement, and you were exactly right about that. I mean, maybe, let me ask you this. Maybe is it because we hear people make little statements about, oh God, I'm going to kill this, I'm going to kill it, just in general speaking. And so we're kind of like immune to the thought that they would actually really do something like that, right? Because we hear little statements like that all the time. Oh, I could just kill that dog, but you really wouldn't do it, right? I don't know. Was Patrick like to the point that he just really thought, never in a million years was she capable of such a thing, and so he just didn't realize it was that serious? I don't know. Just a question. So I need to find us something to play during the lunchtime. And I was going to leave it up to y'all. We can watch the Lindsay Clancy trial from last week, or we can listen to the Gypsy Rose Blanchard phone calls, because there's really nothing to watch. We're just listening, right? We can do that if y'all want to. Let me go pull them up. We'll pull them up. Okay. I actually do have them on my computer somewhere if I can get that to open. Hang on a second. Maybe we'll get that to open today. Prison calls. Here you go. 2017. Come on. Let's see if it's going to open. Now, come on. Hang on a minute. Let me see and get these to open over here. We're going to open. Okay. Now. Open. Open this file folder and we'll just get them to pull up. Okay. Come on, open them up. Okay, enter. Here we go. Oh, there they are. Okay. So what I can do is I can just turn on these Gypsy Rose Blanchard phone calls, and we can just listen to them while we do other stuff, and then we'll come back and be ready to go back to the trial. Let's do that. Here we go. All right, I gotta share my screen away from this. Oh, well, let's do that. We'll just do that. Okay, here we go. All right, let's share the screen. Okay. All right, here we go. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to turn them on, and we're just going to let them play. If I can just let them play, like just go. They can just go. Let's see. Oh, come on. What are you doing here? I think you have to do. Look at that. I got two. That's so strange. Okay. All right. Why is it doing that? Look, I have two pointers. I don't know how that happened, but okay. Well, maybe I have to stop that. Okay, and then go back over here. Why is it giving me two of them? Okay, let me make this bigger. Maybe that's the. Oh, don't do this. Okay, let me see if I can fix this over here. No, I'm not going to stop sharing. I just want to. It's not letting me escape. Let's see, escape. Why is it? Look, I got this big blue screen. I don't know why it looks like that. Maybe I have to go down here. Nope. Let's see. This is weird. Very weird. Okay. Let's see. I don't know how to get rid of this. It is so strange. Do you see that? Yeah, I don't know if y'all can see what I'm seeing. Okay, go do some errands. We'll be back. Yeah, I don't know if I can make these play because I've got these two things that are popping up and it won't let me touch them. So that's kind of weird. Okay, we'll just get rid of that. We'll just play something over here. It's fine. No big deal. All right. Now stop sharing. We'll stop sharing that one. It's not letting me play them. Yeah, sometimes this thing's just weird like that. Lindsay Clancy. Here we go. Okay. Okay.
At the Chillicothe Correctional Center.
Okay.
Call is from a correctional facility and may be monitored and recorded. To accept charges,
Okay.
press 1.
All right.
To refuse charges,
Y'all
press
just listen while I
2.
go
Thank
do
you
some
for
stuff.
Securus. You may start the conversation now.
10.
10 o'clock. Okay. All right, good deal. I can do that. When I went to my mom's, Noah and little girl come over for a sleepover on Thursday night.
Oh, yeah?
Yep, I'm excited.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, I told Noah we'll watch the new Flash, and we'll order pizza, and little girl and me can hang out. And Noah.
Oh,
I know, have a little sleepover.
that's adorable.
Isn't that cute? But don't.
We'll be on the curb.
Yeah, but don't think that ain't making time for you. Because Noah will play video games. Let's say, don't think that gets you out of talking.
Oh, goodness.
How about a kiss?
Okay, so the appointment was, or the meeting was for Tuesday, August 8th. From what time to what time?
4:30 to 6:30, or 4 to 6. Go ahead and do 4 to 6:30.
Okay.
That way, I'll know more, but it's just to meet your parents and then roll out, and I'll probably have one or two parents, and then once I meet them, I'll roll out.
Run away.
Yeah, I'll be done probably at 5 o'clock. I'd like to see y'all.
Okay.
When I went to my mom's, I left and I went to the grocery store and bought some stuff. And I really like that grocery store. It's called Rouse's. Like, baby, they have all kind of shit.
I love Rouse's.
Yeah?
Yeah, they had one in New Orleans, not too far from the McDonald's house.
Yeah. Well, we got one in Lake Charles, and it is awesome. Oh, that was sexy. How about another kissing? I love you. I did. There's nothing there. And Mike wrote, and a reminder, this is a country, not a church. Good God, woman. And she is something else.
Is she a little cuckoo?
She's a little much, but whatever.
A little bit.
Whatever, yeah, whatever floats your boat there, girl. Anyway, I love you, baby.
I love you. Can you tell that I'm talking with my teeth in? Do I sound any different?
No. I mean, say something.
I've been talking this whole time.
I mean, maybe a little, but nothing major.
Okay.
I like it when you don't have your teeth though. Like, I don't know, like I like your voice no matter what, but there's certain things you're like cute. Yeah, like at the end of a word I'll hear it and I'm like, oh, that's baby. Whatever that means. I know I'm being silly.
Whatever that means.
I know I'm being goofy.
I love you.
I love you. What you about to do?
I'm gonna go lay down.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you gonna try to wear your teeth the rest of the night?
Maybe.
Okay. Well, go for it, baby. If that's what you want to do.
Well, add more since you've seen me last.
Okay. I'm still.
Want to make sure they still fit.
I'm still bummed.
I know.
But I'll stop saying it.
Yeah.
Okay. Mwah.
Mwah.
Love you, baby. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
You know, listening to him, God almighty. All right, let's go to the next one over here. All right. Just gross. Come on, let's play.
Hello, this is a free call from an offender at the Chillicothe Correctional Center. This call is from a correctional facility and may be monitored and recorded. To accept this free call, thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
You're late.
I gave you some extra time.
Oh, whatever. What have you been doing?
Nothing much. I've just been sorting out paperwork and
Bullshit. What have you been doing since count time cleared?
Paperwork.
No fucking way. No fucking way.
Yes, I thought if I had my bed sprawled out with paperwork.
Well, guess what, babe? Guess what happened today?
What happened today?
We're nationwide.
Nationwide.
We are nationwide. Our picture is everywhere.
Oh, okay.
I love it. I love it.
Okay.
Everybody thinks that I'm your brother. They're like, "Is that her brother?" I'm like, "No, it's me. It's Ken."
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
My brother is taller than you, actually.
What?
Yeah, my brother is taller than you.
Motherfucker.
You know, I'm going to say this. What makes me sick about these phone calls? Let me turn this down because I know it's on 100 because of the trial, but turn that down just a bit. I don't want to be screaming at nobody. But what makes me sick about these phone calls is the fact that other prisoners were only given their normal 15 minutes or whatever. But for some reason, the prison assisted Gypsy Rose Blanchard in abusing the rules and allowed her to be on the phone for hours while she talked to people about her book and her documentaries and all these other things. They knew she was making money off of killing her mother, right? Which is against the rules. Because she could not be paid directly, but they allowed her to do all these other things that were part of this. They allowed that. And so how she made the money was because she gave the rights to her story to Christy Blanchard. Then Christy Blanchard set it up to where the money came to Christy Blanchard. And Christy Blanchard then set up a separate trust to put the money in for Gypsy Rose Blanchard. That is how Gypsy Rose Blanchard circumvented the rules and walked out of prison with $250,000 in a trust for her. Now, does that seem right? No, it does not. I want to know what y'all think about that. Oh, you're so good. Good. Hey, Pam. I was just listening to these phone calls, letting them play, because I thought, well, need to give you something to talk to, something to listen, something to talk about while we wait for them to come back to court. And Gypsy Rose Blanchard, I cannot stand that witch. Everything about her story that you saw on Mommy, Dead, and Dearest and all of these documentaries and the book that she wrote, it is all lies. Once you go and read all the free information that was FOIA'd, Freedom of Information Act, by Into the Weeds and some of these other creators that they have freely allowed us to use to share out with everybody, you see the truth of what happened here. She killed her mother because she didn't want to deal with her mother anymore. She was never abused. She actually did have a chromosomal deletion, which caused a lot of her medical problems. That's why she's only 4'11" tall. I mean, there was a lot of things that just came along with her chromosomal deletion. Her mother did not abuse her. Her mother did not make her have 30 surgeries she didn't need. But I'll tell you another thing, and it's absolutely true. If you have not heard it, I suggest you go back and listen to these phone calls. She absolutely told Nick Godejohn that she could walk. She knew she could walk, but she continued to lie to her mother, right? Because she said, oh, I was afraid my mother wouldn't love me if she knew the truth. Bullshit. She knew as long as she stayed in that wheelchair like that, they got all the freebies. Who else goes to Disneyland and gets backstage tours and gets all the free stuff? And who else gets all that? Tickets? Nobody. Only people with Make-A-Wish and that kind of thing. Only the people that are parts of these disabled children, they get all of that. Not your normal people like you and I. My child never got to experience that. I couldn't buy that for him, right? But she got it all for free because she's in a wheelchair. That she knew she could walk. There is so many parts of this story that it makes you sick to your stomach when you realize she said it herself. Why? I didn't kill my mother so I could just live somebody else's life. She said it herself. She said it on the phone calls. She said it to Ken. It's phone call after phone call after phone call of the truth. Here's the deal. They never thought any of these phone calls would come to the public. They thought this would all be hidden forever. And oh my. Ken and Ryan Anderson. Oh, Ryan Anderson's fit to be tied. Ryan Anderson thinks he can come sue all these YouTube creators for playing these phone calls. Guess what, Ryan Anderson? I invited you to the show. It's called the Sunshine Law. When you're a prisoner in prison, it tells you every 15 minutes that they're recording the phone call. You knew it was being recorded, but you said what you said anyway. You made horrible remarks, talked about her sister, you talked about her family, you talked about her sister's boyfriend. You made the most incredibly disgusting comments on these phone calls, thinking that they would be hidden. They weren't hidden. So let's hear some more. Let's go. Let me turn it back
I miss you, Jim. I miss you.
I miss you too. Are you?
Oh, went over to my phone call. Okay.
Hello, this is a free call from
Hey, it's Jesse.
an offender at the Chillicothe Correctional Center. This call is from a correctional facility and may be monitored and recorded. To accept this free call, thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
You're
It's
late.
kind of hard to hear.
I gave you some extra time.
Oh, whatever. What have you been doing?
Nothing much. I've just been sorting out paperwork and
Bullshit. What have you been doing since count time cleared?
paperwork. Fucking
No fucking way.
academy.
No fucking way.
Yes, I fucking had my bed sprawled out with paperwork.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello, this is a free call
We're going to go to the next one because we already heard this one. Okay. Let's go.
With no account required, you can now go to securustech.net and put money directly on an offender's trust account. Save on fees and deposit money today. Go to securustech.net. That's SECURUSTECH.net. Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an offender at the Chillicothe Correctional Center. This call is from a correctional facility and may be monitored and recorded. To accept charges, press 1. To refuse charges, thank you for using Securus. You may start a conversation now.
Yeah, I need to kiss it. I feel like a stuck.
All right. You know what? No. Here's what we're doing. I forgot all about this. We're going to go back over here. Hang on a second, guys. We're going to the Tupac trial. We're going to go to the opening statements from Tupac trial. Let's do that. That is something we're interested in. Okay. Here we go. Tupac. Let's go there. Thank you. I forgot all about this. I'm like, oh no, I want to hear the opening statements. Okay. Let me see. Let me find the right channel. Here we go. Opening statements, ABC 7. Okay, we're going to go very to the beginning. We're going to go back to the beginning. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Let me share the screen. Now we're going to watch this trial. I forgot about it.
All right. You may, did the party stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
All right.
Hopefully you were able to get everything situated over the long weekend, and we look forward to proceeding with trial. Before we get started, we do need to have you sworn, so if I could have you all stand and raise your right hand, we'll proceed with that.
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the case at issue and a true verdict render according to the evidence, so help you God? You may be seated.
All right, thank you, Jessica, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're going to turn to opening statements. Mr. Plall, are you ready to give your opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur came to Las Vegas to attend a Mike Tyson fight. After the fight, Tupac, along with Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and other people that were with that group, ran into a person named Orlando Anderson. And Orlando Anderson is the defendant's nephew. And when they encountered Orlando Anderson sitting by himself, they attacked him. That attack was captured on video.
Sorry, I had to take a phone call.
Then, a few hours later, Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight drive down Flamingo Road to Club 662, where Tupac is scheduled to perform a concert. Then 2.5 hours later, after Tupac and Suge engaged in the beating of Orlando Anderson, they are gunned down. Tupac is gunned down in a drive-by shooting from a white Cadillac, an act of revenge. During those 2.5 hours, you will learn that the defendant was escalating and planning the retribution for the beating of his beloved nephew. Now, let's be clear. Dwayne Davis did not pull the trigger. But what he did do was plan the retaliation for the beating of his nephew. You will learn that Dwayne Davis got the gun. You will learn that he got into a white Cadillac. You will learn when the opportunity presented itself for retribution, Dwayne Davis made sure that the shooters were armed and ready to execute their revenge. And remarkably, you will learn that from Dwayne Davis himself. But to understand what happened on September 7th, 1996, on the streets of Las Vegas, we need to go about 275 miles west to the city of Compton, California. What you'll learn is that Compton is about 10 square miles. But in the mid-1990s, those 10 square miles were occupied by over 30 gangs claiming its territory. And important to this case, there are two gangs, Mob Piru and the Southside Compton groups. Let's talk a little bit about the Mob Piru. The Mob Piru is a group that associated with the color red. And you'll hear that Suge Knight, the person who was driving Tupac Shakur that night, grew up in the neighborhood of Mob Piru. But by the mid-1990s, he had become a very successful CEO of the record label Death Row Records. But despite, or maybe because where he came from, you'll hear that Suge Knight continued to employ Mob Piru gang members as part of Death Row. They would act as unofficial security, and other times they would engage in, let's call them other acts, on behalf of Suge Knight. But Death Row in the mid-1990s was one of the most successful record labels around. They had artists such as Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and of course, Tupac Shakur. And in 1996, Tupac Shakur was maybe the largest and biggest, most successful rapper around. He had just sold, released All Eyes on Me, a double album that was met with huge success. Additionally, Tupac Shakur was a movie star, having appeared in a number of movies and critically acclaimed roles. He has, at times, been referred to as an icon. But for the purposes of this case, what you need to know is that Tupac Shakur was not a gangster. He was a hip-hop artist associated with the Mob Piru. Now, the other gang that's important to know here is the Southside Compton Crips. And when it comes to Southside, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was the leader of the Burris Street faction of the Southside Compton Crips. And while Suge Knight rose to prominence in his neighborhood due to the money that he was bringing in through the music industry, Dwayne Davis rose to prominence in his neighborhood because he was a very successful, large-scale drug trafficker. And you will learn that that is how one moves up in the world of gangs, by bringing in money to the neighborhood. The other thing you'll learn is that Orlando Baby Wayne Anderson was his nephew, and also a highly respected member of the Southside Compton Crips. Now, as part of this case, you're going to hear another name. Eric Zip Martin. Now, Eric Zip Martin is not a member of the Southside Compton Crips. In fact, he's based out of New York. He's involved in the drug trade and knows Dwayne Davis as a result of both their involvements in the drug trade. Dwayne Davis from the West Coast, Eric Zip Martin from the East Coast. And one of the connections that Dwayne Davis gets through his association with Zip Martin is with Sean Puffy Combs, who was then the CEO of Bad Boy Entertainment. Sean Combs wanted some security when he came out to the West Coast. He was worried about Mob Piru. He was worried about the members of Death Row Records. And so Dwayne "Keefy" D. Davis agreed to be around to act as unofficial security for Sean Combs and his artists when they came out west, in order specifically to ensure there are no problems with Mob Piru and Death Row Records. And this took a rivalry between Mob Piru and Southside Compton Crips and escalated it. And those tensions boiled over in the Lakewood Mall in the summer of 1996. There, you'll hear that Trayvon Lane, a member of the Mob Piru, associated with Death Row Records, was there with other members of Mob Piru in order to do some shopping. Lakewood Mall was a mall nearby Compton. You'll also hear that Baby Lane Anderson, Orlando Anderson, the defendant's nephew, was there. Now, Trayvon Lane that day was wearing a chain with a Death Row medallion. And there was a fight that occurs between the Mob Piru group and the Southside Compton Crips. And at one point, that chain is pulled off Trayvon Lane's neck. Now, what happened to that chain is an issue of much dispute. Not everybody agrees with it. But the act of disrespect of pulling the Death Row chain and the brawl that occurs further escalates this heated rivalry. And what you'll learn is that these two men, Trayvon Lane and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they encounter each other again, this time in Las Vegas. So that brings us back up to September 7th, 1996, here in Las Vegas. Again, Mike Tyson is fighting Bruce Seldon. He disposes of him in less than in a round. Doesn't take a full round. And then after the fight, Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, and the people they're here with, they leave. And among his group is Trayvon Lane. And that is why this fight occurs. Trayvon Lane and the Death Row group sees Orlando Anderson standing by himself, and they decide to attack him in retribution for what happened in the Lakewood Mall. You'll see Orlando Anderson's on the bottom of that group. You see security coming, trying to break this up. And then you'll see Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and that group exit the MJ Trail. Now, Orlando Anderson was by himself because when Dwayne Davis purchased the tickets for the Bruce Seldon fight, he got with Bruce Seldon. So everybody that came with Dwayne Davis were seated separately throughout the fight. And so Orlando Anderson was, at that time, by himself. You'll see that Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight, and his group leave the MGM Grand. And you'll see that Orlando Anderson, after being held by security, is questioned for a bit, asked if he wants to press charges. He decides he doesn't want to participate in any type of prosecution and that he doesn't need medical attention. Dwayne Davis hears about this beating. And what you will hear is that in his world, there is no question that a response is required. And you will hear from Dwayne Davis what happens next. Because what happened over the next 2.5 hours is something Dwayne Davis would later describe himself in the secret 2008 interview from his attorney's office with the federal task force. And we'll talk about that interview and the circumstances surrounding that later. But we'll hear about what the next 2.5 hours was. So what we learn is that Dwayne Davis is upset about the beating of his nephew. And frankly, that's not an unusual response. What's unusual is the next steps Dwayne Davis takes. Unusual for the normal person, maybe not unusual for in-gang culture. Dwayne Davis decides he is going to organize a retaliation, that this beating cannot go unanswered. Then he runs into a person named Zip Martin. Remember the Zip Martin that was a connection with Bad Boy Entertainment from New York? And Zip Martin tells him that he has a gun and that he can come help him out.
Okay, where do you go to? What do you tell Zip right now? You tell Zip, hey, we're going to go handle this shit or whatever?
Yeah, like, I want to come. Like, you know what I'm going to do? It was, they're going to get 662 Club.
Who said that?
Everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah, everybody.
Well, how do you know that Zip's got a gun? Does he tell you?
It was in a lobby. In the lobby.
Did you ask him? Do you have one, or is it tells you, yeah, I got one?
Yeah, that's when he asked me to leave it up. I said, yeah, okay, cool.
I don't know what he gave you.
Yeah.
So later, Dwayne Davis organizes 2 vehicles to go over to the 662 Club. Before that, he gets the gun from Zip Martin. He goes out to his Mercedes-Benz, gets the gun from Zip Martin, and then after some time, he assembles 2 cars to go to 662 to violently confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight for the beating of his nephew. And you'll hear that Dwayne Davis wasn't initially in the white Cadillac. He goes into a van, and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they go in a white Cadillac, and they go to Club 662, waiting for Tupac Shakur, waiting for Suge Knight, waiting for this violent confrontation. And what you'll learn is that Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight don't show up while they're there.
We went out to 626. They didn't show up. We waited about 15, 20 minutes. They didn't show up. So it's like, let's go get some liquor. We stopped at the liquor store. I got out of the van and they had to jump in the Cadillac.
So what you hear Dwayne Davis say is he got out of the van and goes into the Cadillac. And the plan at that point is to go to a liquor store, get some booze, and then go back to the Las Vegas Strip and party. What the original intention was before Orlando Anderson was beaten at the MGM. But on the way back to the Las Vegas Strip, they see a caravan of cars. And that caravan included Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. And in that white Cadillac, before the shooting occurs, Dwayne Davis explains that the driver is Terrence T. Brown. In the rear driver's side, DeAndre Big Dre Smith. In the rear passenger side is Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. And Dwayne Davis himself, KBD, is in the front passenger side. And this is how Dwayne Davis explains the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yeah. It's a little bit short right there. Then we came up Harlem at the Long Way Boulevard. And shit. Here they come in that BMW when they came your car. And Carl's like, Tupac. I'm like, there you go. Made the U-turn. We wasn't supposed to make it. Just wanted the U-turn. They was in the middle lane. We just pulled up on the side and checked every car to see where they was.
So what directed your attention to him was some girl shouting at Tupac?
Tupac! He gave himself away. Otherwise, they would have gone away. Yo, ain't not quick. You know how they do.
You did a U-turn, so then you pull alongside of it. You guys were in the car. You already had the gun at this point, or at what point do you hand him the gun?
I thought he was going to pull on my side. You know Oh, that's on the neck, on the scalp, man. You know, he pulled on his side.
So you were fitting a glass if you had to, or you were just?
Yeah, we would have been on my side, I would have.
Okay. So you hand the gun to the back seat.
Yeah.
You can hear me.
I gave it to Dre, and Dre was like, no. And Lane's like, dude, fuck.
So what you hear Dwayne Davis admit that as they see Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight driving to Club 662, Dwayne Davis, along with Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson, decide to make a U-turn, confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. Dwayne Davis has the firearm. It's the firearm he got from Eric Bonds at Martin, and then he passes it to the back. Dwayne Davis says that if they were on his side, if Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight were on his side of the vehicle, he would have shot them himself. But because they were on the other side, he handed it to DeAndre Smith. DeAndre Smith, according to Dwayne Davis, did not want to shoot at that time, so Orlando Anderson shot into that car. Dwayne Davis explains this over and over again.
Literally on the street.
Okay, Lane starts blasting. You say Suge looks over, he sees you. He looks right at you. Are you looking at this?
I just know he does something to say, you know.
When he looks over at you, and then, Tupac's busy getting shot. Evidently, the story is Tupac's trying to either get out of the
back seat or something.
Yeah, what do you see happening inside that
Jump
car?
in. I see the bullet going through. Yeah, I thought he was dead. He was straight or something in the head or something.
A piece of glass went into his neck right here.
Yeah, the thing in the head.
A little gray.
I thought he did.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, did you guys stop the two girls? Did both stop the car and let them get off?
Yeah. And we made the right.
Okay, but he stopped what you said, why you cool, let off.
Yeah. And we made the right and some brawler Seagrave and homeless. Stupid bitches. We shot their window around and they stopped.
So Tupac's trying to jump in the back seat. And what Suge was?
Nothing. He couldn't really duck because he was too big. Yeah.
One other thing Dwayne Davis talks about during the murder of Tupac Shakur is that there's a car full of women. I think he calls them broads at one point. Car full of women who are there as well. And you're going to hear from one of them. And what she's going to tell you is that she disagrees slightly with Mr. Davis's rendition. They were, in fact, communicating with Suge and Tupac's car, but they weren't talking to Tupac, they were talking to Suge. And what she says is she hears gunshots, she sees the white Cadillac flee, and then what Dwayne Davis...
You're so right, Sprinkle Donut. I thought it just happened to me. I always forget things. Get out of my head, as you always say, because I'm thinking about right now. Ronnie went to the store yesterday because I was driving. And I know what he forgot that I'm supposed to go get later. But anyway, all right, we were just going to listen to a little bit of Tupac's opening statements before we switch back to Lindsay Clancy. I also have this other little mini microphone that I'm trying to hook back up if I can, so we might switch, but just listen to this while we wait. Thank you for coming back, as always. I love seeing you guys come in and out of the channel. Please hit that thumbs up, share, and subscribe. Here we go. Thank you, guys.
Davis interprets as them chasing her, she'll tell you is them just panicking and trying to get away. But she will say they inadvertently follow. After Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur's vehicle is shot, Suge Knight makes a U-turn and heads back to the Las Vegas Strip. The car ultimately can go no further and stops. Police arrive. Medical arrive. And you will hear that Suge Knight was grazed in the head and had some glass going in his neck. He ultimately survives those injuries and is released fairly quickly. You'll also hear that Tupac Shakur was shot multiple times, that he was brought to UMC, and that 6 days later, he succumbed to to those injuries. And within 24 hours, the Cadillac and the assailants are back in Compton. They stay the night, and they drive right home as though nothing happened. But a war followed them back to Compton. Because while people were afraid to come forward to police, the police knew and the streets knew that Southside Compton Crips were responsible for this murder. And the war that follows at Compton is a bloody one. You'll hear that Mob Piru and Southside Crip members start shooting at each other. Within 10 days,
What is this thing?
3 people are killed. A number of people are shot, including an 11-year-old girl. And what you'll also learn is that none of those cases were prosecuted. Why? Because in this context, in the gang context of this, the combination of gangs and guns is scary. And in this world, silence means survival. The one person who has a hard time being silent is Dwayne Davis. You're going to hear from 1998 to 2023, Dwayne Davis has given a number of statements regarding this case. So, as early as 1998, Davis spoke to the FBI. He admitted he was in Las Vegas during Tupac's murder, but he denies being responsible. Then in 1999, Davis speaks to the FBI again. And these aren't interviews that are focused on the Tupac Shakur murder. These are interviews regarding drug transactions and drug trafficking. But he does say that Tupac does come up, and Dwayne Davis admits to being in Las Vegas for Tupac Shakur's murder. Says he wasn't involved, but he was mad about the fact that Orlando Anderson was beaten, and that his plan was to handle it in Compton had Tupac survived. Then in 2008, the interview of clips we've heard today, in a secret interview with Federal Task Force, Davis admits to his role in the murder of Tupac Shakur. And we do need to talk a little bit about this 2008 Federal Task Force. Because what this task force is investigating is not the murder of Tupac Shakur. What this task force is investigating is another rapper's murder. A rapper by the name of Christopher Wallace. Somebody who is known as Biggie Smalls, the notorious B.I.G. Christopher Wallace got murdered 6 months after Tupac Shakur was killed. And there was some allegation that the LAPD might have been involved. So a federal task force was formed to determine what happened to Christopher Wallace. And the interesting thing about the murder of Christopher Wallace is that Christopher Wallace is killed leaving a party in LA. Also at that party, Dwayne Davis. Christopher Wallace, there's a suspect vehicle that was a Chevy SS Impala, and Dwayne Davis happened to own a Chevy SS Impala. Now, as a result of this, the task force decides, well, let's look at Dwayne Davis. And the thing we know about Dwayne Davis is that he trafficked narcotics. And so they were able, through a CI and an undercover, to have a drug transaction with Dwayne Davis. And as a result, Dwayne Davis now has a case, a big trafficking case. And so the federal task force approaches Dwayne Davis and his attorney, and they say, hey, look.
Let me know if you can hear me. Okay, I'm talking, so let me know if you can hear me. I'm going to try this other little microphone because it's smaller and it can you hear anything? Shh. Let me see. Okay. Testing. I don't know if this is going to work. Okay, testing. Can you hear anything now? I can't. Okay. Try now. Can you now? Okay. Testing, testing. I don't think this little microphone's going to work. Oh, you can hear it? Oh, yay. Then I'm going to unplug this other one. We'll just use this one because I fully charged. Yay. Okay, good. Let me get rid of this other one. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, hang on a second. Now can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear now when I'm saying hello, hello? Hello? Hello, hello, hello? Hello? Can you hear me now? I don't think so, huh? Can you hear hello? Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. Let me see. Let me see. You know, people do it like this. Testing. Hello? Hello, hello? I think it does work. I think it is working. Okay. Oh, but it's quiet? Okay. All right. Okay. So, oh shit. Come on now. All right. So now, you can hear me now though, right? It's okay, right? It's louder? Okay. Because I can switch back to my other one. I just kind of wanted to use this because it's small and you can clip it onto you and you don't have to, be right over it to use it. All right, let me turn this up so we can get back to our trial and be ready to go. Okay. Hang on. Let's get back. Now, can you hear now? We're good. Okay. Oh, here we go. Now, I'm going to. Okay, so now I'm going to turn this back on and I'll pull up the other trial.
We want information regarding the murder of Christopher Wallace. That is what we are trying to investigate. And what Dwayne Davis says is, I don't have any information about that. But I can tell you about what we did. I can tell you about Tupac. And that's what he does. He tells a federal task force that's about his involvement, what you've heard, his orchestration of the murder of Tupac Shakur. That secret conversation, that proffer, was secretly reported and released later. In 2009, Davis is being so helpful to federal authorities that he actually flies out to New York to try and get Zip Martin to implicate himself in the Tupac Shakur murder. Zip Martin at that time was dying of cancer, was out of the game, and really did not engage with Dwayne Davis. In 2009, though, Dwayne Davis gives an interview to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Detective Dan Long. Now, Dwayne Davis is more guarded in that interview. It is a different setting than the interview of 2008. It's not a secret proffer.
Okay. One of the things I'm going to do is after our Lindsay Clancy trial is over with, I want to go back and watch this trial because I'm very interested in it. I mean, I remember when this happened. It was so long ago, but I still remember it happening. So let's get it set up for the Lindsay Clancy trial for it to come back. Here we go, guys. And if I'm screaming at you, just let me know, I don't want to be screaming at you guys. But I have to turn it up so loud because of there's no audio system in that courtroom, and it just makes it hard for us to hear. So let me fix this part, and we'll be ready to go when they're ready to go. Okay, there. Now, all right. Hope y'all enjoyed your lunch, and you got a couple of things done. I got a couple of things done that I need to do. So we are ready for trial. Let me see. Who's texting me? Somebody's texting me. There, we're good. All right, we're good. I went and made myself a little cup of coffee so I could just wake the hell up because I thought, oh no, I'm getting kind of sleepy. Why am I getting sleepy? I had plenty of sleep last night, right? Yes, I do get up early because I get up when my husband goes to work. Well, he gets up early because he likes to have his coffee and just relax a little bit before he gets up and goes to work. So I get up when he gets up. So, and I help him get out the door and all that. And then if I'm not doing a trial, like if I'm not getting up with you guys, then I'm just going to go back, lay down on the couch with my dog for a little bit before I get going again. But because I'm doing this, I'm finding that I'm getting up early enough that I'm just enjoying getting up and doing things. So I'm going to have to get back on. You forgot your bag of ice? Oh no. Oh no. I'm enjoying getting back on getting up and doing things. I might just come early in the morning a lot because I like coming early in the morning. It's more fun, really. And people are up and going. Y'all aren't all sleeping. So Leslie got to go get a bag of ice. Oh no, hang on a second. Yeah. All right. Now I got to change my damn earbud. That one just died. Just wake the hell up. Oh my God, I can't win. Here we go. Okay. All right. There's that. Make sure they both here. All right, there. You can get it later today. Okay, great. All right, make sure that this is okay on that. My damn earbud, I'm telling you. All right, there. All right. Now, it is 12:56. I'm sure they'll come back in just a few minutes. This will give us time for everybody to get ready, get back in, get sat down, get your popcorn, whatever you're going to have this afternoon. I don't expect trial to go except till maybe 3:30 our time, which will be 4:30 their time. It is weird. What did y'all think about that motion 25 he was trying to hustle up on in there? I did read the rules on that, and the prosecutor was kind of right, but kind of not right. Yeah. Ice cream, yes, I want ice cream. Yes, I want. You know what I love is Andy's custard. If you have never had Andy's frozen custard, oh my God, it's better than ice cream. But it is so much more fattening, because it's made of eggs. Anyway, I did read the rules that go with that motion 25, and I can tell you that the prosecutor was kind of right, and so was Reddington kind of right, because it says when they rest, when the prosecution rests. Now, she was not going to go back and redirect with some other rebuttal over there, and she was just resting her case 100%, then the motion would have been correct. But he did have the right to present the motion when prosecution rests. So that's how that went. Yeah. What are you going to get? I think he is grasping at straws because he's struggling over here. We can see right now that he is going to have a tough time, and I think he knows he's going to have a tough time getting this this not guilty by reason of insanity. I think he knows because people are like, well, but wait a minute. I mean, when you start listening to all this testimony, I mean, yeah, she took some drugs and stuff, but never taken enough to actually have a therapeutic level in her system. How did she know if it was the drugs or something else making her feel that way? I don't know. I'm having a problem with that part, right? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Pam. Pam is sending me her baby animal picture so we can make a little collage of them. I'm excited about that. Yeah, I am. Okay. Well, my pharmacy, blah, blah, blah. Yes, you answered my questions. Okay. What are we saying? My pharmacy, I'm telling you. Let me answer these. So I had my prescription was sent over to my pharmacist on Friday, about, I don't know, noon or so. It was about noon. So they never filled it. Let me see what they're saying. So what I did was I was like, okay, well, we'll just wait. We'll just wait and see. Well, then I kept saying that, okay, proceed with this. What do we need? Yes, I'm taking the, what? Oh, let me see what they're trying to ask me. This is kind of stupid. Are you taking or planning to take the medication tablets? Yes, I'm planning to take them. Yes. Continue. Okay, how stupid. Why do we need this information? Are you taking or planning to take it? Okay, please select. I said yes. This is crazy. Yes, continue. Thank you for updating. Well, why would I not take them? Right? Isn't that crazy? Okay, we're done. We're done with that. Okay, there we go. All right. So something gets sent over to your pharmacy and they're asking, do you plan on taking this medicine? Well, yes, I plan on taking this medicine. Why wouldn't I take the medicine? It was prescribed to me. My doctor sent it over. Of course I'm going to take the medicine. But wait a minute. Did Lindsay Clancy get questions like that from her pharmacy? Were they asking her if she planned on taking the medicine? Weird, right? Right. Yes. So y'all be sure and everybody send me your pet pictures so we can make something from our pet pictures and share. It'll be fun. It'll be a lot of fun. Maybe one day we'll just do all of our pets and talk about where we got them, how long we've had them, just have a pet show. Why not? Okay, let's see. Let's go back over here to Lindsay Clancy. Oh my God, that dog was shh. I don't know why is he barking. My sister got these. I'll have to show y'all this video. My sister got these dogs this ball, and it bounces around by itself. It's like you plug it in and it charges up and it bounces around by itself. It about drove Jack crazy. That dog. I don't think he's going to be able to breathe after it was over with. In fact, I'm going to share this right now. I'm going to share this while we wait. It is too damn funny. It is funny. So here we go. Okay. Hang on a minute. We're going to send him to my email so I can share him. I mean, I could not stop laughing. He's so funny. It was like it was driving him insane because he kept bouncing around. He could not get his mouth on it. He couldn't get his mouth on it, so he's trying to grab it with his little, hand paws. His hand paws can't grab it because it's bouncing up. It's kind of bouncing around up and down. He is getting so frustrated. I've never seen a dog so mad. He was just mad as hell over a ball. Over a ball. Okay. All right. It's going to take a while to send it over, but I'll show y'all when I get them. I mean, really, he's just goofy. Ooh, that coffee's hot. Damn. I thought it'd been cooled off by now. Okay, here we go. I'm hearing something. They're fixing to start, I think. I heard like a little shuffling noise, so I think they're fixing to start back. Okay, good. Okay. All right. And of course, the mower's going to come this afternoon, so of course that's going to happen as usual. But today is the last day. New updates? No, I don't need those. Cancel. Today is the last day that they're going to be mowing our yard. My husband's taking it back over. Thank God. I told him, I said, every time they mow that yard and I'm on my live show, it just interrupts the show. And they always come when I'm on my live show. And he said, he goes, well, they're not really doing that good of a job anyway. He said, why don't you just tell them today is their last day, give them their final bit of money, and I'll just take it back over. I was like, hallelujah. Absolutely. Damn it. All right, good. Anyway, let's see if my pictures went over to my Gmail. We're going to pull it up and see. It's too funny. Here we go. Okay. Gmail. Nope. Come on, stupid. Sometimes I don't know how I make it through the day, folks. I don't know. Okay. All right. Come on, Gmail inbox. Okay. Here we go. Oh my God. What the hell? Let me see. Make sure they're not going live without us. Here we go. Let's see. I kept hearing this little noise. I thought they were fixing to start, but I don't really see them on it. Okay, guys, that's enough. Okay. Ooh. Okay, here we go. Let's go. Come on. Okay, let's see. I'm going to download these right now. All right, compose. Let's see. Ooh. Going slow, isn't it? That's weird. No, that's the right one. Yes, it's not downloading the little. I sent it over here. Let's see. I don't know what's wrong with it, but it's not downloading them. That's weird. Okay, well, I guess we won't watch those right now. Social? Yeah. Okay. Well, they didn't come over yet. That's okay. Well, let's get our trial. Maybe their trial's starting. Okay. Well, I'll show them later, but it's not coming over right now. I don't know if it bounced back. I don't know what happened to it. That's so irritating. I'm trying to find there's something to watch while we wait, but it's 1:05. I know they're going to come in here and start really soon, so I don't want to start looking at something else and then we have to stop. I just want the trial to get on Who do you think's going to be the next witness? Well, after he gets through talking to this other person, who's our witness over here? Let me look. I wrote it down here. Let's see. Who in the heck was he talking to? Paula Musgrove. So after Paula Musgrove, who do you think is going to be the next witness? I think it's going to be her father, Lindsay Clancy's father, and then I think it's going to be Dr. Zeisel. I think that's the order they're going to put him in on the defense side. I do believe that. I think it's going to take all day to do Dr. Zeisel. I don't think they can do Dr. Zeisel in just a couple of hours, but I think that's why they're doing her parents today as her character witnesses. That's what I think is going on here. Let's see. Come on, come on. Okay, well, guess we just hang out and wait. It is so quiet outside today. I've not seen anybody but a couple of people walk their dogs, and that's it. There's, of course, the kids are all back in school, so there's nobody riding their bike. There's nobody walking up and down. The kids are just gone. There's nothing to upset the dogs except the people that were walking the dogs this morning. So I was like, damn, it's quiet out there. There's no traffic coming down the road, nothing. It's very, very still today. So. Let me see. Come on. Did y'all notice that Lindsay Clancy was crying again this morning? Yes, she was crying again this morning. I thought, oh no, we're going to have to stop the whole court because she's crying again. I'm glad we did not, because I really don't want to see that out of her. What is there? I mean, I know that she must feel something because her kids are gone. She's having to listen to her mother cry. So I can guess that's why. I would be crying too if I'm watching my mother cry because I hurt my mother so bad, right? I mean, I can kind of relate to that because she did hurt the whole family. But I don't know. There's just something so incredibly weird about Lindsay Clancy and Patrick Clancy that was going on in that house, which I can't put my finger on it. I don't understand it. I never will. I wish I knew, because it would, but it's none of my business, really. I know it's none of my business, and it probably has nothing to do with why she took the life of the kids. We will never know that, what happened there. He will never talk about it either. You think that somebody's going to write a book? You think Lindsay Clancy will write a book about this? Or do you think there's a book deal already in progress? Because I'm going to bet there's a book deal in progress already. Let's take a look and find out. All right? Let's look right over here. For the Lindsay Clancy. Let's see. Maybe they're just waiting on the... Okay. Let's see what it says. Nothing credible comes up that confirming that an actual book deal has been made on the Lindsay Clancy case. So how about that? Well, so there is no book deal as of on record now. But maybe after they settle the wrongful death lawsuits, you can bet there's going to be one then, right? And you know they're not going to try them together. They're going to try them separate for the wrongful death. They're not going to group that together. It's going to be two different trials. And I bet they'll do Patrick's first, and if he wins, then they will do Lindsay's. But I don't know how he's going to win that. I really don't. Let's see. What is the possibility? Let's look at this. All right. Let's see. Patrick. Well, come on. Hang on a minute. All right. Let's see. Leslie. I can't get my Gmail to work. Can you email? Yes, I can. I certainly will, Leslie. So I certainly will. Thank you. Yes, I'll get that right over to you. Let me write this down right now. So, Pinky Sticky. Oh my God, that is cute. Girl, that is cute. That's so funny. You know what I think it is? Because like a lot of, you know how it's little red zero, but for some reason when I made the email address for the channel, it would not let me put the zero there. I had to make it like the baby O, so it's little red, the baby O, not the zero. And I think that's what causes a lot of things to bounce back. But I will still email you so we can get you in here. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. I wonder where Cinderella is today. I haven't seen her in a couple of days. You know. Okay, let's see. Did I hear something? Hang on. No. I wonder where she's at. I haven't seen her in a couple of days. You know who else? You know, texted me this morning was Justin. I was like, oh, I get to see all my people. Yay! Yeah, I enjoy hearing from him. I know he's been doing a lot of the Nancy Guthrie and the Sullivan kids. And there's a new case that he's working on. What was the name of that? Let me pull that up and see if I can find out the name of that. It's a missing person, I believe. Let me pull up Clutched and Pearls and see who he's working on. All right, hang on a minute. I listened to her a little bit yesterday, and then I was really tired after my damn trip driving home because it was so damn hot yesterday. Just couldn't. I was so sleepy. I had to stop and buy coffee on my way home because I could not stay awake. Okay, view the channel. Let's see. What did we talk about yesterday? 2 days ago was. Let's see. Let me go to the live. Okay. Somebody named the Peyton Flett case was who he's working on. Peyton Flett. Let's see what this is about. Let me tell you what it's about. Why did it take 16 days from the last time Peyton Flett's mother reportedly heard her daughter's voice until Peyton was officially reported? Wow. Hey, Cal. Good to see you again. Thank you for coming on back. We appreciate that. It's fixing to start. It's been long enough. I don't know what the holdup is. I thought they were going to start a minute ago because I saw the little thing, but they didn't. Anyway, we're talking about what Justin's been talking about on Clutched and Pearls, his last show. And it's another person that's missing by the name of Peyton Flett. So it was 16 days before she was reported missing. And why did police later change the timeline? So that's what Justin talked about yesterday. So Peyton's mother, Danica Moore, reportedly last saw or spoke with Peyton on June the 14th, 2026. She said she was expected to spend the night with Moore's sister. Peyton was officially reported missing to the Prince Albert Police Services on June the 30th. Now, police were initially given information that Peyton had last been seen June the 21st in the 1000 block of Brandon Drive. However, the investigators later moved her last known movements backwards to June 16th or 17th. Police say that Peyton was in the area surrounding the John Diefenbaker School and later near Marquise Road and Central Avenue, close to the Northern Lights Casino. On August the 12th, Peyton's mother, police, and the indigenous community leaders made an urgent public appeal. Police confirmed that the Major Crimes Unit was investigating and said such locations would be selected using evidence and intelligence developed during this investigation. The following day, investigators searched the 300 block of the 40th Street East. Now, during that search, human remains were discovered. Police are investigating the discovery as a suspicious death. Peyton's mother reportedly said she was informed the police that the remains are her daughter's. However, formal identification and the official cause and manner of death are expected to be addressed following the scheduled autopsy on August the 18th. Oh, that's sad. That's sad. Another missing person who's found deceased. I hate to hear that. It was a young person, too. And I believe this is over in Canada. If I'm not, I believe it's Canada. That's what I think. Yeah. Oh, that's sad. Okay, so that's what Justin was talking about yesterday. I kind of started listening, but I was tired. I didn't listen to the whole thing. Let me see what else he's talking about. Now, Nancy Guthrie. Now, this was also streamed one day ago. Let me see what this is about. Let's see what's going on in Nancy Guthrie. Sources say that the masked individual connected to Nancy's disappearance appeared at her front door on an earlier day before returning on the morning she vanished. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's see. I hear that. I fell asleep during the live. Yeah, I fell asleep during the. Sometimes I just do. Sometimes I'm like, I was just so exhausted. I couldn't listen, you know. Especially, I mean, after driving in the heat, it makes me nervous. I get really nervous driving along. It's like a 2.5 hour drive. And there seemed to be a lot of traffic on that road on Highway 79 yesterday. And it was like I couldn't get around certain cars. I was just stuck traveling like they weren't going the whole speed. It was just terrible. I was like, oh my God, I couldn't wait to get home. It made me a nervous wreck. Anyway, the difference between those appearances is critical. In the earlier image, oh, here they are. They're coming back right now. We'll go back to this later. All right, let's go to court.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, before we proceed with this, could I just see counsel briefly sidebar?
Oh boy. Sidebar. We already got the sidebar. All right. Let me fix this, and we're ready to go. I wonder what they're going to be having a sidebar about. I wonder if it's going to be about that Thorndike lady. No, if they were going to talk about a motion, they'd be talking about the motion in front of us, so it's not about that. Yeah, especially especially if the live is pretty late at night, like if I'm modding for Justin or whatever, and it's like 10:30 or so, I'll start dozing off, and I'll wake up and oh God, I got to catch up, figure out where they're at. It's just hard for me sometimes. But the funny thing is, it's like once I fall asleep, if you wake me up, I cannot go back to sleep. I just can't do it. So. I wonder what that sidebar is going to be. Do. Let me turn this off over here. All right. Oh, that's hot. Shit. There it is. It's okay. I had my wax melt going, and I was like, oh shit. It smells like it's burning. I need to turn that off. All right. Now I'm ready. Everything's turned off. We're ready to go now. All right. Let's go to court. Yeah, the wax melt smelled like it was burning. It's like this is lemon smell, but then I was like, that smells like it's, like some other flavor because it's been on too long. It's actually burning now. I love wax melts better than candles. We can get wax melts from and we get a discount too. Oh, here we go.
Ready for the jury?
Let's go to court. Okay.
Do you have some water up there?
Get you some water. Hot mic.
All rise, please.
Pinky Stinky, that's so cute.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Trudy Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Okay.
Now, you testified in direct examination about the statements that Lindsay made in December about having thoughts about harming the children. When in December was that?
I don't exactly remember. I would say early to mid December, probably maybe earlier rather than mid-December. But I don't exactly remember when.
Okay. And when she made the statement that she had thoughts of harming the children, did either you or Patrick ask her what she meant by that?
I believe I remember Pat asking her if she felt like she couldn't be alone with the children, and she said no.
And after she made those statements, did you have any thoughts about committing her?
No.
Did you have any thoughts about having her come stay with you in Connecticut away from the children?
No.
Were you concerned for the children's safety at that point in time?
No, because I was there.
And you were asked about some text messages in October And those are now an exhibit, I believe, exhibit 276. And so you talked about the text on the 20th when she asked you to come and she was having a hard time, right?
Yes.
A day before, on October 19th, she had sent you a different text message stating, "Hi, Mom, would you ever consider coming to stay with us for a couple days at a time to help with childcare so I can work?" And talking to a therapist and doing a lot of thinking, I actually think going to work will help me, but it's really hard with nurses' hours to get childcare that we need. I'm thinking if you could come like Sunday to mid-Tuesday, it'd be really helpful. Just a thought. Do you remember that text the day before?
Yes.
And did you agree in a text message that you said I can come and help out?
Yes.
And then after that next day is when she said she was having trouble and wanted you there then, and you went that day, correct? But you said you were there for about a week, but there's a text on October 20th that's not included in this exhibit, where on October 24th at 2:36 p.m., you send a text to her saying, "How are things today?" And she responds, "Good." Remember that?
Yes.
So were you already home at that point when you were asking her how she was doing on the 24th?
I must have been home at that point. I honestly don't remember. I was back and forth so many times. So the time frames are really jumbled in my head as far as how long I stayed any particular time.
And so you would go and help out when they asked you to, and then you would go home when things were calmed down a little bit. Is that right?
Not exactly right.
No? And she did say on the 24th that she was doing good that day, correct?
I don't recall, but if that's what the text says, then.
So she told you at that point on the 24th she was doing good, right?
Correct.
I was page marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. That may be marked.
Now, you talked about a time when you went to her home and you actually ended up sleeping with her because she didn't want to be alone. Was that October 20th visit?
No.
When was that?
That was, I can't exactly remember when. I'm going to say probably sometime in November, the latter part of November, maybe the early part of December.
Did she tell you why she was afraid to be alone?
She just said she was afraid to be alone. And one reason I believe she said she didn't know if she was going to be able to sleep, but mainly she was afraid to be alone.
And at that point in time, did you consider having her committed to a psychiatric facility?
No.
And did you feel the need to call 911 that day or get her immediate assistance?
No.
You mentioned that in January, you saw her and she lost weight. She seemed paranoid about things, seemed to be going through the motions of each day. How often did you see her in January of 2023?
In January, I can't exactly remember how many times I saw her. We were, again, back and forth.
So we have Exhibit 238, which have all of your text messages with Lindsay in January of 2023. And I just want to go through some of them with you. So on page 17 of the exhibit, this is on January 4th, 2023, so the day before she was discharged from McLean. And she sent you a text stating, "Think I'm coming home tomorrow evening, !" I talked to the doctor and I made up a follow-up appointment with my other psychiatrist besides Rebecca for Friday morning. So she said she'd be okay with me leaving Thursday around 5. Do you remember getting those messages?
Yep.
And were you staying at the home helping out with the kids at that point?
Yes.
And did you go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
I did not. It was a children's party. I stayed home with Callan.
Oh, wow.
And do you recall when you went home?
I don't recall.
Looking at page 28, and
No.
there's a text from Lindsay
Sorry.
on January 7th, 2023, 7:02 p.m. to you where it says, make it home okay, and you said, yep. Does that make sense that you would have gone home on the 7th after the birthday party?
Yes, if that's what the text says, yes.
And then on page 29, we have text messages between yourself and Lindsay on January 8th, where you ask how things are going today, and she says, good, going to the science museum. You say, great, that will be fun. Sleep good last night. And she said, I actually did, with less Ativan, so that was good. Do you remember that?
I don't recall the exact text messages.
Do you recall her texting you about going to the science museum?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you think looking at them might help?
Sure.
What are y'all thinking?
I'm going to show you page 29 and then page 30.
Thinking there's a little funny something going on? Not sure. Wow. I'm not spending that. No way.
Does that refresh your memory?
That's what the text says, yes.
And then on page 34, you ask how the museum was today, and Lindsay sent you some photographs and said it was fun. The kids really liked it. Do you remember that?
I don't really recall the Museum of Science experience or text, but if they're there in the text messages, then they were sent, yes.
Okay. Then on page 39, this is January 10th. You say at 9:48 a.m., good morning, how are you doing today? And Lindsay responded, good, at the gym with the kids. You said, nice, still sleeping good. And she responded, pretty good, yeah, not perfect, but enough. And you said, are you feeling any better during the day? And she said, so far, a little bit. They said a week off the Seroquel should make more of a difference, so a couple more days till that, but I do think it's helping being off. And you responded, okay, a little time. Remember that conversation?
So I don't recall the exact conversation. I think I probably texted back and forth to Lindsay almost daily during that time. So I don't remember the specific text messages, but I would say if they're there, then that's what we sent back to each other.
Okay. And then there were further text messages that day. Where you say, how was your day later on in the day? And she said it was good, played with the kids a lot, were able to go outside, Kingsbury Club and gymnastics, kept them busy, and me too. So do you remember her talking to you during that time about going to gymnastics and going to the Kingsbury Club and things like that with the children?
I don't remember the specific text, but I do remember her doing things with the children, yes.
Then on January 11th, the following day, you sent a text, excuse me, how are you feeling today? And she responded with a photo of Callan drinking out of a Mary Lou's cup, saying, we have another Mary Lou's fan. And you said, decaf looks like he's enjoying it. And then later on, you asked again, how are you doing today? And she said, hi, Mom, doing all right. Nothing new, really, just taking it day by day. You said, still feeling a little better. And she said, a little bit. You said, sleeping okay. She said, not great last night because Cora was up with a bellyache. Do you remember that?
So again, we texted so many times daily, twice daily, maybe 3 times daily. So I can't say that I remember the specific text. I do remember the picture of Carolyn with the Mary Lou cup because that stands out in my mind. But the specific text going back and forth, we just did it so often that I can't say I remember the specific text you're reading back to me. Okay. But again, if they were there, then
right. And do you remember Lindsay, talking to you about Cora having stomach issues during the month of January?
Yes.
Some belly aches off and on?
Yes.
And then January 13th, again, you're checking in with her. Hi, Lindsay, how are you today? She said, hi, Mom, pretty good today. How about you? You asked about the little ones. She said, all good, to the gym this morning, just hanging out, and now they have no school today. And then the following day, again, you're checking in. Hi, Lindsay, how's your Saturday going? She said, hi, Mom, it's going well, just hanging out. Becky here. So these are like daily check-ins that you're doing, checking in on her, seeing if she's okay, seeing if she's feeling better, seeing if she's sleeping well, things like that, right?
Yes.
You also ask her that day on the 14th, do you feel any different since being off the Seroquel? She says, not as much as I was hoping, going to talk to my psychiatrist about it on Monday. You say, but some. She says a little, but I still don't feel like you, but then she corrects it to me. And you ask her if she's going to be able to get outside with the kids today, and she said she's going to try. So similar conversations to that where you're talking about medication and how she's doing on the medication?
Yes, I get.
Then the following day, on the 15th of January, you say, good morning. Is it a good morning for you today? She says, good morning. It's pretty good going to an indoor water park. And she tells you that it's at the Cape Cotter. Do you remember them going to the Cape Cotter water park?
I do remember them going there, yes.
And then on the following day, on the 16th, you actually texted her, how was the water park yesterday? She said it was fun. Cora and Dawson enjoyed. Callan didn't know what to think of it. Couldn't get any pics because it was too hectic, keeping track of them in the water and stuff. And it was busy, but it was a good time. Does that sound familiar, that they had a good time that day? And you asked her that day if she had anything planned, and she said Pat took Cora skiing, so she was hanging with the boys. Do you remember that?
Not specifically, I don't remember that text.
She, that same day, sent you some photographs of Dawson doing a drawing of a firefighter and Callan. Do you remember receiving those?
I do remember the pictures, yes.
Then the following day, again, you're checking in every day. You say, you feeling better? She says, a little bit. You said, still taking the same medication. She said, yes, about to have an appointment with her psychiatrist. You said, let me know how it goes. And she said, okay. And then she responds back after her appointment. She recommended another antidepressant since my mood is still very low off the Seroquel. You asked her how she felt about it. And she told you she just wants to feel like herself again, but she's up for trying it. And she just wants to get back to who she was, right? And she told you it was amitriptyline. Is that right? Do you remember that?
I don't know the medication.
Okay.
Then on the 18th, January 18th, again, you're reaching out and she says, hi, Mom, I'm doing all right. How about you? And you say you're good. You're thinking about visiting that weekend. And she says, that sounds good. And you ask her about being able to get out and exercise. And she said she's been walking on the treadmill at the gym for exercise. And you asked her if she started a new medication and if she's feeling better. And she says, feel okay, just not great. I did start it 2 nights ago. You said, is that the one that takes a while to feel the effects? She said, yep, weeks. And you said, is the okay that you're feeling now better than what you were feeling a few weeks ago? And she said, yes. Do you remember that?
Again, I don't remember the specific text, just remember texting back and forth daily about how she's feeling, about, what's different medication wise, but I can't say I remember that specific text that you're reading me. But again, if they're there, then they were done with mass.
Right. And so on the 19th of January, again, you're checking in and say, how are you feeling today? Can you tell if anything's different with the new medication? She says, I'm feeling all right. Nothing new really yet because it takes weeks to really work, but I'm okay. You asked if she's still sleeping well, and she says decently. And the kids get up a lot. Again, more of the check-ins daily, seeing how she's doing, seeing how she's sleeping, right? And then on the 20th, you reach out, is it pizza and movie night? She says just pizza and playing. And you tell her you're leaving at 9, bringing dessert for the kids. And she says, sounds great. So you're talking about your visit that weekend. Is that right?
Yes.
And in these texts prior to the visit, you say that it's been a while since you've seen them. So it sounds like from these texts, you're checking in with her every day from January 7th, 2023, all the way up to your visit on January 21st, 2023. You're checking in with her. So you're at home in Connecticut from the 7th until the 21st.
Correct.
And then on the 22nd, that Sunday, Lindsay, Pat, and the older kids, they go to the Carney's house for that bonfire and get together. And you stayed home with Callan, right?
Correct.
And then after they get home, you and your husband left, is that correct?
Yes.
And on the way home, you texted on January 22nd, 2023 at 7:55 p.m. Enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better. Is that correct?
If that's what that says, yes, that's correct. I don't exactly remember the text, but yes, if that's what it says, yes.
So from your text, not saying she was doing great, but she was better than she was, according to your text, or appeared to be.
The text from me was meant to encourage her because I didn't think it did any good to discourage her. So the text was meant not necessarily what I actually observed that weekend, but it was meant to encourage her because I was encouraging her to do things with the kids to kind of try to get back to normal. So it's not necessarily a representation of exactly what I observed that weekend.
But that weekend, she was able to go to a friend's house with the older kids and Pat and spend a few hours there, correct?
Correct.
And she was able to do activities and hang out with you and your husband. There's a photograph and evidence of two of you sitting on the couch smiling and hanging out together. So you were able to interact with her, correct?
Correct. The photograph was taken by Cora because Cora wanted to use my phone and take a picture. So Lindsay and I were going to put a smile on our face and let Cora take a picture. Yes. But again, there was other observations I made that weekend, but it was not, I didn't think it was in Lindsay's best interest to discourage her or point out those because she was making every attempt to feel better and to do things to make herself feel better. So as a mother, I was encouraging her.
Well, you didn't say, I hope you feel better, or you're going to get there, or you're doing it. You actually said, nice to see you doing better, correct? That's what you wrote?
Those were my encouraging words, yes.
And from January 7th up through January 22nd, Lindsay repeatedly told you she was doing okay. She was feeling a little bit better. Not completely better, not 100%, but she kept telling you, I feel a little bit better, I feel a little bit better. You even asked her, is the better you're feeling now better than a few weeks ago? And she said yes, correct?
That's correct without my observation of her.
And what she was responding to you in text, correct?
Correct.
You also spoke to the police on January 25th, 2023. Do you remember that?
I do.
Do you remember telling the police that Lindsay seemed to be improving since leaving McLean?
I do not recall. I remember speaking to the police. I had just found out what had happened, and I was pretty much in shock. So anything I remember, honestly, I remember 2 things I told the police. Anything else that you have there, I must have said, but I don't recall them. I've been going through my mind. I can honestly recall 2 things I told the police during the interview. I was pretty much in shock.
Okay, so do you remember telling them that she seemed brighter lately?
I don't recall.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Reddington?
What do you want? Oh, you mean the ones that you didn't mark?
Yes.
Oh, this was one.
That's all right. I can check later. Just looking here through the exhibits, District Attorney stood up and said to you that I had introduced into evidence and showed you Exhibit 276, which would be a list of text dated on October 19th. Do you remember that? It was the black one. It was the copies. It wasn't green. You recall that this was introduced into evidence? Do you recall her questioning you from this?
On October 19th?
Yeah, this is the one that I had introduced, Exhibit 276, and the date would be October 19th, your text thread.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
And then she said, well, there's something missing, and went up and said to you, this text, which would be 277. You recall that? I'm going to show it to you.
Yes.
Okay. So what I had introduced was a text thread from October 19th up through and including October 20th. Is that fair to say? Right there?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I introduced this is because we had introduced earlier, like a whole lot of pages text. And I wanted to focus on the text thread where she said, Mommy, can you stay?
Sustained.
So when the district attorney suggested that there's something missing, like I left it out or something, is it fair to say that Exhibit 277 is a totally different date? Look at the date. What is the date that the DA is talking about? You see it on there?
10/23.
10/23. It has nothing to do with the text thread that I introduced, right? It's a day or 2 after that, right?
Right.
If you know. Now, we had introduced into evidence also the Celebrate record as Exhibit 238 that the state police for the district attorney's office had printed out. That is only the month of January. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And then I introduced into evidence, or tried to introduce into evidence, all of the text between you and your daughter, right?
Yes.
I think, Your Honor, that's what's, thank you. This was, I attempted to introduce it, it was objected to, I believe, and it was marked for identification. I would now like to re-offer this in its entirety.
Let's see counsel sidebar, please.
Okay, what are we going to argue about now? It looks to me like they're going to argue about something. Why? What's the point? What you arguing about? What is he getting upset about? Somebody acting out? Yeah. Okay, Stumpy, we get it. You don't need to keep going over the same thing. Thank you. You're right, Leslie. We don't. I don't know why. I mean, why? Oh, listen. I think what he's trying to do is say, look, okay, yeah, she seemed better, but she really wasn't, because the mother said, well, she was just going through the motions. She's just going through the motions. Well, we all just go through motions every day because there's certain things we have to do no matter how we feel. Right? That's just how life goes. It's life. I don't know what's going on here, but yeah, he's getting upset. Stompy's getting upset, of course. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Well, we'll just sit and wait, I guess. Wonder what it's going to be. I understand they have to have character witnesses. I get that. I do. But it doesn't matter what the character witnesses say. She still did this. When things don't look good for her, he always... You know what? You're right about that, Sprinkle. He does throw a fit. That's exactly what this is. He's throwing a little fit because it don't look good right now. It don't look good because it's not good. You can't change what she's done, period. And I can see the mother being upset because I would be very upset too. I also have a question here. Now, hear me out. Is Lindsay Clancy the baby in her family? Is that why she has such a attention-seeking personality? Could that be it? Yeah, we agree, 100%. Exactly. I'm wondering if that's what's going. Is she the baby of the family, and so she's used to getting all the attention? Because we know when you have the baby of the family. Look, I've got a 43-year-old, and then I've got my 19-year-old. And listen, yes, the 19-year-old is the baby of the family, and yes, he gets a little bit different attention. It's because he's the baby, right? I mean, when it's your last child, it's just your last child, right? And we all treat our baby just a little bit different. I don't know why, we just do. And I wonder if that's what's going on here. Like, she just no longer got the attention. It was all about the babies now, right? So she's over here. Oh, I don't know. I'm thinking out loud, just wondering what the hell. I just can't go with a mental illness. I just can't. I cannot believe that mental illness would cause you to do this. Just like Andrea Yates. Okay, let's talk about Andrea Yates. Well, the first time she was found guilty, right? She just went on to prison. Then she gets a new trial and she ends up over the mental hospital. But ugh. I don't know what to say. I just don't know what to say about her anymore. I mean, you can't hide it. You can't fix it. You can't change it. You can't blame it on drugs. You just can't. I just don't. Damn dog. I just hate it when these mowers are here. They just bark, and they just can't quit. It's 150 damn degrees outside, and they're out there barking. With her needy personality, it really surprises me. And I know. Okay, now let's talk about that. They're talking about her being a nurse. What do you mean she's crying, carrying on whenever she's in the nurse? To me, it's like she was always not a stable person. I ever remember when I'm having a baby or whatever in the hospital, the nurse crying with us when we had the baby. Like, the nurse was not standing there crying, go, oh my God, it's me. No nurse did that. No. Does that seem normal to you? Absolutely not. It's like, and calling the police for a well check because your husband did not get up with the baby fast enough. Does that seem normal to you? No, it doesn't. That's not normal. Needing Zoloft to fear of public speaking? No. That in nursing school? No. It's like every time life gets a little bit hard, what happens? This is a pattern with her. This is what I'm seeing. It is a pattern. Every time life gets a little bit hard, she's got to get some kind of, medical treatment, I guess. I don't know. Look, she didn't want to go back to work after Cora. She didn't want to go back to work after Dawson. And she didn't want to go back to work after Callie. And then it was like, oh gosh, because she wants to work the night shift and it's hard to get daycare for that because her husband's telling her, I can't stay up with these kids all night. Okay, here we go.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
All right.
Okay, here we go.
Exhibit 271 and the text messages on October 23rd and October 24th, that was to establish when you left the home that week of the 20th, correct? As you said, how are things today? And she said good, implying that you were no longer with them, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Anything on that, Counsel?
Oh, no, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Lisa. All right, defendant.
Yes.
You know, Harriet, I don't know. I have no idea. We just don't know. You know, but hey, thank you for coming in. We always appreciate seeing new faces. Thank you for coming in today and joining our conversation on the Lindsay Clancy trial. It's been very fascinating. I'm not sure. I just don't know what's going to happen here. I feel like I do, but I don't want to say for sure. Right? Anyway, I wonder who the next witness is. I'm just waiting on the doctor to. I want that doctor to come testify. I wonder if it's going to be her dad. Oh wait, no, it might be the doctor. It might be the doctor. Looky here. Looky here. Oh, all right. This is witness number 71, I believe. Let me get this right. Let's see. 70 was that. 70 was her sister. No, it's witness number 72. Here we go. Make sure I'm right about that. Okay.
All right, good afternoon. All right, Mr. Rankin, why don't you hold off? I'm going to give an instruction.
Oh, sure.
At this point. So, members of the jury, I just want to give you an instruction. It's one I probably should have given a little bit earlier in the trial as well. It's going to apply to this witness. It applies to a number of witnesses who testified earlier, and it's going to apply to a number of witnesses who testify after. And it's in regards to expert witnesses. All right. So generally in cases that are tried in our courts, witnesses may testify only to facts that are within their own personal knowledge. Right? That's things that they've personally seen, heard, or felt. However, in a variety of cases, issues arise that are beyond the experiences of laypersons. In those type of cases, we allow a person with specialized training or experience called an expert witness to testify, and to testify not only to facts but also to opinions and the reasons for their opinions on issues that are within that witness's field of expertise and are relevant material to the case. Because a particular witness has specialized training and experience in their field, does not put that witness on a higher level than any other witness, and you are to treat the so-called expert witness just like you would treat any other witness. In other words, as with any other witness, it's completely up to you to decide whether you accept the testimony of any expert witness, including the opinions that they give. It's also entirely up to you to decide whether you accept the facts that are relied on by the expert, and to decide what conclusions, if any, you draw from the witness's testimony. You're free to reject the testimony and opinion of such a witness in whole or in part if you determine that the opinion is not based on sufficient education or experience, that the testimony of the witness is motivated by some bias or interest in the case. You must keep firmly in mind that you alone decide what the facts are. So if you conclude that an expert's opinion is not based on the facts as you find those facts to be, then you may reject the testimony and the opinion of the expert in whole or in part. You must remember that expert witnesses do not decide cases, juries do. So in the last analysis, an expert witness is like any other witness in the sense that you alone make the judgment about how much credibility and weight you give to that expert's testimony and what conclusions you draw from the testimony. All right, and I'll go into that a little bit more at the end when I go into the more extensive instructions that I'll give you at the end of the trial. All right, Mr. Ranks.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you tell us your name and spell your name?
It's Michael Wolfovich. It's V as in Victor, U-L, F as in Frank, O, V as in Victor, I-C-H.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm an emergency medicine doctor. I work full-time at Newton Wellesley Hospital.
Newton Wellesley?
Yes.
And can you tell us are you board certified, sir?
I am. I'm board certified in emergency medicine.
And that would be by the American Board of Emergency Medicine?
Correct.
And how long have you been practicing emergency medicine?
I did 3 years of residency, and this is my 13th year as a full-time attending.
And you're recently employed, where is it?
Newton Wellesley Hospital primarily, and then I do some additional shifts at Emerson Hospital in Concord.
How about medical school? Where you med school?
St. Louis University School of Medicine.
And what year did you graduate?
2011.
Obviously licensed in the Commonwealth.
Yes, sir.
In the course of your training experience, sir, do you work full-time in a particular field of medicine?
Just emergency medicine. So basically we see any and all comers, anything from ankle sprains to traumas.
Okay. Did I ask you to review some documents regarding this particular case involving Lindsay Clancy?
You did. You asked me to review the...
what you reviewed.
Oh, sorry. You asked me to review the photos from the crime scene and then the emergency medical records from South Shore Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and then the records from her hospital stay at Brigham and Women's Hospital.
So in reviewing all of those various hospital records, sir, you're aware that on January 24th of 2023, she initially was transported to South Shore Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors what's treatment she received at the South Shore Hospital briefly?
So she arrived with a GCS of 10, meaning she was not really very responsive.
Let me interrupt you just because what did you say, a G6?
GCS, Glasgow Coma Scale.
Okay, slow down because I don't understand. What is a GCS?
It's a Glasgow Coma Scale. It's a series of things that we look at to determine how responsive somebody is. You know, whether their eyes are opening spontaneously, whether they're able to speak on their own, and whether you're able to understand what they're saying, and then how much, if at all, they're moving, whether they're moving spontaneously, whether they can follow commands, that kind of thing.
Okay. So the Glasgow Coma Scale GCS of 10, what does that tell you as an emergency room doctor?
Tells us that she was not very responsive on arrival. It sounds like she was not speaking intelligibly, and the doctors at South Shore Hospital were concerned about her ability to maintain her own airway and made the decision to intubate her, which means putting a breathing tube down her throat into her lungs and placing her on a ventilator and sedating her.
Was she also what would be, I guess, referred to as hypothermic?
She was.
What does that mean?
Means that her body temperature was below what's considered normal. So in her case, her core body temperature was, I believe, 82.1 degrees, which would put her into severe hypothermia.
And did you note that she was tachycardic and hypotensive?
Yes.
What did that mean?
So it means that her heart rate was above 100, and hypotensive means that her blood pressure was below what is considered normal.
And South Shore Hospital, were they able to stabilize her?
It sounds like they were able to stabilize her by placing a breathing tube in her neck, in her throat to help with her breathing. And then they basically proceeded to obtain a bunch of imaging, started her on medications to sedate her and artificially raise her blood pressure. They started working on rewarming her. And then in conjunction with the trauma team there, they made the decision that she would be better served at a hospital with a higher level of care.
Okay. And can you tell us what the injuries were that she presented herself with to the South Shore Hospital?
So there were multiple injuries. She had lacerations to bilateral wrists.
When you say bilateral, what does that mean?
Bilateral, both sides. So she had a laceration both to her left wrist and to her right wrist, and then multiple superficial lacerations as well. And then she also had multiple superficial lacerations to both sides of her neck.
Here we go again. This seems like it's kind of out of order. I mean, really, why didn't this same doctor it was an ER doctor who treated her when she first went? Something is just weird about how this guy came in here. I couldn't even catch his last name. So he's an expert witness. He was not really at the hospital. Now what I understand, oh my God, I'll tell you what it's all going to be about. Those were not superficial cuts on her wrist. They were not superficial. Here we go.
The front of her neck and two deeper lacerations to the sides of her neck.
So
yeah,
when you say superficial lacerations and then deeper lacerations, do you recall what's the standard? What do you look for in something like that?
So Steph, everybody will describe them a little bit differently. In her case, I would describe multiple superficial lacerations, which would typically mean kind of scrapes on the surface of the skin. nothing that actually gets through the full thickness of the skin. And then she also had full thickness lacerations, meaning that she made it all the way through the skin into the subcutaneous tissue, the fatty tissue. And then you would need to describe it further if any additional structures were injured, which in her case they were not.
Now, in your experience for a number of years in the emergency room, have you had occasion to treat people that have tried to commit suicide or successfully committed suicide by cutting their throat?
Multiple times.
Multiple times. And can you tell us, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, sir, as to whether or not this injury or these injuries that you observed were consistent with what you've seen in other suicide attempts?
Sustained.
Well, can you tell us, did that look like an effort to pretend or fake a suicide?
Sustained.
Well, when you looked at the injuries, did you make a determination that they appeared to have some impact on the human body of Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
What was that?
They were consistent with self-injurious behavior. The intent, I can't gauge, but...
Okay. Yep, thank you. How about the wrist? What did you observe about the wrist injuries, sir?
So she had 2 full-thickness lacerations, one on the left and one on the right.
What does that mean?
It means that she made it all the way through the epidermis and the dermis, which is what makes up the skin in the wrist, and into the fatty tissue, which is the next layer.
Okay.
Oh, he's going to say they weren't
Are you
superficial.
familiar in your experience, sir, with hesitation wounds in a suicide attempt?
Yes, to some extent.
What does that mean?
Means typically that they're more kind of subtle, weaker attempts to hurt yourself, not necessarily anything that's going to be deep to the structures of the skin, but more just scrapes along the surface.
Okay, and you know some of those in the neck area as well, is that correct?
There were multiple of those on both the neck and the wrists.
As it relates to the injuries to the wrists, did you observe any vascular structures or penetration of the cervical, the fascia?
There was not.
Okay. What other injuries did you recall from reviewing the medical records?
So she also had multiple fractures in her cervical spine, which are the vertebrae that make up her neck, including what's called a burst fracture of C1, and then other fractures of C4. She also had fractures of multiple levels of the thoracic spine. I believe she had multiple transverse process fractures on both the right and left.
What does that mean, transverse fractures?
Transverse processes are lateral projections, basically projections that go sideways off of the bone that allow the ribs to articulate, connect with the spine, and they also allow muscles to connect, and they help support the basically overall ring structure of the spinal canal.
And was she then transported by a med flight or life flight to a Boston hospital?
She was.
What does that tell you as an emergency surgeon when someone's transported by med flight or life flight?
Typically means that her injuries are felt to be severe enough that she needs immediate intervention and further treatment. The hospital that is basically necessitating the transport is saying that they cannot provide at their facility.
She was then transported to what hospital?
Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston.
She was admitted to what unit?
Surgical ICU.
And you had a chance to review all those medical records as well?
I did.
Did she suffer a particular event that night that you recall from looking at the records?
She did shortly after arriving.
We have heard all this.
ICU. It seems like they were moving her, and when they moved her, they noticed that her blood pressure dropped, her pulse became faint, and subsequently she actually suffered a complete cardiac arrest and required 2 rounds of cardiopulmonary resuscitation with compressions and medications before she was able to be revived.
And she also, to your knowledge, had suffered significant hemorrhage and had to have a fairly massive blood transfusion?
Yes, they placed chest tubes, which are basically plastic tubes that go into the chest cavity on both sides, and had about 300 cc's of blood come out from each side. And there was also noted to be significant hemorrhage around the spine and into the mediastinum, which is the portion of the chest that houses a lot of the organs like your esophagus, your trachea, blood vessels, that kind of thing.
Now, if there's a fracture or a serious fracture to, I believe it's C1, does that interfere possibly with a person's ability to breathe?
It does.
And how does that work?
So if you have a fracture that affects the spinal cord above a certain level, typically above the third cervical vertebrae, it basically removes your ability to initiate breathing on your own. Your third, fourth, and fifth cervical vertebrae, the nerves that lead from there, are the ones that are responsible for telling your diaphragm to go up and down and help you breathe. And so if you lose the ability to send that signal down to your diaphragm, you lose the ability to breathe.
Now, as it relates to your review of the medical records and review of the history, are you aware of the mechanism of the injuries that she suffered that you just described for the jury?
I am.
Tell us what that was, to your knowledge.
That she went out of her second story window.
And going out of the window, obviously, did she strike the ground or?
She did.
And that caused the injuries, the mechanism of injury?
Yes, it's consistent with all of her injuries.
Now, with your experience, sir, with, as you indicated, dealing with people in the emergency room and treating people that have been involved with sequential acts of self-harm, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as an emergency board certified physician as to the effect of the combination of the multiple sequential
Here we go.
injuries that you saw?
Can I see counsel at sidebar? I'm just.
I can withdraw it, Judge. I'll withdraw it. Just thank you very much.
No questions.
All right. Thank you, Doctor.
Ooh.
Counsel, now can I see it sidebar? Okay.
Okay. So, you know the reason why he brought that guy. He wanted that guy to say they were not superficial wounds, and he wanted that guy to say, he was trying to get this guy to say, oh, so she dove out the window head first? Because they're trying to claim she went out head first. She did not go out head first. There's no way she could have went out head first because of the blood on the shingles by the window. That can only happen because her wrists were touching the shingles. That only happens because you're hanging under the windowsill. Okay. So now when they take their afternoon break, I have that lawsuit, the Lindsay Clancy wrongful death lawsuit, and it actually does have the toxicology report in it, so I can show you that. So anyway, we will look at that. Right. Let's see. Well, I have a fusion on C3. Yeah, listen, me too, Leslie. Hey, you know what? I have fusions as well on my back from falling downstairs. So yeah, I know. And yes, we're in pain management and everything else, but guess what? It's okay. It's okay. The evidence tells the story, not stomping. You're making me laugh. Shit. You're right, though. The evidence does tell the story. I mean, yeah, there's just no way it could have happened the way that he's claiming that it happened. No. I mean, because he's trying to say the only reason why she was injured so badly was because she dove out like she was Superman. Hell no. Cut that shit out. Oh, man. Oh, God. All right. Let me answer this one. Okay, guys, there. Now, so we'll see. And I know why the prosecutor is objecting. The prosecutor is objecting because all this has been already asked and answered, and she's not going to allow this guy to say that, oh no, that he knows for a fact she dove out head first. She's not going to allow that. So let's see. Oh man, yeah. Yeah, that's too funny. C3 and L3 for you. Oh, I know that's bad. Mine is the 4, 5, and the 3 needs to be done. But anyway, I don't want to talk about all that. Because you know what happens to you is after you've had fusions done like that, the ones below and above will start to break down because it's not a natural flow anymore. You've got stress going against something that because they don't flex anymore, right? So the ones below and above start to break down. But anyway, that's why I'm getting a new MRI on August the 31st that I don't really want to get. But anyway, that's a whole nother story. Jeez. Leslie, if you don't mind, how long has it been since your surgery? If you don't mind telling. If you do, it's okay. You don't have to. That damn crazy dog over there, he is just a mess. He's exhausted now from barking. Oh, here we go.
Stop, right? So we're going to stop now, but we're going to stop now the day for you. I'm going to come back. I've got to talk to council about
Uh-oh.
setting some things up logistically for tomorrow. All right, so tomorrow the plan would be hopefully we'll start right at 9 or right as close as we can, and we'd hope to have a pretty full day in regards to the witnesses. All right, so I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow at 9. I'm going to remind you, talk about this case. Don't read anything about it or anything about any similar cases. Don't do any research. Don't listen to anything. Don't post anything. You kind of know where I'm going, right? So I'm going to ask you to follow those instructions. I'm going to give you those questions, and I hope you have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? Thank you.
All rise, please, for your executive.
I am not going to turn it off today. We're going to let this keep going. I'm not going to mess up my life today, knowing that they're going to talk about these motions that they've all filed and went along with. So yeah. Mine was done in 2017. So yeah. Well, I'm glad to have you here with us, Leslie. I am. And I know that it's just debilitating. It really is. I mean, when you have back injuries, it's just debilitating. No matter, even after you get some surgical, you're just never 100% again. It just never works out like that. Anyway. Let's see what's going to happen here. I'm sure they're going to fight about the expert witnesses. They're going to fight about many different things. Here we go.
Hey, Council, I see you sidebar just
Oh, no.
in regards to tomorrow. Not very long.
Here we go again. Yeah, I know, Leslie, it does. When it hurts, it really hurts. And it doesn't matter what kind of medication they give you. It's just not enough, right? I mean, it's just not. It just doesn't. It's almost like eating candy, really. It just doesn't do anything for you, really. But I mean, I understand that they can only do so much. I'll tell you what happened. What happened in the world of pain management, pain medicine, was all the people abusing their medication, and it ruined it for the people who really need it, who never abuse their medication, right? It just caused a whole problem, and so now you don't really get the treatment that you need. You get the treatment that will allow you to have, but not the full treatment that you need. And it just sucks. It really does suck. So, you see. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What do you think what do you think the argument's going to be about this afternoon? What do y'all think? What do you think? Oh my gosh. Let's see. What is this? Okay. What did I just see? Something just popped up. Let me see what it is. I don't know. Let me get my little glasses on over here so I can see what I'm looking at. Something just popped up. I'm trying to see what it is. Okay. What is this one? I thought I saw something from YouTube pop up, but I'm not sure. Let me see. I guess I'm full of crap. I didn't really see that. I guess my eyes are deceiving me now. Yeah, there's nothing there. Okay, got it. Goodness. Yeah, there's nothing there. Okay, good. All right. Here we go. Can we get this back open? Be ready to talk. All right. Yeah, exactly. I know you know what I'm talking about. It's not fair. Okay. Well, if they fight over their motions a little bit this afternoon, and then they close down for the rest of the day, I'll do my other little errands I need to do, this afternoon, and then we'll have all day tomorrow in court, which will be great. Yeah, it will be great. I really have had a lot of fun doing this 2 or 3 weeks. However long we've been doing this trial, I've had a lot of fun doing it. I really have. I mean, all day, and it can, people are like, God, I can't sit here all day. Well, that's okay. You know, come in and come out whenever you need to, whatever y'all need to do. I'm happy with that. But I really have enjoyed spending time with everybody, getting to meet new people, talk to everybody, and just get your thoughts on what happens and what's going to happen in this case. So, and I know we all think differently, and that's okay. If we all thought the same, it wouldn't be very much fun at all, would it? Yeah. Whew. Let's see. What else is going on around the world over here? In the world of YouTube. Oh, come on, go away. Go away, go away. I gotta go find that. Okay, let's see. You know, you can tell when Stompy's getting upset. You really can. You can just see it all over his face. I mean, his face turns red, and he starts, you know, getting a little bit louder, and you're like, oh God, stop. We know you're not happy right now. We know you're not happy. It's okay. It makes you laugh a little bit. It does. It makes me laugh a little bit. You know, but I know he's just trying to do his job. And I will say this for him. He is trying to do his job, and he is doing a good job for her, I think. Never watched a full trial before. It is interesting, isn't it, Kel? Thank you for coming in and being with us. We really appreciate you. It's very interesting. But he's doing the best job he can do. He doesn't have a lot to work with, because winning a case of not guilty by reason of insanity is the hardest case to win, because people are they've got the mindset, what do you mean you're not saying? What are you talking about? Look at all, I mean, that looks like premeditation. What are you talking about? It's really hard to win those cases. So, and most of the time, here we go. Let me hold this up while they do that. And then we'll come back to it. Here we go. Let me share my screen. Hang on a minute. I forgot we wanted to look at that real quick here. Let me share the screen and we'll come back to the hearing. All right, there. We'll go down here and we'll find it. Let's go find it. I think it's over here in, okay, let's get to the facts. Hang on just a second. We'll go down and look at these facts real quick. Yeah, as long as I can see them. Okay, let's go through here. There's all the facts of the case. She was seeking help, seeking help, seeking help. And there's the day she did all this. Okay, talking about the standards of care. I know they're in here. You know what? We read them before. Remember we looked at this the first time? Hang on a minute. All right, let me go get the other one. Hang on a second. We know we have them because hang on a second. I gotta pull it up this way. Just a second, guys. Damn it. All right, let me do a little bit of digging. I've got to find it because I know we've seen it. I think I kept it over. I know I made a little screenshot of it though. Let me go find it for you. Yeah, they're coming back today, Kel. They're just doing a little sidebar, and then they're going to come back. But I was going to find the toxicology report for Leslie, keeping it real, so we could share that with her. So I'm going to put it back on here, but I am going to go find that toxicology report because I know y'all want to see it. And let me go, oh, you know what? In my notes, I can tell you exactly what day it was on, and we can go pull it up that way. Yeah. You have to go. All right, see you again tomorrow. Thank you for coming in. Yeah, our Jay stream. You'll see me over at Jay's later on this afternoon. I need to go watch my friends. I do. I need to go participate. She didn't have enough to unalive herself. Right. But I do have it in here somewhere, and we will find it. I pulled it. I'm trying to pull it up from over here, but it's telling me, that there's. What is this one? Let me look right here. Now, I like this one. Let's see. The Guardian. Oh, wait a minute. Let me go look in that. Let's look in our trial book. Hello, stupid. I got it right here myself. I was like, wait a minute. You kept all the information in a book. You've got every witness. You've got everything that happened. All right. Okay. Just thumb through here with this. Okay. Oh, I forgot I got 2 books going. Let me get the first book out and we'll go back on that one. Yeah, I've taken a lot of notes over here for this. Okay. So let's see. Okay. All right. Okay. The toxicology report, I think, was done on number 3, on day 3. Let me see. Let me see. There's that. I mean, pages and pages of notes because I want to make sure we didn't miss anything. All right. Okay. All right. EMS. Okay. Number 18. Number 19. ICU. Okay. Witness number 23 was the toxicology report. So we can go back to witness number 23 and actually pull that up and let them tell us what it was again. But it was like the only one that was a higher than anything was the benzos. That's the only one that had a little bit higher. But according to toxicology reports, it was not enough to even, it was not an overdose level. It was just barely even a therapeutic level of the benzos that she had in her system. So we'll go back to witness number 23 and then we'll have it. Okay, good. Yeah. What is she saying? Yeah, I don't think so. What is Kel saying? Leslie, I hope DC. Yeah, maybe or maybe not. Let's see. I don't. Okay. All right. Let me go find witness number 23 and we'll be able to pull that back up. Okay. Okay. Yeah, here it is. Witness number 23 was the forensic toxicologist, Justin Brower. And he's the one that told us what was in there. Let's see. Let me pull up his actual stay. What numbers rolls day by day, blah, blah, blah. All right. Here we go to witness number 23. Okay. Here we go. Lindsay Clancy, murder trial toxicologist, testifies about, I believe it's this right here. Let's see. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. What it says, hang on. What it says, witness 23 says, those drugs included the antidepressants, what they were, the mood stabilizers and everything. Asked if the concentrations of each drug were different from what was prescribed. Brower said the only drug that appeared slightly elevated was the quetiapine, quetiapine, I don't know, but noted that it was not a toxic concentration or a suicidal concentration. Usually people take handfuls of pills when they're trying to harm themselves and take their own life, and this is not consistent with that, per Brower. The toxicology report that he testified to. So let's look up what the name of this drug is, because I'm not sure what it is. Hang on a minute. It's QU. Hang on. QU. TIAPINE. Let's see what that is. That is actually, what is that? Okay. It's important because this can't blah, blah, blah. What is it though? It's the only medication that appears slightly elevated, but not toxic, not suicidal. But I don't know what kind of medication it is. Do y'all know what kind of medication that is? Oh, it's okay. Let's see. Your toxicology, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't know what that medication actually is. Let's see if I can find it somewhere. I want to think it was like that mood stabilizer, but I'm not sure. If y'all know, please let me know. Okay. And her rapidly changing psychiatric medication regime may have contributed to destabilization. Okay. Yeah. So only the one had a little bit slightly elevated, but it still wasn't enough to cause anything really. All right. Are they back yet? Oh no, hang on. Let me fix this. Oh. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll just wait. Okay. So let's see. That's what I thought. Yeah, that's it. I mean, I wish I had the actual numbers in front of me, but according to The Guardian and all these other ones, the only place that it was seen was on the witness stand. It's not really in writing someplace else. I thought it was in her lawsuit, but you watch a lot of true crime lives? Yeah, me too. I love true crime. I know this is crazy, but, and I don't know what makes us love true crime. I don't know if it's because we I think maybe it's because we can't understand people's psychological, how can you do these things? You just want to understand why people do the things they do, I think, as far as harming children and that kind of thing. I think that's what makes me watch it. I'm not sure. See, I wrote the numbers down. I know I did. When we were listening to this toxicology, I wrote those numbers down. Let me see if I can find them. Let's see. We talked about her superficial wounds. Let's see. Here's the pills. They counted the pills. Looking at all these notes over here. Okay. There's the actual. Oh, got it right here. I found it. All right, because I did write it down. So the diazepam was 8.8 mgs per mil. The nardazine something was 20 ngms per mil. The lorazepam, okay, I think the lorazepam starts with the Q. I think that means the same thing. It was like 61 NP per mil, NG per mil. The Quinta, whatever is that? Let's see. Let me see. I wonder if that is the same drug. Let's see. Let me look on this other page. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. I'm going to look and see if that's the same drug. What is lorazepam's generic? Okay, let's see what it says. I think that is it. Okay, what are the other names for it? Okay. What is? Oops, hang on a minute. Come on now, we're ready. QE. Let's see. Okay, so this Seroquel. The Seroquel was the only one that had elevated amounts in it, was the Seroquel. Okay, now I remember. All right. So Seroquel is the one that she had too much of that in her system. But remember, she was told to stop taking it, so I don't understand how she would have too much in her system. What did she do? Did she go upstairs and crush up a bunch of Seroquel and take that? I thought she crushed up a bunch of the benzos. Yeah. I think that's what Jay does. She goes live every weekday at 6 p.m. Her channel name is Guilty of Crime. We'd love to see it. Yeah. Yeah, guilty. Okay, so Guilty of Crime is Jay is a friend of mine, and so yeah, I mean, we we want to go live together and talk about Chud the Builder again. Oh, that guy's a real mess. But yeah, sometimes I'll drop her link. I'm good with it. You know, I like Jay a lot. Her and I are friends, and she's really, really good at it. And she's like a few of these other people. When she started out, she just started out on this one case, but it kind of just grew into this this thing where everybody's like, well, we'd like to see her come live again. We'd like to see her come live again because we just like her. She's a very interesting person. She's written a book. She's done a few things. I don't know. I just like her. Hang on a minute. All right. Now these people need to come on. We need to get going here. All right. Let's see. They're still in a sidebar. Okay. Well, we'll just wait a minute. Let me go find it, and I'll drop her. I'll drop it. Yeah. Thank you, Leslie. Yeah, come check it out, Leslie. I'll be over there tonight. I'm going to go watch Guilty of Crime tonight. I like going to her chat. Everybody's so. It's drama free. We don't have a bunch of trolls and all that mess over there. I mean, there's some creators I just like to go to theirs because you don't have all that. It makes it nice. It does. So let me drop her channel. Hang on, let me go get it. Yeah. How did she? Now I want to know, how did she have too much Seroquel in her system if she was not supposed to be taking Seroquel anymore? Was she taking things after she was told not to take things? Because that'll mess your mind up, won't it? Here we go. Let me go find Guilty of Crime here. We'll drop her channel. View the community. Let me share her. Okay. Let me go find a link for her channel. All right. Okay, it's right here. Copy. All right. Let me get back over here where it was. Okay, I got it right here to share. All right. Now I'm going to drop this link for Guilty of Crime. Y'all go check her out. Sub up. I really like her. Here we go. There you go. There you go. There's Guilty of Crime for you. All right, there you go. You know who else? I'm going to drop another one down for you guys also while we wait. It's going to, let me go get this one too. Right here. Now, let me grab this one, copy that link. Here we go. I'm going to drop this one as well. Hang on a second. Okay, there you go. There's another one. I'm going to drop. I wanted to drop his too. I dropped Justin's as well. There's a few of them I want to drop their channels because I enjoy watching them. So yeah, let's see. Let me show this one. There. All right. There's a couple of channels to go check out if you haven't checked them out. But I feel like most of y'all have checked them out because we all go to the same chats. That's just how it is. You're welcome, Kel. Of course, of course. I don't mind. I really don't mind sharing it all. Right? Yay! Thank you, Leslie. Great, great. You'll enjoy it. She comes on at 4:00 now. She's in California too, so she is on Sprinkled Donuts time. But really, really, she's very, very good. Very good. She covered a lot of the stuff in Stearns. In fact, here's the thing about her. Jay was able to talk with Stephen Stearns' parents. They trusted her enough to come and talk to her on her channel about his raising and things, just all those different things. And I have a lot of respect for her that she was able to do that. Myself, I do not want to ever get involved with families of victims of crimes. I will share their information. I'll share about the crime, whatever, but I don't want to talk to the parents and get them on my lives and all that. I want to just keep my distance because I want to be unbiased, right? I just want to be unbiased I want to hear everything first. Now, for Lindsay Clancy, when it's children, it is so hard for me to be unbiased. It just is, because you're talking about babies that could not defend themselves. They couldn't do anything to help themselves in this situation. They were defenseless. What in the world? Don't tell me we've lost our feed. Let me go see. Don't tell me we're not going to get to hear it. Let's see. Okay, hang on. Let me see if we can. Oh my my God, y'all. They cut the feed. We don't get to watch it. We're not going to get to watch the, That is bullshit. That is bullshit. Let me go see if I can do anything else. Hang on a minute. Let me see. We're supposed to be able to watch the motions. We should not be being disconnected from that. You know what I mean? That's not really fair. Yeah, they ended the live stream. We didn't get to see that. We didn't get to see the motions. Let's go back. Hang on a minute. Hang on a second, guys.
Don't post anything.
Okay, this is when he was releasing the
right.
All right.
So I'm going to ask
Let's see what happened.
Instructions again. I'm going to give you the.
So they went there, okay, and then we waited and nothing happened. And we waited and nothing happened. Hang on a second. I'm going through this to make sure I think they're not going to show. We didn't get to hear the motions. I think that's it. It's over. I don't think we get to hear them. Unfreaking fair, man. Unfreaking fair. Okay, well, yeah, they ended the live stream. Okay, well, there you go, guys. That's the end of that for the day. Thank you for coming in. As always, I love Let me just put myself back up there. We'll be back over here tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock a.m. for trial to start again. And I'll see you in somebody's live tonight. And as I always say, take care of yourself out there. Be careful and go hug your babies. Life is short and you don't want to miss out a day. If you got a chance to go tell them you love them, go tell them. You got a chance to reach out and hug them, go do it. That's what I'm going to say because I just feel like it's so important. It's just so important. I love you all. I'll see you guys later. Please like, subscribe, and share. And thank you for spending your day with me. And I'll see you tonight. Bye, guys. Bye.
Time to hit the road. Vroom, vroom. Let's go.